At 3 o'clock in the morning, in post-apocalyptic London, Henry was so tired that he was about to collapse, and went back to his apartment, only to find that the house was occupied, and knocked on the door twice. There were people inside but deliberately did not open it. Just as he was about to take out the key, he heard a strange joint sound from behind the door, and Henry knew that it was not an ordinary person, but a dangerous monster. So he immediately took out the revolver he had hidden with him, checked the cartridge case. This gun was like a second-hand part. He embedded some magic, but the ammunition was about to run out, so he hid the gun under the garbage bag. At this time, the squatter appeared, wearing a loose jacket and a hat pressed high, and asked in a Glasgow accent, "Right, what do you want to do?" Henry hurriedly made up excuses. "Sorry to disturb you so late. I'm just here to get some personal belongings that have fallen." You know, he pointed out the window. The full moon hung in the thick fog. The light green light reflected the strange world, and the wolf howled. Now London has no sun. Everyone calls it Hollow London. The other party stared at him and asked, "You're not doing magic, are you?" Henry was stunned and asked, "Are you saying that I have magical talent and training?" The other party was right, and Henry quickly said, No, I have never had that luck and have never been trained." The other party pointed to his neck again. "Right, brother, the shiny stone next to your neck is a bit conspicuous." Henry looked down at the glowing crystal embedded in his chest, and made up nonsense. "This was left in East Hammersmith, who was almost injured by the cursed area. I don't know what it is for, and I dare not throw it." The other party asked again, "So this is a magic thing? Are you one of the Devil 12? Henry was anxious. "What not do I have the ability to return to this broken place? Have you ever seen me tear a knight with my bare hands?" The other party smiled. It's okay. Just test you. Come in and leave quickly after taking it." Henry smiled reluctantly and walked in. The other party followed behind to keep his distance. He picked up a dusty photo frame and wiped it. It was a photo of the family who had taken him in before, stuffed it into his bag, and then pointed to the bedroom and shouted, "I'll go to the closet to get something again, and I'll leave after taking it." The other party shouted, "Wait, don't go in." Henry deliberately asked, "Why can't you go in?" "Walking straight in." The other party was anxious. "That's where I put heroin." "You are stupid," Henry said. "So what, you keep your drugs, so I won't touch it." As soon as he opened the closet door, a pale corpse with a pale face and tooth marks on his neck fell. He quickly stepped back and took out a combat knife, and then something pounced on him. His nails were particularly sharp. He rolled under the bed and held the knife to gasp. The other party began to take off his disguise. The hood fell, revealing the ugly face of a vampire, pale and emaciated, with pointed ears, and his joints clicked again, and began to fade into human form. Henry rushed over and swung his knife, only cutting a shallow wound on its ribs. Provoking it, he retreated to the window. The vampire instantly pounced, tearing the disguise to pieces. Henry leaned his back against the window. This time, either win or die. He pressed the knife tightly against his chest, took a defensive posture, and stretched out his other hand, pointing at the vampire. The crystal on his chest began to glow dazzlingly. He imitated the action of pulling the trigger, and said, "Bang!" Silently, the crystal flashed, and returned to its original state. The vampire hurriedly retreated, dodging his attack. It looked like he had been hit, but in fact it had no effect. The vampire checked himself suspiciously, found no wound, and scolded, "Damn human. Do you think this little trick can stop me?" Henry squatted forward a little further and said frankly, "No." As soon as he finished speaking, his magic clone took the revolver he had hidden before, pulled the trigger, and the magic-driven bullets made a deafening sound, echoing through the small apartment, directly punching a cork-sized hole in the vampire's face. Blood splattered, and the vampire's body fell heavily to the ground, motionless, and the window glass was shaken out with cobweb-like cracks. Hyung used the back of his hand to wipe the blood stains on his face, and there was a slight tinnitus in his ears, but he didn't care. The clone was obviously more uncomfortable than him. Henry stood up, stretched his waist, nodded to the clone at the door to express his gratitude. The clone put away the gun, began to block the entrance, and handed over the satchel. Henry knew that he would soon be busy disposing of the corpse. He sighed, thinking in his heart that there were still a bunch of things to do in order to get a good night's sleep. But I think it is better to shoot with a clone. Oh my god, I miss the days before it all started, he muttered into the air. He wished the days were back to before the magical disaster. Simple and easy, even if he was a little depressed then. And now he is still occasionally lazy and depressed. But at least he has self-knowledge. After all, he has to find some light in life. Henry yawned in the apartment, stretched out, and woke up. The fine sunlight shone through the curtains, and the noise of the city streets outside came in through the thin walls of the bedroom. He stepped barefoot on the thin rough carpet, straightened up, staggered to the window, opened the curtains suddenly, and the sun poured in all of a sudden, and the sun was almost overhead in the sky. Cloudless. It was really a beautiful summer afternoon. The cars and buses downstairs were blocked together. Typical noon traffic. Henry wanted to know how long he had slept. Glanced at the alarm clock that had not been turned on. 12:35 noon. Today is Saturday. It is a bit lively outside, but the weather is so good. It is normal, he quickly calculated. He actually slept for almost 13 hours. Fortunately, he was resting today. He didn't regret sleeping in at all. He felt that rest was as important as other things, and the morning routine was the most critical thing for him. Seriously, I really should have a regular routine, he sighed, tapped his chin with his fingers, and looked at the street downstairs. Since he was awake, what should he do on this precious day off? In fact, it's nothing special. He's just waiting now, so it should be no problem to make a phone call. Wait, he pushed open the bedroom door slightly and caught a glimpse of the answering machine in the main house. He almost forgot about it, and now he reacted, praying that the call he had been waiting for finally came. He poked his head at the answering machine on the shelf opposite the apartment. The red light on the machine flashed, but the bedroom door creaked open, and he immediately noticed the light in the room. The low-power bulb on the ceiling fan was on, emitting a soft glow, and he had no idea how much it would cost him electricity. It was the poor contact of the wiring in the switch again, so that the light came on by itself. And when he thought of the electricity bill at the end of the month, he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for these inferior electric rune modifications, and some other messy things, which would have consumed his little money, he would have found someone to repair it long ago. He sighed in frustration. Maybe I should unscrew the light bulb off every day before going to bed. He gently poked the plastic casing of the switch. The light finally went out. He opened the curtain again. Wanting to ignore the financial troubles for a while, the natural light filled the room again. But after only 20 seconds, he reluctantly pinched the bridge of his nose. Another trouble to solve later. He poked the answering machine with his finger, trying to divert his attention and forget about the troubles just now. Beep, you have 5 unlistened messages. The first message. Come on, I hope there is a clue I want to hear, he whispered. The answering machine started playing, and he quickly heard that the first one was not important, so let it play in the background and go back to the bedroom to change clothes. He took off the tattered white t-shirt he wore the night before, casually threw it into the basket labeled dirty. The t-shirt fell on top, and moved the messy letters in the basket slightly. He didn't care, and went to rummage through another basket labeled clean, hoping that the pitiful pile of clothes inside would not be too wrinkled. Tired of working every day, the down payment is very low. Hearing the advertisement, he instinctively sat up straight. Before his brain could react, the person had already jumped and ran through half the apartment, gave up changing clothes, rushed to the answer recorder, and arrived in a few steps. He pressed the delete button hard. This broken machine had an annoying problem. He had to press for a few seconds to really delete the message. He could only wait. This spam ad made his head big. Can't these salesmen get to know each other? I've used this old antique phone, and I've received this recording for the 4th time this week. Beep, the third message. He walked back to the bedroom, put on the t-shirt he had just taken off, grabbed a few more clothes, and finally chose a pair of faded jeans and a Navy SEAL shirt with a sign that was about to fall. But he thought it would be more flavorful, didn't he? Hey, Henry, I'm Salim from the repair shop. Call and tell you that the motorcycle you are going to repair in the morning has been repaired. Come and get it when you hear the news. Luckily, he had been walking all week. He had long wanted to ride a motorcycle again. He walked to the bathroom, poured some mouthwash, rinsed his mouth with cold water, and the water flowed into the sewer, with a faint blue-white glow at the corners of his mouth. Beep, the 4th message. He brushed his teeth as soon as possible. The bathroom is as big as a wardrobe, although it is good not to share the toilet with others. But he is not sure if the monthly rent is worth it. Privacy is there. The water in the faucet and magic can help him save some water bills in an emergency. But the paint on the wall has peeled off. There is black mold on the ceiling. It is not healthy to use for a long time. He has reported to the landlord several times. It is useless. Hello, Mr. Thompson. I am from Liverpool Institute of Field Education and I am calling you to tell you about your recent application and examination. Oh my God, this is it. Finally waited. Henry threw away his toothbrush, waved his fist excitedly, and rushed back to the main hall, this time excited, not angry. It's finally coming, the opportunity to get to the top of the world, and the opportunity to make Layla look at me differently. This time it's true, we understand that it is not easy to approach the realm magical world. Yes, we also congratulate you for bravely accepting the challenge. Although your financial situation is really difficult. Yes, unfortunately, your test results show that you are not currently eligible for admission to our training program. Yes, wait, no, impossible to put it bluntly. He worked overtime, saved money, and had all kinds of psychological pressure. All in vain. We understand that you may be disappointed, but we encourage you to try again later. And if you still want to further your education, we can recommend you to go to another campus. Damn, no, I didn't apply to your college for this. You know it. Henry slammed his fist on the bookshelf weakly, shouting loudly, almost not hearing the words behind. Finally, if you experience unsolicited magic charges in the future, commonly known as Tolkien's spirit, please feel free to contact us to reassess your domain abilities. Liverpool Institute of Field Education wishes you all the best. Yes, that can't happen. My chances of winning the lottery are greater than this. Besides, if I really have this talent, I still need you at the end of the message. Henry pressed the pause button, and there was silence in the apartment. He covered his face with his hands and moaned helplessly, oh my God, to start the day in this way. Disappointment is not enough to describe his mood. It is already difficult. He wanted to break into England's top magic academy with a limited budget. He thought that he would be able to get funded if he was admitted, but he still didn't succeed. He didn't even know where he lost. Whether it was a written test that took a few weeks to review, or a magical ability test with blood. If only he knew. But it's not completely ungained. At least I was injured by blood draw that day, and I just sent the motorcycle for repair. He sat sullenly for a while again, and many of the opportunities he had been looking forward to were now in vain, which was a heavy blow. But at the same time, he also had more time to think about future options. Seriously, no plan succeeds the first time. Sooner or later, he will find a way. Thinking too much will make the plan die early. It used to be like this. The more failures there is always a way to piece together a workable solution. And he still has a whole summer to spend with Layla. Isn't it? He continued to play the news while cheering himself up. Beep, the last message, sent at 10 a.m. this morning, from Layla. Oh. Speaking of her, Henry, guess what Liverpool Academy called me this morning? See you at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the park. I tell you everything. Today we have a good day. Okay, see you then. Layla's words instantly made him nervous. And now there are almost 20 minutes left before 1 point after the answering machine rang for the last time. He quickly stood up, panicked, looking for shoes to wear, glanced at the bathroom mirror, tidied up his messy hair, grabbed the key and rushed out the door. No, you can't be late this time. In the middle of the park, an elm tree grows on the green grass, and the city takes good care of the tree, often checking for invasive species so that the old tree is not damaged. Under the branches of the elm tree, a girl sat alone and waited. The breeze blew through the branches. The cool wind blew on her cheeks. The wind stopped. She pinned a strand of golden wavy curls behind her ears. It was very cool in the shade of the trees, away from the cloudless sun above her head, plus the breeze. This was definitely the most comfortable day of the whole summer. She sighed contentedly, enjoying this moment. The weather was so good. It didn't matter if she waited for a while. Her watch ticked, and she glanced at it quickly. There were still a few minutes left before the agreed time. Thinking that Henry was always habitually late, and he probably couldn't be fast this time. Her clear blue eyes scanned the crowd in the park again, more of a habit, not really expecting him to have arrived. Sure enough, not seeing his familiar figure, she raised her head and fell into deep thought. the sun shining through the gaps in the leaves, jumping around on the ground. Like a kaleidoscope, she could look at it for hours. She knew that he must want it again. The shoulder was suddenly patted lightly. She was startled, exclaimed, didn't react, fell to the ground. Shoulder-length hair was messy on her face. The familiar laughter came. She pushed her hair aside, saw the person who came, looked at his mischievous smile, and laughed as well. He reached out and pulled her up. Hey, Layla, Henry said with a smile. Bet you thought I was late again. Right, although they were frightened at first. The two quickly regained the ease of the last meeting, walking together in the park, along the neat paths, and there were other pedestrians on the road, enjoying the good weather like them. Layla was excited and kept wanting to talk about herself. Henry, the call is finally here. Do you know what they told me? Henry didn't blame her for being excited. After all, when he received the invitation to the college test, he was just as excited. And now that the enrollment is almost over, he probably guessed what Layla was going to say. But when he thought that he was not admitted, his heart felt like he had been hit. He didn't want to ruin her interest, so he quickly interrupted her. Don't worry, I can probably guess. Let's go to the cafe first, buy some delicious food to celebrate, and then tell me slowly. He'll treat you. Layla frowned and asked doubtfully, are you sure? I remember you said that you have been tight on money lately. He waved his hand and said indifferently, it's okay. You can still afford a few cups of coffee, although they always raise the price too high. Okay. They stopped at the gate of the park for a while, discussing which cafe to go to. Henry joked that which one had a good atmosphere, and said that he wanted to find a place that was close to the walking distance and could save some trouble. Layla did not give up, saying that since it was his proposal, he should listen to him when choosing a place. And finally he compromised, and the two went into the city to find a cafe together. They strolled through the alleys of the city, slowly admiring the surrounding scenery. There were many brick and tile buildings in the distance, most of the residential buildings nearby, similar to the apartment where Henry lived, and occasionally saw some small shops, mostly ordinary city scenes. But occasionally there will be something different. And now it's mostly because realm magic is popularized all over the world. Look, Layla touched him lightly with her elbow and pointed to the end of the street. There's a street mage there, performing water magic. He looked in the direction she was pointing and finally saw clearly that there was a mage on the street corner, performing the magical art that was very popular now. And before he could react, Layla took his hand and squeezed over to see more clearly, so as not to miss the last part. They walked to the edge of the crowd, lined up, and found a position where they could see the mage clearly, who was wearing a simple tweed jacket, round-rimmed glasses, and a small stainless steel pot in his hand. The mouth of the pot was not tightly plugged, and a stream of water floated out of the mouth of the pot, suspended above his palm, winding and twisting, dazzling and particularly attractive. The water flowed up and down, circling around his hand, sometimes flattening, making various complex movements. And only the mage himself knew where the water would go next. This kind of water magic, which is said to be the most difficult in water magic, requires the caster to imagine the complete shape in their minds at the same time in order to accurately control the path of the water flow. The surrounding small audience applauded happily. The water flowed several feet above the ground, weaving intricate patterns, and there was a faint blue light under the water, which was particularly dazzling. And when the finale performance was over, the water flowed back into the pot, and the mage stuffed the pot stopper and bowed. Thank you, thank you. The bespectacled mage laughed and shouted. This is my interpretation of the late Embra Hendrickson's Trondhelm Aurora, which many people feel is one of her most precious gifts to the entire wizarding world in a week. I will be performing this work and her other works at the Royal Albert Hall in South Kensington, in collaboration with the London Magician Opera Performance Society. Thank you for your time. Welcome to see it. Then he bowed again, and then left. And the gathered crowd talked about how wonderful magic was now used in art. Some said that earth mages had done sculptures, and some people speculated that there would be more new magical art forms in the future. But Henry didn't listen to these words. The name mentioned by the mage, Both of them were too familiar. As soon as they heard this name, Layla must have remembered something bad again. He glanced at Layla, and sure enough, there was a worried look on her face, and he gently held her hand, hoping to make her forget those troubles for a while. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Layla sighed, obviously forcing herself. It's just that when I hear someone talk about my mother, saying that she has done a lot for the world, I missed her again, even if only for a while. The two were silent for a while, watching the water mage leave. Henry said softly, I know. After walking a short distance, they came to a remote cafe, mainly doing business for locals. Just as the drink they ordered was ready, and a table was empty outdoors, they hurriedly walked over and sat down, drinking their own iced drinks. Although it was a bit expensive, but on such a hot day, it was worth it to drink an iced drink. By the way, Henry took a sip of his iced coffee and asked, Liverpool College? Although Layla was still very depressed when she walked just now, when she talked about the academy, her mood improved again. She nodded vigorously, put down the iced tea with honey, and said excitedly, yes, I got a call this morning, and you probably guessed it. I was accepted. Henry smiled and clapped his hands to celebrate her. No matter how disappointed he was, he couldn't disappoint her. Congratulations. I must be the first to congratulate you. Do you want to study any field? I don't know yet. Water magic was the first choice, but I'm a little unsure. She paused. I think, if I study water, people will always compare me to my mother. You know, I understand. I can understand how you feel. Henry nodded and said, but in addition to water, there are 3 areas to choose from. She continued, I probably prefer the wind domain and don't want to learn fire or earth. But I haven't decided yet. Oh, Henry joked. The great Layla Hendrickson Smith. Isn't she going to shock the world with her self-taught magical talent? Layla was amused by him and scolded softly, bastard. You see, I can imagine. Henry deliberately waved his hand exaggeratedly and raised his voice. What air, water, earth, and fire are too basic. Even the rare day, night, plant, and animal domains are boring, and you can get tired of playing in a week. No, there is only one realm worthy of the greatest saga since the birth of magic in 1986. He slapped his hands heavily on the table, acting very engaged, and Layla covered her face with her hands, desperately holding back her laughter, a little embarrassed, because his exaggerated actions attracted the attention of many people. Look, Henry shouted with a proud face, one hand stretched out, the other hand pressed to his chest. The first training magician to master the jurisdiction, even if the talent is almost there. It will never be discouraged. Tolkien's ghost, I've never heard of it. And even if I do, I can't use it. She wants to conquer the world with her own hands. He imitated the tone of an old science fiction movie. And Layla finally couldn't help it, laughing out loud, and with a little hum, which was very hearty. Haha, don't say it. Don't say it. You embarrassed me so much. Are you embarrassed? Henry raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly, and he imagined what he had just done, and couldn't help but laugh. Layla stopped laughing first, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, but seriously, Henry, can you believe it? Liverpool College, it was one of the few campuses in Europe that could train new mages. And I was actually admitted. Of course I believe it. Henry leaned on the table and nodded in approval. This is a good opportunity that every technology company envy. Hurry up and tell me, do they give you tuition discounts, or scholarships or something? I haven't said this yet, she admitted, but when you get there, there should be a change. Aren't you worried? You are a few years older than most freshmen and start higher education 3 years later. Don't worry, magic academies generally don't pick this. After all, magic talents are very random, Layla said lightly. Henry took a big sip of coffee, and she asked again, but why are you asking me this? You also applied. Can't we go together in the future? Henry almost spat out a sip of coffee, choked and coughed. His face was a little ugly. He finally held back, scratched his head nervously, and considered the words I wasn't accepted. There was an instant silence between the two, and Layla's face was full of surprise. What, Henry? Are you serious? Did they call you this morning too? Well, I did. Henry nodded, his tone a little weak. It seems that I have to think of another way to go to Liverpool. You still want to go, otherwise you are there. Yes, but where do you live? What about your current apartment? Not all jobs require trained mages, Henry argued. I can get a job there and rent a temporary place to stay. No big deal. And what about your job at Layla's dad's bar? What about your life here? Layla asked. Henry stammered. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest. His forehead was sweating, and he was sitting in the shade, still holding an ice drink in his hand. But he felt very hot. You are. he mustered up the courage and finally said, "You are my life." Layla put the drink in her hand on the table, her mouth wide open, and she couldn't believe her ears. "I'm sorry." "You say it again, I mean. You're mine." "I heard it. I heard it." Layla hurriedly interrupted him. Her cheeks flushed and she stammered, To be honest, I never knew you felt this way about me. No, I couldn't accept it all of a sudden." "Did I say the wrong thing?" Henry asked in a low voice. No, it's..." Layla took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "I need time. Think about it. And see you at work in a few days." "Sorry, I'll go back first." She pushed her chair back, stood up, rubbed her forehead, and slowly walked out onto the street, digesting everything that had just happened. Henry froze in place, staring at the corner where she disappeared, and after about a minute, he was sure that she had walked away and couldn't hear her, before he came back to his senses and scolded in annoyance. "Damn it. Henry didn't sleep well last night," and the rejection of his confession the day before was repeatedly replayed in his mind, tossing and turning for several hours before he barely fell asleep. And he was always worried that he had missed the opportunity, and it would be more embarrassing to meet him in the future. When he woke up in the morning, he was dizzy. The quality of sleep was too poor. And when he sat on the edge of the bed, his temples hurt like being pierced by a knife. He closed his eyes, and after a while, the dizziness slowly disappeared. He sat motionless on the bed, and after several minutes he was sure he wouldn't fall, without having to keep covering his head, and mechanically busy in his dilapidated apartment. He hadn't opened the curtains yet, afraid that the sun would be too dazzling, which would make the migraine worse, and he would have to wait until after get off work today. So, in the dark, as usual, he was looking for clothes. The pile of dirty clothes was about to overflow. It was easy to identify, but he accidentally knocked over the whole pile of dirty clothes. He didn't care, and went to rummage through the clean clothes, only to find that there was nothing to choose from. Only work clothes, a white shirt, a few trousers, and underwear. These clothes were not folded properly, crumpled, and he could only blame himself. He walked out of the bedroom and wanted to turn on the light on the other side, but fortunately the light didn't turn on all night last night. But he flipped the switch to the on position. But the light didn't turn on. He dialed back and forth a few more times. Still didn't respond. Henry muttered in frustration, clenched his fists, and smashed the shell of the switch like a hammer. This time the impact just connected the loose wiring inside. The artificial lights illuminated the whole place. He was really fed up with this apartment, and his plan to give up was in vain, and he really didn't know what to do. Of course, he still wanted to earn back the savings he had spent in the past few months. But there was no way at all in a short period of time, and the previous headache hurt in the back of his head again. He didn't want to keep entangled in this matter. So he walked into the kitchen and opened the mini refrigerator, and found what he wanted near the front hall: half a cup of iced coffee that he hadn't finished the day before, and a bottle of ibuprofen that he threw in casually, which he thought would be more troublesome to put in the bathroom. "This is the champion's breakfast," he muttered in a low voice and put 2 tablets into his mouth, swallowed a sip of coffee. That's exactly what the young man with a long body needs. He drank all the remaining coffee in the plastic cup, picked up the TV remote control with his empty hands and changed the station casually, sat on the only armchair at home and flipped through the rental information. And now he could only wait to numb the discomfort in his heart with an entertainment program that didn't use his brain. The faint light of the remote control flashed, and the TV picture slowly became clear. It was a scientific documentary that said, "But is there any magic that hasn't been discovered yet?" Our team asked the most powerful expert in this field, Dr. Rudyard Livingston, Doctor of Theology, an expert in the study of magical fluctuations. The doctor continued, "The simplest answer to this question is yes. But the more accurate short answer is we don't know. According to what we have now, there is no innate obstacle that prevents the unknown realm from existing. But now we can't see things outside the naked eye, let alone." Henry felt too long-winded and pressed the remote control to change the station. And the next one said, "Thank you, Deborah." Friends who are watching, next is the BBC program. Analysts predict that the stock prices of several large British companies will fall because of the soaring unemployment rate, and there will be more news after 11. Henry said that he was not interested and pressed it again, and then changed the channel. Now I think many cars on the market have changed from internal combustion engines to low-intensity magic enchantments, or modified to use alchemical gasoline prescribed by the government. I think it's time to test drive Top Sear's hybrid. Henry said to go back and press record and change the stage. And then heard, "It's too stupid, Sayuki. Pure stupid. Your cancer mage attack triggered my preparation card. This card is called Voton Bua. And once activated, it will bring Platinum Fenrir back from my graveyard and end your turn directly now that I have the upper hand. I still want to use the Urn of Arrogance. This card allows me to draw 2 more cards." Henry said to himself, "Isn't this a show for children to play cards? Forget it. Just watch this. It's just in line with the current mood." He found something to pass the time in the morning. He sat comfortably, drank the last few sips of coffee in the cup. He didn't understand the rules of this card battle at all. But this show was not based on the rules. The producer also knew that the audience loved to watch exaggerated and gorgeous animation scenes, and this kind of hard feeling was particularly appetizing to him. The two of them went back and forth for half an hour, and finally the arrogant person made a mistake and lost the game directly. Henry felt that sending him to the super death zone was a bit outrageous, but it was really interesting to watch, and he smiled and said that he would record more in the future. When the program was cutting commercials, the landline at home rang. He turned around and barely reached the phone to pick it up from the shelf, picked up the phone and said on the other side, "I'm tired from going to work every day and collapsing. The down payment is super low." He directly said shut up and hung up the phone. But when he turned around and put on the phone, he found that there was a message in the answering machine that he hadn't paid attention to before. So he pressed play out of curiosity, and it was Salim's voice. "Hey Orim Salim, if you didn't see the news yesterday and called to ask, your repaired motorcycle is still with me. Hurry up and pick it up. Otherwise we'll take care of it ourselves." Henry covered his face and remembered that there were too many things yesterday and forgot to get the car, and he got up hesitantly and prepared to go to the repair shop. When he arrived at the repair shop, the bald Salim greeted him. "Cheers, Henry. You look like you were hit by a truck." Henry responded dizzily that he didn't sleep well last night. He walked almost an hour from Salim's apartment to this messy repair shop, and it must be much faster to go back. But he couldn't sleep well for a long time and was thin, and he said that dizziness was light. Salim retorted that he didn't mean this, pointing to the clothes he was wearing, saying that he looked like he was living on the street again, with a motorcycle jacket on a shirt that hadn't been ironed for months, a tie tied like a scarf, and found that his shoelaces were open. Henry looked down and saw that it was true. He was so tired that he didn't pay attention at all. But fortunately nothing more embarrassing happened. Muttering that he was bending over to tie his shoelaces, and Salim waved his hand to say what was polite, asking him to quickly push the old antique motorcycle away to make room for something that could make money. Henry defended not to be too harsh, saying that the car could still be driven after so many years. Salim said that if his car hadn't rusted in the scrap metal pile long ago, he also said that in order to make the car use alchemical gasoline to change 27 strange technological magic, it is rare for a car that can change the wheels to change the full engine with more than 20 changes. Henry asked if there would be trouble, and Salim spat on the ground and said, "Don't bother me about the magic world. This job is so simple that you can do it even if you fall asleep." Salim crawled out from under another car hanging on a chain, put down the tools to loosen the chain for another motorcycle in the store, and slowly put the car down, and then complained that he heard people talk about fields, magic, and enchantments every day. Everyone thought this was a good thing from the sky, but it was too expensive to ask him to repair the refrigerator enchantment. And he also said that he didn't need powerful magic to change metal at all, and the magic needed was enough, and there was no need to do more. Then Salim started the engine of Henry's motorcycle to confirm that it could be ridden normally, pulled out the key and handed it to Henry, saying that the magic was good and that everything could be done with it. Henry looked at the key and then at Salim, who was 3 times older than him and still guarded the shop, grew up before the appearance of the magic field. And now he was disappointed in this matter by making money through magic. After that, Henry got on the motorcycle and put on a helmet, activated the spiritual vein that replaced the engine, and the speed was about the same as the previous engine. When he entered the bar through the back door, Henry felt the disappointment of the old bartender Randall at a glance, and Randall swept him from head to toe with disgust. He wanted to sneak in to work, obviously thinking too much. Randall snorted dissatisfiedly and asked him what kind of new fashion he was doing in this mess. Henry drooped his shoulders and sighed that this was the only clean clothes left. Randall mocked that it was definitely impossible to hang the washed shirt on the hanger. Henry knew that he should shut up at this time, looked down at the shoes and did not dare to look at them. In the end, Randall let go and asked him to look at the football fans tonight, who weren't dressed well anyway, and asked him to put on his jacket and tie his tie neatly, and Henry obediently agreed. Randall went to greet the old customer. Henry stayed in the foyer to tie up his clothes, scolding himself for quickly fastening his tie and zipping up his jacket, and scolding in a low voice when the zipper was caught in the cloth, and then walked to the bar to work. This bar is a typical London pub, with a thick oak bar, large windows facing the street, and enough beer pipes. It is an old place that locals love to come to. There are not many tourists, except for the occasional away team fans. The first floor is full of business areas, and the stairs behind the building lead to the second floor. Randall and his daughter Layla live on it, and the 4 people who used to live are now much more spacious. Henry was busy wiping the bar to get into work. The drinks were coming out smoothly. The jukebox was playing Eric Clapton's songs, and when the sun was about to set, fans came one after another to watch football, and occasionally customers waved to him to tell him about fun things. When he was busy greeting the guests, the doorbell rang. A familiar voice called his name. Looked up at his face but didn't recognize it. The other party was an elf. Happily called him Henry. Henry was stunned for a while before recognizing it was Mr. Donahue, an old man with a fat beard. But now he is too young. His face is clean, his hair color is light, and he is in great shape. Donahue said that not only was he here, but his wife was also here. And the doorbell rang again. Henry's jaw almost fell to the ground in shock, and he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything when he saw the couple change so much. Donahue said that they had encountered the magic of a good ghost. Henry understood magic knowledge, and knew that the probability of 2 people encountering this rare body-strengthening magic at the same time was extremely low. It was simply a burst of luck. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart but still maintained a service expression, not letting the couple see it. After that, Donahue raised his voice and invited everyone in the bar to have a round of drinks, celebrating the 200 years of his wife's retirement. The guests cheered, and Henry turned on the wine tap tiredly. After that, Donahue drank too much, and told Henry for the 6th time that they had encountered the Flash and turned into an elf. Henry nodded helplessly, and Mrs. Donahue drank calmly, looking at Henry with sympathetic eyes. At this time, Layla called Henry to add wine to the table, and relieved him like a savior, and the 2 walked to the end of the bar. Henry hesitated to mention yesterday's incident, and asked Layla if she didn't tell her father Randall. Layla said no, and said that Randall was in a bad mood because a street magician got into trouble yesterday. After pouring the wine and being silent for a while, Layla spoke first, saying that she had unofficially taken in Henry for so many years, and she was curious about what the relationship between the 2 was, whether they were adoptive parents or long-term roommates, and she couldn't figure it out. Henry looked at his messy appearance and said that if Layla felt that it was okay to forget about this matter and continue to live, saying that she couldn't even take care of herself, she might be trapped in the bar for the rest of her life, and it was acceptable for Layla to refuse directly. And after saying that, he pushed the wine glass to Layla and asked her not to let the guests wait, and turned away by himself. Layla looked at his back full of worry. Closing time was approaching. The bar was quiet. The jukebox was playing soft songs. A few late-night guests were sitting and wondering, and Henry used an ice pick to beat the ice cubes for the next day to add ice to Mrs. Donahue's cocktail. The sun had already set, and there was a thick fog drifting from the Thames on the streets, and Randall patrolled 5 minutes in advance as usual to confirm how the guests were going home. Layla wiped the table and came over to help clean up the dirty cups. The 2 were silent for a long time. Randall looked out the window and said that the fog was getting thicker and thicker, and the guests were also talking about the sudden change in the weather. And then they got up to check out and made an appointment to come back next week. At this time, a haggard old factory worker suddenly fell to the ground with a loud noise and fainted. Everyone's eyes were focused, and the bar was instantly quiet, as oppressive as the thick fog outside the window. Randall quickly ran over to turn the person over to check his pulse, and after a while of nervousness, he breathed a sigh of relief that the person was still alive, and asked Layla to go upstairs to get a first aid kit. After Layla ran upstairs, Henry squeezed through the crowd to check, feeling that the scene was weird, like an old-fashioned suspense radio drama, with dim lights, thick fog, and people falling to the ground. And the atmosphere was particularly unsettling. At this moment, the first bell of Big Ben floated in, and the guests were surprised, because Big Ben was 6 miles away and should not have been heard so clearly at all. And then the bar went out of power and went dark, and there were screams and staggering sounds all around, until the bell dissipated and the full moon shone in, and many people fell to the ground, but no one was hurt. Randall was just about to stabilize the situation when a hand as big as an oven mitt suddenly wrapped around his neck and lifted him up suddenly. The arm was unimaginably strong, extending from the position of the worker who had just fallen to the ground, and the figure was twice as large as the original regardless of height and width, and there was fine hair on his body. Before Henry could react, Randall was thrown to the other end of the bar. His neck was bruised, and the attacker stood up straight on all fours, revealing his true face in the moonlight like a human but not a human. Silver hair, yellow eyes without pupils, a real werewolf. After the call, everyone saw the monster clearly. Henry thought he was used to magic, but at this moment he re-understood the horror of magic with everyone. When the first horror scream sounded, the werewolf tensed his muscles and prepared to pounce on the first target. Henry sincerely prayed that it was not himself. Fear instantly enveloped Henry. The werewolf bit the guests as fast and fierce as tearing wet paper. Nearly 10 people were killed and injured in an instant, and those who could live a few more seconds suffered double the pain. Henry hid behind the bar, covering his ears, but still couldn't stop wailing. The ice pick was held in his hand, and we would all die in a constant loop in his head. Suddenly there was a loud noise. Something hit the oak bar. Henry slammed his head on it and trembled in pain. And when he looked back, it was Mr. Donahue, who had been torn apart. Blood flowed all over the bar towards him. His eyes widened in horror. He clutched the ice pick tightly, not daring to breathe, hiding under the corpse and begging for mercy. At this time, the doorbell rang. A guest wanted to run to alarm the werewolf. The beast roared and rushed into the crowd. The sound of glass shattering came. Henry felt that those people could not live at all. A short breath relieved him a little. Suddenly a hand grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up. He almost had a heart attack after recognizing Randall. At this time Randall's neck was full of bruises, blood on his body, and there were deep scratches on his shoulders. Henry looked at the horrific situation in the bar. The tables were shattered, the corpses were unrecognizable, and there were people groaning in pain. And as he staggered, he found himself stepping through Donahue's chest and holding back from spitting it out. Randall dug out a backpack from the bar cabinet and stuffed it into Henry, asking him to take Layla as far as possible. Henry was surprised and asked Randall if he didn't go with him. Randall said he couldn't survive, and took out an old-fashioned rifle before the magic appeared, and wanted to fight the werewolf. Henry begged him not to die in vain, saying that Layla couldn't live without him. But Randall shouted that there was no time left and asked him to take Layla away quickly. At this time, the werewolf's skull howl interrupted the conversation, and Randall endured the discomfort and raised his gun to aim, tearfully asking Henry to tell Lyra that he was proud of her, and then shot the werewolf in the eye, shouting for Henry to go quickly. Randall's shot weakens. The werewolf rushes back to the bar. Henry is pushed to the back of the bar, and runs desperately to the stairs with a backpack and an ice pick to complete Randall's last instructions. Layla on the second floor watched the street stained red with blood by the window, vaguely saw a wolf-shaped creature the size of a car, couldn't believe that magic could create such a monster, and felt that she was an illusion. After all, it took 10 years for cloned sheep to live long. The werewolf howled and gave her a headache, and she was very worried when the gunshots came downstairs. Henry rushed upstairs and shouted for her to leave quickly and go to the roof to escape. But Layla asked her father where he was and wanted to go downstairs to help. But Henry stopped her and said that Randall was buying time. At this time, Randall's painful roar and flesh and blood were heard from downstairs, and Layla broke down and cried, knowing that her father was gone. And Henry was full of despair, saying that he could not do anything. There was a vibration of the werewolf's approach under his feet. Henry grabbed Layla and rushed to the roof door, and Layla followed mechanically in despair, knowing in her heart that she would never see her father again. Henry desperately pulled Layla to the roof. The adrenaline was full. His vision was clearer than ever, and when he pushed open the roof door, another vibration almost made him fall. He urged Layla to hurry up, but Layla was numb and sluggish, and her soul was unbearable. Henry was very distressed, knowing that she was running away. Seeing that the werewolf was about to catch up, he let go of the iron door and hugged Layla tightly, softly comforting that he could survive. Layla cried out in his arms, slowly regained a little sanity, and reluctantly smiled and picked up his backpack to take the lead. As soon as Henry breathed a sigh of relief, the building shook violently. The werewolf broke through the stairs to the second floor, and the broken wood smashed over. Henry used his arm to protect his face, but his leg was stabbed by a thick wooden thorn, and blood flowed. The werewolf downstairs was taking a detour to the roof. The stairs had been completely destroyed. Henry didn't dare to gamble, quickly closed the iron door, and pulled Layla to rush to the fire ladder, where his motorcycle was parked. He limped and had poor pain tolerance. Layla jumped to the steel platform first, just about to put the ladder. The building shook again. The roof tilted towards the street. Henry fell face down. The thorns pierced deeper, and he screamed in pain. Lying flat, he found that the werewolf was climbing up from outside, collapsing the roof and supporting walls. He didn't have time to get up, and began to slide in the direction of the street. And when he faced death, an eerie calm surged in, watching the werewolf's two strong front paws grab the edge of the roof and collapse the stone wall. The concrete slab behind him rubbed against his jacket and pushed him forward, and the monster's head just appeared in his sight. Strangely, he originally thought he would be half scared to death, thinking that he probably didn't have that sudden fright, and his fear of death was a little lighter. Layla called his name behind him. He didn't hear it at all. His mind was full of his own thoughts. Should I say something to her? Maybe this is the last chance. The slope became steeper and steeper, and he slid down, faster and faster, straight for the werewolf's face, still holding the ice pick in his hand. And the cold metal slid on the slope before he reacted. Hey, why is this thing still in my hands? I remember landing at the bar. He looked down at the sharp metal in his hand, and then raised his eyes to look at the werewolf. The guy had climbed half of the roof, only more than 10 meters away from him. His half-blind face glared at him viciously, his fangs exposed, and his silver glittering fur was full of bright red blood. Was bitten to death by such a giant killer werewolf. This was not the ending he expected. It felt a little too early. But then again, it was okay to die so cool. He looked down at the ice pick again, and a crazy idea came out. Probably because he was not very clear at the time to come up with this idea. Unless the tip of this ice pick is not too sharp, but with a little hook, it should do some damage, and the whole thing is solid metal. The more he thought about it, the stronger his breathing became, lighter and steadier, and he wondered, how can I still be so calm at this time if I were to die anyway? What can I lose if I try? Henry clenched the ice pick, adjusted the angle, and used it as a weapon. This is definitely the craziest and stupidest thing he has ever thought of in his life. But at this last moment, shouldn't he do something like this? He smiled softly, his body shaking a little. It won't keep me for long anyway, and I will receive those disappointing voice messages. Think about it. He has given up that great dream for less than a day, thinking that as long as that thought is gone, it will be easier to accept nothing, especially since he originally planned to just mess around like this for the rest of his life. But just this time, he wanted to do something that he had not dared to do during this time. Do his best, and be serious. Layla, he shouted so that she could hear her in the last seconds. Your dad wants you to know. He is proud of you. He held an ice pick in one hand and stepped on the slope with both feet. No matter how painful his calf was, he pounced on it, grabbed the werewolf under his neck, and hugged its broad shoulders with his arms. The impact sent the beast back a few steps, and he raised his ice pick, ready to fight back. The two of them staggered on the edge of the building, and inertia almost threw them directly from 2 stories high. But fortunately, the monster supported them with his arms with superhuman strength. Layla choked up and called out to him. He didn't hear what she was saying. If only magic could help me do such a stupid thing, Henry muttered to himself. But he plunged almost the entire ice pick into the werewolf's shoulder blade. Blood splattered on one of his hands, and he heard a sound like a broken bowstring, which was the tendon underneath severed. The beast raised its head, its howl of pain buzzing in his ears, completely losing his balance, unable to hold on to the side of the building anymore, and both of them were dragged down by gravity. Falling from the top of the bar took just over a second, but in Henry's eyes, it was as long as a lifetime. Before the free fall began, he quickly reversed the direction of the ice pick. But fortunately, after the 2 of them scuffled briefly in the air, he pressed on the werewolf, and the monster completely lost the strength to grasp. He thought to himself that if it were the other way around, he would probably be a puddle of mud on the ground now, crushed to pieces by a monster with at least 50 kilograms of lean muscles. The werewolf swung over with his uninjured arm. A claw almost as big as his chest grabbed him, and the palm could almost wrap around his entire neck. His eyes widened, his throat was clasped tightly, and he couldn't breathe. He wouldn't sit still. Black spots began to appear in front of his eyes, but he still held on to the iron guy. That was his last resistance. They were about to land, and he only hoped that he could fight to the end and have the last laugh before he died. Henry hooked the ice pick over, circled the monster's muzzle and nose, avoided its fangs, twisted his arm, and stabbed the makeshift dagger into it. And this final fatal blow actually hit the target accurately. Another howl of pain, so close to him that it almost deafened his ears, and his vision became blurry due to nausea and lack of oxygen to his brain. The beast finally let go of the hand that was holding his throat and instinctively swung away the troublesome weapon. In that instant, several things happened at the same time. The werewolf's claw struck his forearm, leaving a deep opening, and the other palm smashed the bone beneath him. Henry was shaken by the severe pain of the fracture, and the 2 finally hit the ground. He fell off the werewolf and knocked his head on the stone floor. Both of them bounced when they landed, and the werewolf looked more seriously injured than he was. But it didn't make him feel any better. He fell on the sidewalk, and his previous instinct to practice motorcycles made him roll a few times before stopping. A painful moan squeezed out of his chapped lips, and the burning sting in his chest told him that he had broken at least a few ribs. His whole body hurt, and on the one hand, this pain made him dazed, and on the other hand, he kept him awake. Oh my God! How am I still alive? And my God, I was so crazy that I actually did such a stupid thing. He still had a large piece of wood stuck in his leg. His arm was broken, and even his breathing hurt. And to make matters worse, the werewolf was still alive. It curled up on the ground, its pointed ears moving around, but when it tried to support the ground with its injured arm, it almost fell back. Henry was lying on the ground hugging his chest, and seeing that it was also wobbly like himself, he was actually a little gloating. His teeth and gums were covered in blood, and he had just hit his head on the sidewalk and bit the flesh in his mouth. Although he was dizzy, he was relieved to see that the enemy was as miserable as himself. Wait, enemy when I say this? Am I thinking too much of myself? The werewolf stood up again, this time supported by only 2 hind legs, one arm hanging weakly at his side, and blood was still flowing from his nose, which was the place where he had been blinded just now. Its tall and stout body stood in front of Henry, so tall that even action movie stars had to be ashamed of themselves. Its ears moved again, sniffing the air around it, and Henry felt a chill down his spine before he realized it can't see me, so it is looking for me by smell. He rolled a few times from the place where he landed, but he was not far from the werewolf, and if he didn't move quickly, he would be found by it sooner or later. The only thing that can give him peace of mind now is that it doesn't know where he is. The werewolf cautiously hovered the neighborhood, and Henry held his breath and watched as it searched everywhere. He didn't even dare to move. The calm he had just opened up was completely gone, and now he had the opportunity to survive, only to realize that he actually wanted to live. His face was distorted in pain, and he screamed desperately in his heart, unable to make a sound no matter how much it hurt. He slowly lifted his uninjured leg and moved it to the side little by little, slowing down by an inch per minute, for fear of exposing himself. If she could stand up, she might be able to slip away quietly. Just go back into the alley. And then Layla. He was stunned for a while before he realized that Layla might still be somewhere. He slowly stretched his neck, slow like a snail, looked up above the street, and found that she was still squatting on the fire ladder, looking at all this in front of him with wide eyes. He slowly raised the uninjured hand and waved it to her attention, and after the two made eye contact, he silently pressed his finger to his lips, signaling her not to make a sound, and Layla nodded vigorously, obviously without him having to say it a second time. He continued to sit up slowly, staring vigilantly at the werewolf who was wandering aimlessly. It was still looking for him by smell, but the fresh corpses scattered on the street seemed to confuse it a little. It sniffed the air from time to time, and shook its head, moving strangely as if it was sneezing. Henry couldn't find himself no matter what the reason was. As long as he could stay like this, he gritted his teeth again and stood up. The pain of countless wounds on his body almost exhausted all his strength to endure. When he stood up, his vision blurred. Blood rushed from his head to his legs. He was too focused on being quiet to adjust his balance at the same time. Stumbled a little, stretched out a foot to stabilize himself, and slipped on the sidewalk. The werewolf immediately turned in the direction of the sound, and the dog ears on the top of his head swept around, looking for the traces he had accidentally exposed just now. Sweat dripped from his cheeks to the ground, and he held that awkward position, waiting to be discovered. Fortunately, it was not discovered. Although he was not completely exposed, the werewolf already knew where he was. Henry looked down at the ground, and a few steps away, the ice pick fell into the mist. The full moon above his head shone with a pale green light, slightly blocked by the fog rolling on the street, casting strange reflections on the ice pick. Metallic blue-gray, blood-stained scarlet, and a strange sharp white sheen. The dizziness slowly subsided, and Henry began to move cautiously again, crouching down and clutching the ice pick that might save his life again. I haven't completely passed out yet. He raised the ice pick with his uninjured hand, ready to strike at any moment. And it came just in time. The werewolf sniffed again. This time its head and two ears turned sharply towards him, and a low growl came out of its fanged mouth. And even if Henry's vision was blurred, he could see that his time was up. What a pity. Okay. He spat bloody on the street. You want to find me? Come on. The werewolf took a step forward. Another step. Just as the werewolf was about to pounce on him, a wolf howl came from the rooftops in the distance and spread throughout Greenwich. Henry looked at the nearby building in shock, wondering if there would be a second wolf coming if they united against him. It would be too unlucky, right? But if this is the case, he finds it a little funny, which shows that he is regarded as a threat. Unlike the others here, more and more wolf howls have been added, all from far away. And the nearest ones are also in other neighborhoods. Invisible, not even nearby. He wondered if the whole city could hear this movement. The werewolf in front of him also stopped, listening to the sounds around him, although it could not see it, but its head turned back and forth, and its ears were shaking, trying to figure out the situation. Henry took the opportunity to take a few steps back, and if God would give him a chance, he would have to make good use of it. As he retreated, the werewolf relaxed, raised his head, let the light of the night sky shine on him, and then howled as well, joining the voice of his companion, which almost shook Henry again. It didn't care about fighting with Henry. It ran in the direction where the wolf howled the most. Whether it was following instinct or trying to fight for a position in the wolf pack, Henry didn't care. For the time being, he was safe. And by the way, Layla was safe. A feeling of happiness surged up, and just being alive had already made him extremely relieved. His breathing was heavy and intermittent, mixed with gasping laughter. The instinct to fight or flight that was etched in his bones slowly faded because it was no longer needed. The nerves in his whole body were longing to rest, and as long as he could get to a safe place, he would definitely collapse immediately. His mind was very confused. He felt it was difficult to even string the two words together, and his body staggered back to the bar like automatic driving. His vision was good and bad. His back was leaning against a piece of the bar that had not yet been smashed, and he was still laughing softly and self-deprecatingly. It's strange, he thought half-consciously. What do I think? Left out in the cold, it's as if it should have been. I think I won. He slowly lost consciousness and hung his head weakly. Unbeknownst to him at the time, Randall's body was on the other side of the counter. Henry's mind was in chaos. His consciousness was good and bad, like the flame of a candle, flickering and dark. He didn't know how long he had been lying motionless. His body was almost completely stopped, and only the bare minimum of breathing remained. He closed his eyes. The sounds around him mixed with his own chaotic hallucinations, and he couldn't tell what was real and what was false. The carrion bird was barking. The wolf howling in the distance was still ringing. Randall's last voice of resistance seemed to still echo in the walls of the bar, and some chaotic images flashed through his mind. He was not asleep, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was no different from falling asleep, more like a trance, between wakefulness and unconsciousness. There was no order from this moment to the next. It was more like a cycle, and every second of repetition was different. The mind is full of meat and vegetables, as if drifting in the boundless sea, until, in this chaos, he finally found a little sober clue. He opened his eyes suddenly, exclaimed, and took a sharp breath, and the severe pain in his flank made him cough and collapse. His whole body was sore from head to toe, and his throat was as dry as sandpaper. Not to mention that he wanted to drink more water now. Although his vision was still a little blurry, it was probably scabbed at the corner of his eye when he closed his eyes and rested just now. Not that there was still an injury. He hoped so. After all, the blow to the back of the head was not light. He rubbed his eyes with his unbroken arm, and his vision quickly adapted to the dim environment. The sky outside was still dark, and the fog became thicker, just like when he was unconscious. Through the broken glass of the bar's wreckage, water seeped in, almost covering the floor, and the foggy puddles almost reached his stomach. It seems that nothing has changed during this period. The situation was obviously not much better, but at least his life was not in immediate danger, and he had a chance to recover temporarily and think about what to do. To be honest, this has always been his weakness. Even when life is good, if the plan fails at the beginning, he has no mind to plan again. So he didn't take the initiative to find shelter or supplies, but just followed the current state. He watched the fog drift down the street, unconsciously scratching his fingers in the water vapor at his feet, wondering what was going on. He was glad he was still alive, even if he was covered in injuries. It's just, he looked into the distance, looking at the surrounding ruins, with mixed feelings in his heart. It's really not easy to figure it all out, but sometimes, if you don't do anything and stay quietly for an hour, you can think clearly about how you should go. He slowly calmed down the messy emotions in his heart after the life and death struggle. No matter what was waiting for him outside, he had to be ready to face it. First of all, he had to not go crazy first. However, next time, he frowned and pondered whether he could suffer less such fatal injuries. Speaking of injuries, what am I doing now? I feel like I'm about the same as I guessed. He carefully lifted his injured arm above his head, and was surprised to find that there was a splint fixed on his arm, which had been covered by the fog on the ground, and he had not noticed it. Wait, what's going on? He didn't even feel something on his arm, which indicated that the nerve might have been injured. But this matter could be checked later, and now he was more concerned about who bandaged the wound for him. He curiously rolled up his trouser legs to check the place where he was pierced by sawdust, where there was also a bandage, and the muscles in the front and sides of his legs stopped bleeding. He poked it tentatively. It hurt a little, but it shouldn't have pressed the foreign object inside. Apparently someone pulled out the wooden thorns and wrapped them for him. Did Layla do it? Wait, where is Layla? Layla, his voice was hoarse and dry. He hadn't spoken for a long time, and he was dehydrated, so he cleared his throat and shouted again. His voice was a little better, but no one responded. He carefully stood up with one hand, and when his palm pressed against the cold floor, a piece of paper rubbed against his hand. He pinched the corner of the paper with his fingers, and when he looked down, it was a note written on scratch paper, handwritten. Henry, I'll go out for a while. Clear your mind. Don't worry, I'll be careful, and I'll find you when I come back. I'm glad you're alive. Sorry for the poor first aid. I've tried my best to follow the instructions. When I come back, we have to talk about my dad and give him a decent farewell. That's all. Layla's note was very short and clear, and he read it several times, worried about Layla's safety, and glad that she was okay and better than himself. He thought to himself, Layla is like this. No matter when, she always knows what to do. In fact, he originally wanted to go to Liverpool College, but it was all Layla's idea. Layla had planned to go from the beginning and follow in her mother's footsteps, although neither of them had magical talents. But that university could give her a way to live up to her parents' expectations. and it would also allow her to find her own direction without having to live in her mother's shadow all the time. Compared to Layla, his motives are not so noble. In the final analysis, he just wants to be by Layla's side. Even if he learns magic, he is just pretending. Only now, can these still be achieved? This question is simple but confusing, and he doesn't know the answer at all. Almost overnight, everything changed. Can you just pack up and leave this disaster behind? Where are they going? Where is he going after all? Even if Layla didn't leave, he was not accepted into Liverpool Academy and returned to square one. But he seemed to have been at square one. Alas, if you think about it like this, it's just a matter of thinking about it. At least, find some water to drink first. Despite his bogus protests, he slowly and carefully stood up and limped through the bar to the bathroom. I hope the ley line can still be used, and some fresh water can be summoned. In the alley behind the bar, there is an uncared dirt floor, unpaved tiles, at the corner of the three buildings, which used to be mainly used to pile garbage. Most of it was loose soil, mixed with a little weeds, and there were a few small pebbles scattered on the ground. Overall, it's quiet and remote, just a stone's throw from the bar. Randall would definitely like it here, which is why they decided to bury him here. Henry also wanted to help more, but unfortunately his arm was broken and there were other injuries, so he couldn't dig a shallow grave at all. So he could only hand over the work of shoveling soil and moving things to Layla, and then help fix the temporary tombstone after she was done. They used his old rifle as the main support for the tombstone, which had been scratched by the werewolf before and was no longer usable. Although it was simple, but it was enough. When the last shovel of dirt covered the body of the old bartender Randall, Layla dropped the shovel and knelt silently in front of the grave, her hands on her knees, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. A feeling of dust settled over both of them. Randall is really gone, and sometimes, this fact is always when you least expect it, and you really realize it. Henry also walked to Layla, looked at the shallow grave, grabbed a handful of loose soil, and slowly sprinkled it back between his fingers. There was no going back. And if he hadn't desperately tried to survive for the two of them, they would probably have been like Randall. He looked back at Layla. Her eyes were red, swollen badly. Her tears had long since dried, but the sadness was still on her face. He wanted to say something comforting, that everything would be fine, that Randall did not die in vain, and that he would say something that would make her feel better. But no matter how he said it, he felt that something was wrong. So he didn't say anything, just stayed with her quietly, guarded the grave, and did his best to send Randall on his last journey. After thinking for a long time, Layla finally spoke. I know it's unfair to think so. I probably still owe you a life. But Henry understood at once. But at the last moment, I blocked you from your father's side and didn't let you get close. Right. Do you hate me? No, I mean, Layla sighed helplessly. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm angry. My dad is dead. Everything is a mess. And Henry, what should I do now? After a long silence, Henry spoke. I wish I could give you an answer. The full moon hung above their heads, exactly the same as when it rose yesterday, and they checked Henry's mobile phone, as well as the unsmashed clock on the wall, and confirmed that a whole day had passed. 12 hours. And when the sun was supposed to come out, it was always dark. Only fog and moon remained, which undoubtedly indicated that the next days would probably be like this. Layla turned around, as if she had something to ask. Henry, I have something to tell you. Henry raised his eyebrows and motioned for her to continue. Now, we must take care of each other and live well until we can. I don't know. You can get out of here and find a safe place, no matter what it is. But once we get to a safe place, when you get hurt, she was a little nervous and didn't know how to say what she thought. I think we should go our separate ways. Henry's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Even if he was bitten by the werewolf, it didn't hurt so much. In fact, he also knew in his heart that he looked at Layla. His heart was full of guilt. He understood that she needed space, because he himself was wondering if he also needed a little space. Greenwich, London, winter 2004. Probably a few months later. This is Gentleman Pirate Radio, and I'm your only true friend on the streets of London. Rob Huxley. Friends who stay up late. The next song you want to hear is Next, of course. It's a metaphor. Next. Play 3 in the morning by Matchbox 20. After all, what better time is there for this song than the title itself? But before that, let me read the latest news about the wolf pack that I just got. In a dilapidated area of Greenwich, in a dimly lit apartment, The only radio signal that can be received penetrates the dead noise. The midnight breeze blew into the room. The curtains fluttered gently. The moonlight filtered through the dirty, broken windows, and the room was littered with broken furniture and clutter. But none of this was the worst thing at the moment. I mean, let's try to ask her this time what harm can it be two identical clones were arguing in the middle of the night, almost in the early hours of the morning. One of them is cleaning up the rubble, trying to find a way to throw the vampire's corpse out. The other was preparing for night duty, wiping his gun and making coffee, trying to alleviate the serious lack of sleep for both of them. Why, the other said meaningfully while wiping the barrel of the short-barreled revolver. You know, she's crazy, busy making sure that those scavengers can come back safely. Anyway, our lives can be used to take risks. She can't. So you mean, let's still come as planned. Another suicide charge. The equipment Cecil gave us last time has long been used up. Hey, what do you want me to do? He put down his gun and cleaning tools, danced his hands to defend, spread his hands, and put on a defensive look. We already knew that breaking into that bell tower was almost on our own. The angry clone said several important figures in the magical apocalypse in one breath. The police officer is fighting there alone, and no one knows who he is killing. Most of the people left in the palace are busy rescuing people from vampire slave camps. The rest of the Devil 12 either regarded us as a threat or were busy being small warlords, and they didn't bother to care about us at all. Not everyone is like that, the original Henry interjected. You know what I mean. Just as they were about to continue to quarrel, the mobile phone rang suddenly, accompanied by cheerful piano and electric bass, and both of them frowned. He chose this ringtone a long time ago, when he had just bought a cheap mobile phone. And now when he hears this song, he feels a little uncomfortable and quite uneasy. Henry said annoyedly, I really should have changed the ringtone. I shouldn't have chosen Warren Zevon. What he didn't know was that his clone thought the same thing. But he didn't say it. The clone sighed. It was very unhappy to be interrupted and quarreled, and took out his mobile phone from his bag, and the caller ID made his heart sink. It was the person he didn't want to pick up the most. Oh no, it's Cecil. I have to pick it up. Henry glanced at him sympathetically and continued to pack his things. The clone picked up the phone, and Henry could hear half of the conversation. Good morning, Colonel. Right. No, we didn't find my body. Unfortunately, the previous fierce fight smashed the TV screen. Glass slag was everywhere. Even the frame was crumpled like a soda can, and the video in the video recorder was completely destroyed. Henry carefully prevented more glass slag from falling, and suddenly moved the old-fashioned cathode ray tube TV to the windowsill, tilted it slightly, and threw it directly onto the street. The sound of broken glass and electronic devices came from below, which scared the crows on the roof, but it didn't really drive them away. But they screamed louder than usual. Listen, I've done my best. Okay, the clone on the phone. His voice was full of frustration. That guy has had more time to hide since the last time we tried. Damn it, we didn't even cut through the giant spider web outside it. We were surrounded. The glass slag creaked under his feet, and he wasn't sure if it was TV slag or the sound of bullets breaking through the window, so he could only remember it in his heart and walk carefully later. I know very well that if I don't take my body back, the curtain will not fall. Seriously, if I can regain my body by myself, I can't ask for it. Do you think I like to be trapped in a replica crystal and be a rootless soul? Few things remain unchanged for a long time after cloning, and one of them is his soul. His soul has been magically modified in order to have a substance. The other is the cost of this transformation, which is really bad. Just admit it. My third-rate magic. It is impossible to complete this no matter how immortal I am in theory. Just the four of us are not enough. Strangely, this clone did not appear for long before becoming particularly irritable, and normally, the clone's personality does not change so quickly. The voice on the other end of the phone became louder, but I couldn't hear what was being said. Oh, is it okay if you gave us some decent equipment last time? We wouldn't be stuck outside and couldn't get in. The clone took the brewed coffee from the stove, poured it into a cup, rummaged through the refrigerator again, found a box of leftover milk, took a sip, and found that it had long gone bad. He showed a look of disgust, held the phone between his ear and shoulder, tightened the lid of the milk carton, and threw it to the original Henry to dispose of. Henry threw the milk carton casually. Even if there was a stench afterwards, it didn't matter. The room was already filled with the smell of death. What do you mean when you say if you want bullets? Just ask the gentleman's club. Is it so difficult to get material support? The clone angrily kicked the vampire on the ground on the head, and in hindsight, he really shouldn't have done it. It turned out that the vampire was not dead yet, and he wanted to take the opportunity to suck blood. Oh my god, get it out of the way. The clone threw the phone on the ground. Hot coffee splattered, and he fumbled around on the counter to find the pistol he had just thrown there, and the crystal on his chest emitted a faint white light, activating the only little magic defense inside. Around the clone's ankles, a magic shield appeared, and the undead vampire tried to bite his ankle with its fangs, its jaw biting into the translucent shield, scratching the surface, trying to find a breakthrough with its fangs. Henry immediately put down his things and rushed over to help. The pressure on the shield was getting bigger and bigger, and he couldn't hold it anymore. White cracks appeared on the shield, like a spider web, and the black saliva of the vampire flowed out of the mouth, and the damage to the shield became more and more serious. It was still a step too late, and with the crisp sound of the crystal shattering, the vampire's fangs penetrated the shield and penetrated deep into the clone's ankles, and the sound of biting bones was disgusting. Henry watched as the clone's body slowly shriveled. His eyes rolled to the back of his head, and the blood in his body was sucked clean by the vampire. As soon as the vampire finished biting, the crystal on the clone's chest turned into a point of light, leaving behind a faint smell of ammonia, indicating that he was completely dead. Henry pounced on it with all his might, grabbed the enchanted revolver, closed the cartridge with one hand before the vampire could react, and blindly fired the remaining 4 bullets, all hitting the vampire's head. This kind of distance, speed is more important than accuracy. If it drags on for a long time, it will regenerate by sucking blood, and it will be troublesome at that time. The crows on the roof were frightened away by the gunshots, croaking and rushing into the misty night, and the fire at the muzzle was so bright that it could be seen from the outside. Henry didn't care what those pesky scavengers thought. His negligence almost killed himself too, and he could no longer take risks. Without any scruples, he slammed the vampire's head with his heel. Fool, stepped on it, and the bones shattered. Almost killed both of us. Stepped on it again. Just for a bullet. Keep stepping until the shoes trample the vampire's head to pieces. Like an overripe watermelon, the greasy black internal organs splash all over his shoes and trouser legs, and the black liquid pools on the floor. Henry's breathing slowly stabilized, and the adrenaline that had just fought back receded, leaving only exhaustion. Black blood seeped down from the 4 bullet holes in the floor and flowed into the room downstairs. He was annoyed and blamed himself, picked up his mobile phone on the ground, and sat on the only unbroken chair in the apartment, rubbing his temples while quickly dialing the number he was reluctant to give up. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. He began to be nervous, stomping his feet anxiously. Hurry up, hurry up. After a long time, the phone was finally connected, and the person on the other end of the phone sounded very angry. "Oh, that's good," said Colonel Morowitz sarcastically. "You have to call twice to finish your complaints." Henry heard his sharp voice and couldn't help but frown. "No, sorry, it's just..." He quickly glanced at the wreckage near the small kitchen. "Just now, I encountered some accident, and I had a conflict with the locals, and the last clone also died, and now 2 have died. Oh, I'm sorry. I won't cry for your loss. Yes, I don't know what's going on with him, but, Henry took a deep breath and carefully organized his words. "Listen, I'm sorry. We know each other. Right, the last time, the second witchcraft moment, the vampire attacked. I helped you and others buy time to escape. And then," he didn't continue, and he didn't know what he wanted to say. So he simply asked, "Are you sure there is really nothing that can help us try again? I think this time I might be able to do it." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and Henry thought the signal was broken, until Cecil's tired sigh came, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry, Henry. The first really don't have much to put into our little operation. At least not now. You'll have to figure it out yourself." Henry heard what he meant, and his face turned pale all of a sudden. "Nothing, not at all, not at all. I have to use the last bit of supplies to reinforce the defenses of Cavendish Manor, where there is a gap where a pack of ferocious wolves is said to have attacked." He couldn't say a word. His face was terribly gloomy, and reality was suppressed little by little. This time, You can only rely on yourself. Cecil's tone was firm. Although I also want to help you take revenge and clean up that 8-legged bastard prince. But you have to figure it out yourself. This matter, it's already out of my control. Henry nodded blankly. Although Cecil on the other end of the phone couldn't see it, and he didn't have to think about it, he knew that conventional ammunition was not enough for a long time. Although the current infrastructure can barely support the basic life of the survivors in London, as far as he knows, most of them are agriculture and light industry, and only a few factions have the ability and willingness to use the large industrial facilities left in the Shroud. One is Cecil and the other survivors, who are hiding under the banner of the landlord nobility. The other is the Gentleman's Club, and you have to be a little crazy to win the favor of those gang members. However, this kind of day has passed for a long time, and most people have gone crazy, which is probably why they have recruited more and more recently. Henry said goodbye to Cecil. Thank you for your help, Cecil, and, well, good luck. Good luck too. I think you need it more than me. He hung up the phone, put his phone aside, and sorted out his thoughts. He turned his palm over, the magic tattoo on his hand glowing slightly in the moonlight, and he gently touched the numbers with his fingers, staring at the mark that seemed to have existed a long time ago. In fact, it was less than a month. 0013. The last of the 12 devils to join. Why, it's me who has to carry so many things, he complained tiredly. After the song, he turned off the radio, moved tiredly, and finally scanned the apartment, locked the door, and closed the curtains. He finally disposed of the vampire's body as planned, throwing it downstairs on the street, where it landed in a puddle of sour milk with a squeaky sound. He suddenly thought of an idea, and with some effort, he threw the dead clone down, which happened to fall in the same puddle. He hopes that when he wakes up tomorrow, he can remind himself not to be so stupid anymore. And after today, he doubts that he will ever have a second chance. From now on, he must be in the best shape until the end. Everyone, please, this time, can we unite and solve the problem at hand the next morning? If that's what it is, because it's always midnight, a group of clones form an irregular circle in the living room. These 3 clones, summoned by him after cleaning the last piece of glass, surrounded by a temporary light talisman, found a place to sit and settle down. One leaned against the wall, one leaned next to the armchair where Henry was sitting, and the last one simply didn't get up, lying on the floor, just opposite Henry. What's going on? We don't lack time. Why are we suddenly in a hurry to die again? Because, Henry retorted, this may be our last chance, and the longer we wait, the more time London's #1 spider monster will have to prepare. Now, if you can bear with me, let me tell you about the plan. A clone raised his hand before he could finish speaking, and the number tattoo on his palm, exactly like Henry's, glowed in the moonlight outside the window, and the mark on the tattoo was still moving slightly, like a plant looking for sunlight. Henry sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. What's wrong with that? I'm sorry. But, on behalf of all of us, before getting into the details, can you guarantee that this plan will not kill us in a few hours? The other 2 lazy clones nodded one after another, and the one on the floor gave a thumbs up and held his head with the other hand. You are too demanding of me. No, the clone with the raised hand continued. If you don't need our help, why do you want us to die early? To be honest, the 3rd clone interjected, I can also understand your feelings in the original. If I were you, looking at us clones, I would live for 3 days at most. Or, no matter what happened to the previous clones, I will also arrange these things well. They all thought of what happened before, and they couldn't help but shudder. Putting this aside, you also think for us. The clone on the floor finally spoke. As soon as we come out, the best thing is to know that we will live for 3 days at most. Even if we get used to it, there will always be accidents. Right? For example, when encountering a wandering werewolf, Cavendish's serfs suddenly go crazy, or don't fight the vampire well, in the blink of an eye. We may only live for 1 day. Personally, I want to have a good rest before I die. Oh, you haven't rested enough. I haven't opened my eyes since I lay down. This is the most soundly sleep I've had in months. Let me tell you, you didn't exist yesterday. Enough, pleaded Henry. All right, with the least casualties, it should be. Yes. Can we continue now? Then we have the final say. Yes. Yes, I promise. Don't talk about those useless things anymore. Okay, because of that, you will pay attention to us. Henry disagreed at all. We digress. He changed his strategy, unzipped his backpack, and took out a worn-out travel map from the tourist booth he had snatched before. Heng used various pens and ink to scribble on the edge of the map and on the printed road. He raised the light talisman and put the map below, and took a cheap pen as a baton. Yes, let's solve one problem at a time. Solve our lives, the last one who survives. The others must die, Henry added. And that's it first. Go on. He pointed to a place near the city center marked with a minimalist clock tower icon. Last time the three of us went in together, I stayed in Greenwich to replenish supplies. Long story short, both sides messed up. After hearing this bad news that everyone had known for a long time, they all began to complain. But the good news is that it was right to separate because the other three were dead. And he pointed to another place by the Thames. That's it. When the replica dies, even if the remaining people don't see it with their own eyes, the fragments of death will flash in their minds. This is the strange problem of the crystal. Henry has not fully understood it. This also has pros and cons. Sometimes it will distract him. He doesn't notice the fatal danger. But every time he wants to sneak into the city of London, this ability is useless. That monster is a madman, even before it became a spider monster. Unfortunately, for the time being, Henry continued, we have to think of the worst as possible. The web has expanded at least this much in all directions. He opened the red pen, drew a circle around Big Ben, and marked it as Forbidden Area, which was much larger than before, almost to the British Museum. Fortunately, he hasn't crossed the river yet, otherwise we would have died long ago. I'm going, one clone scolded, which directly cut off the road to Notting Hill, Kensington and East Hammersmith. And now go over there, either by taking a long detour across the river from the north, or by squeezing between the ferry and the Shroud in the south. This place is too difficult for the palace ruins to leave, a lazy replica added. But in the short term, the defense has improved, and the wolves do not dare to approach the Mad Prince and his cobweb fortress. Hopefully we can get this done before the madman threatens them. But Henry exhaled softly and pursed his lips. This time the defense line has been expanded again, and all our previous plans to act secretly have been scrapped. So the best way is to either find a way to distract him and rush from somewhere else, or give up sneaking around and go straight to the front. But to be honest, in St. London, no one will choose either way except us. Then let's leave him alone and deal with a small problem first. The replica sitting next to the chair leaned in front of the map, rubbing his chin and pondering. We haven't cleaned up the bastards in the city who bullied the knights of the land and the people we helped for a long time. Right, by the way, save some favors. Henry shook his head. No matter what you choose, in the end there is no problem you can't avoid. We only have a combat knife and a gun without bullets now. At least the knife can be copied with us. One of the replicants present thought. Can you imagine how miserable it would be if even the knife had to be used in a hurry? Everyone nodded in agreement. But I know what you mean, he added. And the next question, who are we going to get for supplies? Cecil has long said that the remnants are running out. Henry posted a post-it note with a big X written on it at the location of Kensington Camp. You must not look for them. Maybe they will have to ask us for supplies, or let us be an intermediary to ask for assistance from the landed nobles. Then let's go directly to the nobles. Although I like William and am happy that he was promoted to Knight Commander after Elias' death, I really don't want to go to Hackney unless it is a last resort. The streets are full of Cavendish's anti-vampire propaganda, and maybe I will be forcibly recruited into the militia to attack the slave camp. Oh please, said the replica on the ground. We all know that it's not because of this that you don't hide at all. Hey, said another replicant seriously. In order to keep our promises, there is nothing wrong with doing things. We want to sort out our own affairs first, and we are here. And Layla can handle the nobleman's set and take care of herself. Then let's take the nobles as an alternative first. Henry agreed. We still have a few options. Give me some time. I'll read them one by one. He rummaged through his satchel, took out a pocket notebook, flipped through a few pages casually, found the list of factions that split after 2 sorcery moments, and read from the beginning. Subway Wizardham. Although they want to restore contact with the City of London, they are too self-reliant to help us with what we want. Not to mention, they're all a little crazy. Indeed, what about Omocon Demon 6? He certainly doesn't have a shortage of weapons there. But you want to get it from him or his warband. Good luck. Remember the last time you saw him, he wants to treat us as realistic training dummies in an infinite loop. Okay, that's also pass. Henry skipped several and crossed them out. Let me think about it. The police officer hasn't shown up yet. The death boy and the dryad can't help even if it's a good day. and the reformist vampires are busy with a civil war across the race. He silently crossed out the rest, and finally saw the bottom of the list, and sighed helplessly. I should have thought that from the beginning. The Gentleman's Club was the best choice, but if you want to find them, you have to face. Everyone wailed in unison. Guillaume. After a moment of silence, they were all frightened to deal with the biggest villain under the shroud. Guillaume Dufresne. This person has no bottom line, unscrupulous means, and is a thief and rational. It is not difficult to get help from him, but he will definitely tie a bunch of conditions. Although I don't want to admit it, said the replica on the ground. I can't think of anyone else who is both equipped and willing to help at the price. Are we sure we want to find him? Not the nobles, hey. If you want to go to war with high explosive shells and long sticks, just ask the nobles for help. Got it. Are you punting? Now it is. Okay. Henry interrupted quickly, so as not to stray from the ground. He clasped his hands together and tried to pretend to be intimidating. Even if we just go to his hideout in Stratford, it will not be easy. If we want to get the equipment, we will have to do all the little tricks to get 10 blocks away from that place alive. And we will have to sneak across the river and bypass the wolves and vampires that roam everywhere. He stared at the eyes of each replica, emphasizing that this matter was very important. The previous two cooperation went smoothly, and the lazy replica was poked, and finally stopped in a daze. Guillaume is not a vegetarian either. You all know that being able to enter the 12 devils, none of them are accidental. Whoever finds him first must, at any time to deal with his favorite psychological tricks. The others nodded solemnly, and Henry ended his impromptu speech. This has to be disciplined, cunning enough, cooperative in place, and most importantly, a little luck. So, what is our plan? 3 hours later. London, Stratford. Hey, bastard! Henry punched the patrol sentry in the face, knocked the strong man down on the concrete floor, turned around and ran away. The sentry's partner followed closely behind, almost tripped over, and reacted and shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Hey, there are intruders here, hurry up and come over." Henry ignored the voice on the walkie-talkie and rushed towards the office building of the Gentleman's Club's hideout. In his memory, the nearby buildings were about the same, but as long as there were guards shouting for support, it meant that he was not far from the target. In the distance, several groups of people wielding improvised weapons rushed over to stop him, and Henry thought to himself, this is interesting. There was mist on the edge of the street. Henry rushed in. A row of strong men in front of him stood between him and the hideout. He ran wildly along the middle of the street. Today's London streets. There are no abandoned vehicles. Most of them have been dismantled for metal and magic parts, either taken by the Gentleman's Club to repair the convoy, or rushed by other human groups. As they approached, the defenders clutched their weapons, including handmade steel rods, broadswords, and spelled-out devices that could turn appliance-grade crystals into lethal weapons, and they dispersed to surround Henry. Henry didn't stop at all, and continued to charge, and the two sides were less than 10 meters, 8 meters, and 5 meters, and the defenders' weapons began to enchant and glow, and one of the people's flails was still burning with cherry-red fire. With the engine roaring in the distance and the white lights illuminating the entrance to the parking lot, Henry was stunned for a moment, not expecting them to be willing to burn aluminum gasoline to chase him. With only 1 meter left, a defender moved slightly to the left. Henry seized the opportunity, flashed sideways, pushed away the crowd, and forcibly rushed over with his arms to protect his face. The reaction shield on his body flashed, blocking attacks from all directions. The shield shook but did not break. He took the opportunity to squeeze out the crowd with his elbow, turned around and got into the back alley. The sound of the engine behind him was getting closer and closer, and the flame chain whip was split, and it was also bounced off by the shield. But the shirt was still lit by the sparks. Henry screamed in pain, and quickly slapped it out. He ran desperately around the trash cans and rubble, and the riders behind him got out of the car and chased after him. Turning a few more turns, Henry saw a barbed wire fence, climbed up and jumped over. The pursuers were already very close, and the fence could buy a little time. After a few more turns, he saw a replica waiting around the corner. The two high-fived. Henry hid and gasped, and the replica poked his head out with a smile. Do you think any of them have run a marathon I didn't ask," Henry teased, panting. "Why don't you go over and ask pull it down? They're coming. You hurry up and hide." Henry pushed open a metal door and slipped in, lying in the dark, listening to the screams and footsteps outside and walking away, waiting for a minute before daring to come out. He walked into the alley and found the drain pipe he had seen in advance, intending to climb to the roof, while the 3 replicants were taking turns harassing the pursuers to help him delay time. But just as he was about to climb the drain pipe, a metal tearing sound came from overhead, and he looked up. His back was chilled with fright, and there was a humanoid figure squatting on the roof of the office building, with a pair of wings taller than him behind him. It was Woolidge's harpy. The figure leaped and swooped, like a comet. The only mechanical eye stared at him. Henry didn't have time to think too much. He could only jump to the ground, roll and buffer. The reaction shield shattered. He fell enough to choke but didn't break a bone. Harpy fell in front of him, standing up straight with a mechanical humming. Half human, half machine, wearing a worn-out green shawl, and the right leg of the whole machine had 0004 printed on it. And he was an old member of the Devil 12. Its voice came through the gas mask, with a trill "Oh, so it's you, Mr. Thompson." Causing trouble everywhere in London again. Henry coughed a few times and inhaled a lot of dust. "Hey, shall see, long time no see." Harpy completely ignored the greetings. "The purpose of your visit is to either leave, or if you provoke again, you will do it." "Oh my God, I didn't even say hello, okay?" Henry pretended to think. "Why don't we continue the last fight, and I'll go see Guillaume after the fight?" Harpy immediately took a fighting stance, spreading his wings and reflecting the steel-bladed feathers. "Once I start, I will eliminate all your clones. There will be no third time." "Oh, is it?" Henry grinned, pulled out his knife and empty revolver. "Good luck. Are you ready?" "Ready." Just as the two were about to do it, the concrete under their feet suddenly fluctuated like water, and their knees sank in, and then the stone slab solidified, trapping them. "What the hell?" the two shouted at the same time. "Done, I caught that guy." A villain ran out of the side alley with a switch tied to the crystal, shouting excitedly, and reporting to the walkie-talkie, not noticing that he had also trapped Harpy. "I just said the trap works. Come and see." He looked up at Harpy's glare, and instantly panicked. What the hell did I do?" On the other side, in another alley in Stratford, Henry's clones were watching the pursuers fall into chaos, accusing each other. "Damn, you actually let that skinny boy run out from under your noses. We almost caught him. Blame us. You rushed first. If it goes according to plan, we won't be separated." The replicas hid in the darkness on the 2nd floor, watching the quarrel escalate below, and heard another howl, and the pursuers immediately quieted down and timidly walked towards the headquarters. When the surroundings were completely quiet and the replicas gathered together, one said, "Do you think he succeeded?" "It's hard to say. At least he's not dead yet. We can move on to the second step. However, things certainly won't be smooth sailing." "Will they? Am as confused as you. We've done our duty. We can only wait for news from his side before preparing for the next thing." "Okay, let's start preparing. There will always be an answer tonight." On the other side, Henry squinted at the harsh light bulb, his hands tied to a steel chair, in a windowless concrete room, supposed to be a basement or parking lot, and Harpy stared at him in the corner. Henry broke the silence. "I'm still a little dizzy. Remind me again. Why didn't you kill me directly this time?" Harpy ignored him, and Henry muttered again, "Oh my God, since the last time, he has tossed you enough." Right still didn't respond. Henry felt angry and guilty, and could only talk to himself. After a while, Guillaume walked in, still in the same cheap suit, cheap cologne, bald and with a goatee, and in his hand the villain Halsey, who had set the trap before. Guillaume glanced at Henry and sneered, "I'll clean you up later," then turned to Halsey. "Congratulations, sir, for catching this scoundrel who got me into trouble." My name is Halsey, sir, and it's an honor to receive your praise. But you're certainly busy." Halsey was so nervous that Guillaume interrupted him with his hand raised. 0008 printed on his knuckles. "Quiet. There is still something for you to deal with. You should have guessed that you and my right-hand man had a little misunderstanding, and as the chairman, I have to mediate." He took out a fake leather box and handed it to Halsey, who opened it and slid out a paring knife. Guillaume whispered, "In the end, it's a small mistake. I believe you can pay off your debt by breaking half of your little finger." Right? Halsey's face was pale. Cold sweat flowed. His hand holding the knife kept shaking. The blade pressed against his knuckles, oozing a little blood. I can't do it, sir. Guillaume snorted helplessly, then it settled. His wrist twisted slightly, and Halsey suddenly froze, involuntarily pressing the knife against his neck. Guillaume said indifferently, a subordinate like you, who has no spirit of sacrifice, lacks potential. I can't tolerate it here, and I will never be a gentleman. Halsey's knife slashed across his neck. Blood gushed out, and his body collapsed to the ground. Guillaume turned to Henry, his eyes cold. Tell me, why did you run to my door and fight with my people? Henry suppressed the disgust in his heart and pretended to be calm. I'll negotiate a deal. Guillaume, please do me a favor. From one devil to another. Guillaume raised his eyebrows. Help? You're going to duel with my right hand? Just for a favor? Henry shrugged. Doesn't this draw your attention? Guillaume stared at him coldly, and Henry knew that he only had 10 seconds to convince him, so he quickly said, I didn't ask for too much. I just wanted to order new replacement equipment. For what? Guillaume retorted. To lose everything in your doomed operation in central London. Don't think I didn't notice your blind expeditions. Oh, those are really destined to lose. It took me a long time to figure it out. This point, we can come to a consensus. He didn't even win a game. It's just a waste of effort. But I'm not at the point where I can die casually. There was another silence, and after a few seconds, Guillaume waved his hand impatiently for him to continue. Henry took a deep breath and said what he had thought about for a long time. I want to regain my footing now, get the supplies I need, and I'll help you and your people do something non-troublesome as a reward. And then, well, pretend we've never seen each other. Just make a deal. Guillaume's brows furrowed even tighter, and he didn't believe it at all. If you hadn't hid behind that annoying exotic crystal, I really wanted you to taste the taste of being choked by your own intestines. And you would dare to mention such an insulting deal to me? Yes, you're a mind-manipulating bastard. Henry mocked. Yes, I really don't like what you did to Shaoxi. Mind control. Woolage's harpy is both difficult and fulfilling. If God opened his eyes, you should have ended up like this a few months ago. Guillaume nodded slightly, and Harpy immediately walked menacingly towards Henry from the corner. I'm afraid it's enough to shut up for now. Goodbye. Wait. Henry quickly interrupted, regretting that he had just stubbornly spoken. Before you kill me, there is one last thing that may change your mind. Don't worry, you've had enough time to talk nonsense. Guillaume's voice was full of anger. Killing you now will also keep your clone away from my people and territory in the future. Then, that will definitely be if Henry could do it. He would definitely nod desperately, and now he could only move in his chair. Who wouldn't know the consequences of this decision? Guillaume narrowed his eyes. Harpy stopped suddenly, and the old man raised his hand to stop him. I should have known that you must have hidden something else when we met this time. He was angry with himself now, not Henry. The first actually forgot. Sometimes you don't just do things recklessly. He pulled over a spare chair, sat down at the card table, supported the table with his elbows, clasped his hands, and glared coldly at Henry now. I'm curious. What contingency plan do you have left, Wolf? Your reformist vampire friends, or is there a conflict with the Knight of the Land again? On the surface, this old man is one of the weakest of the 12 devils, and Henry is similar, and his strength is at most equivalent to 4 adults. But if you really want to fight wits, you have to rely on poor information. Know what the opponent doesn't know. Even if you can't win, you won't lose. To be honest, Henry is not a winner either, but he knows how to get the other person interested. Henry smiled proudly. All the previous nervousness was gone, just waiting to see the Frenchman's reaction. Worse. There is a narcissistic dryad who especially wants to know where her husband has been working during this time. In an instant, Guillaume pounced on him, grabbed Henry's collar, and pulled him with a force far beyond his age. You are bluffing, he roared angrily, saliva dripping on Henry's face, and Henry frowned, but smiled even more proudly. Why should I bluff you? This is an opportunity to make you downgrade. Henry smiled like a wolf, looking at Guillaume's face becoming more and more ugly. As long as one of my clones hits a specific number, report it anonymously. Shut up. Celine misses you very much. You know, even if she has recently a bit of a quirk, but the phone is always with you. She wants you to give her a call one day. She said, be quiet. You said that if she knew that you erased your current position from her mind, how would she react? Shut up, give me some quietness. You. Guillaume pushed Henry back to his seat, and in his native dialect, he crackled like a runaway train. although it was quite embarrassing just now. This scene is actually wonderful. If he had known that the blackmail could force the bastard like this, even if it was completely messed up, he would be willing to watch this play. What a mess. This is the same as his usual calm appearance, like a second skin growing on his body. It is like two people, and the regression is too obvious. Henry also knows that feelings can be quite complicated sometimes, but it's not the same thing at all. Even Four seemed a little surprised. In any case, its mask, made of rags, glass and metal, looked expressionless at any time. But the fingers of its left hand moved slightly, and the center of gravity of its body shifted a little towards Guillaume. And it was an instant. Then the gang boss controlled his temper, and the two returned to their previous well-behaved and parade-like posture. Guillaume was about to throw the table to the other end of the room, but finally managed to control himself. He clutched the fragile table, his fists clenched tightly, his nails deeply embedded in his palms, and his arms trembling continuously. He was about to say the last words about that. Can you really say that about your ex-girlfriend? Henry tried to annoy him, but it was useless. Please, Guillaume retorted in a malicious tone. No matter what she says, there has never been anything between the two of us, neither overtly nor secretly. She's like a clingy puppy. Wherever I go, she follows me, and she keeps begging me to pay attention to her. It's annoying. He clenched his fists and smashed them on the table, took 3 deep breaths to stabilize himself, and then continued. If I had known that erasing her memory would turn her into a demon, I should have let her die directly, and it would be over. A thin drop of blood dripped from Guillaume's palm. He glared at Henry viciously again, and then, finally, walked to the negotiating table, pretending to have been waiting for this outcome from the beginning. Tell me, what is the price of your silence? Henry showed a faint smile. He knew that if he said more, he would cross the line, and he would only drive himself to a dead end. First, he said, I want a car. If it can be bigger, it is better to pick up a truck or a cargo truck. I also need enough guns, bullets, armor, and those mage technologies that can be assembled at hand, which must be 12 times my full armament. So you're still daydreaming of being a one-man army? Yes, no. But it doesn't matter. I'm not done yet. I also want the exact location of all the exotic artifacts in your organization and a list of their abilities. Guillaume's face sank all of a sudden. Sir, your negotiation conditions are too harsh. Hey, daring to gamble is the reason why I have survived until now. Although it sounds a bit counterintuitive. Other than that, all that's left is some basic things. Food, medical supplies, the same as before. Just enough to last a few weeks, not more. What, that's it? Do you think these requirements are cheap? It's not cheap, unless you want to. I don't want to. I know. Guillaume took a deep breath, pinched the bridge of his nose, and calculated the cost of the business. This time, Henry patiently waited for his response. He didn't want to kick the golden goose away when it was laying eggs. I can offer most of the things, but there are conditions. Henry nodded. Of course. The first rule of bargaining is never accept the first offer. The second one is similar. That is, start with an outrageous price. Everyone who can live to this day knows how to barter. So the direction of this negotiation is not too much for both of them. This is just doing business. Our magic technology is not sold, so it's settled. Guillaume didn't give an inch on the bottom line. However, we have. It can be regarded as a locally cultivated crystallized field magic, which can be used as a substitute for you. You mean, from your mage sweatshop with mind control? It's vulgar, but that's pretty much what it means. Okay, he made a note in his heart. And he would use at least 1 fire domain crystal to burn down the entire building later. It is ranked behind kill those bastards who made this sweatshop. In terms of materials, I can satisfy you for most of them. You will get it, no strings attached. However, Guillaume raised 3 fingers. I have several conditions to be willing to hand over such valuable information. I listened. Henry tensed his body and tried to move forward. If the club didn't have any particularly important additional conditions, it wouldn't have signed such an agreement with him. Generally speaking, it is best to listen carefully when listening to it for the first time. But now, no one will take the excuse of I forgot or I didn't hear that part clearly. The gang leader stretched out his index finger and gestured to begin. You have to go and get back an artifact that I am particularly interested in on our behalf. And we will give you anything. We will give you detailed information if needed. Help you grab the best. I see how it works. Very good. The second. He raised another finger. You must stay here and accept our supervision until the time and place of the mission are set. And you must keep in touch during the expedition. My men, Mr. Carter, should be able to control you." Right, hearing this, Habby immediately objected. "Master, I must solemnly say." "Quiet." Guillaume's voice had his unique coercion, commanding the subordinate he controlled. Harpy shook his head suddenly, collapsed in place, and all his strength was forcibly withdrawn. "Sorry, it seems that I usually put the reins too loose." Henry frowned. Although he always complained that he was a soul materialization and was tied to a domain crystal that he hardly understood, he had a reason, even if he gave nothing for nothing immune to mind control. This was a great blessing, although it depended on the situation. Maybe one day he won't be able to use it. But if he doesn't have this ability, he can only pray that Guillaume won't cross the line this time and take care of his affairs himself, like others who are not so lucky. Finally, I suggest you listen carefully now. Guillaume leaned over the table, so close that Henry could see the bloodshot veins in his eyes. "If, by any standard, I don't get what I want." He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered the last words in Henry's ear. Just these few words made Henry's face turn white instantly. "I will personally ensure that your girl dies as a permanent attendant in my collection." Henry felt his blood freeze. With just a few words, the advantage in the negotiations completely fell to Guillaume's side. Obviously, Henry is not the only one who is collecting other people's black material. Henry's handcuffs hit lightly, and he was forced out of the interrogation room. Guillaume didn't want to say another word to him. He just wanted to quickly get him away from his eyes. So he handed over the task of sending him to the new room to the only person he could fully trust. He swore that Harpy must have enjoyed the opportunity to bully him, being stumbled by the bump. Henry cast a meaningful look at the new guard. "Hey, can you be lighter?" "No." Harpy's answer was short and indifferent. "To be honest, what right does he have to complain?" He originally estimated that the probability of reaching an agreement was only 5-5, not counting the steps he had to take along the way. Come to think of it, he was almost one of the most dangerous people in St. London. Saying that he could get through it easily, which was like saying that today was a bit foggy. Pure self-deception. I'm really getting more and more reckless. Right, this matter will definitely bite him back in the future. But now, the only thing he can do is sit and pretend to be obedient. Anyone who knows him knows something is wrong at a glance. But, alas, sometimes making enemies is as good as making friends. In any case, it's time to play your part. Before the club could arrange the search for the artifact, he would have to be locked in this room with his new butler and roommate Harpy. This seems to make Harpy quite upset. In this way, Henry was taken through the basement of the headquarters and was also shook in the face by the second most terrible man in Stratford. Judging by the reactions of the workers who occasionally walk around here, he can imagine how many times he would have died if things had been a little different. They obviously didn't intend to hide their movements. Harvey walked along the main road of the underground passage, pushing Henry forward, feeling that he was walking too slowly. Wherever Harpy went, the people around him automatically gave up a small clearing, and those on the side either put down their work, hid in a corner where no one could see, or stared in horror at the legendary Woolwich demon, which until recently was their greatest scourge. Henry couldn't stare at any of them for long. Every time I looked over, Halsey's face overlapped with the crowd, and those scars. Strangely, Henry sometimes thought that if things were different, he might join them. If he is bullied by the leader of the club, how long can he last? Ever since the Shroud came and cut them off from the outside world, fear has become the only motivation for all groups of survivors. Those who rushed into the opaque fog wall to hide from the wolves were said to have died in a place where no one could see them, screaming before they died. Those who remain fight for a little leftover material to protect themselves and their families. Fear led many people to join the Gentlemen's Club. At that time, it was just a loose collection of various gangs and survivor groups. But over time, the hierarchical order slowly established. Some climb high and can rule a small part of this world with an iron fist. Most people are just stepped on under their feet. Fear keeps you in. Fear keeps you here. It makes you follow the simplest rules of this organization. Either you are strong enough to maintain order, either you desperately try to keep order for those who are stronger. In his opinion, this is a cruel survival maxim. He was pondering their situation when the two of them walked to the elevator leading from the basement to the middle floor. As soon as the original people in the elevator saw Harpy, they immediately rushed out, and Harpy made a sound of metal rubbing and spread the steel wings on his back. Henry walked into the elevator first, and another demon bent over and followed. When the elevator door hissed closed, the button that allowed me to go to the highest floor flashed. Neither of them moved. It's interesting. This little trick is quite interesting. Henry opened his mouth and poked his captor. The low music in the elevator was the same as the silence, and did not give him much comfort. It's field technology, right? After all, there are not many ways to access enchantments remotely. Yes. Harpy's answer was still short. Henry sensed that he had the opportunity to have a few words, so he continued, and whistled in a low voice. Full of admiration, it is rare for people to be able to take care of two fields at the same time. Not to mention, you seem to be better at wielding both abilities than the mages I've seen who focus solely on the magic at hand. Are you flattering me? No. How I already have. Girlfriend. This question made him a little embarrassed, and he panicked when he heard it. His awkward response didn't make the atmosphere much better. Forget it. Harpy finally gave up. The elevator climbed a few more floors, and Henry fidgeted and tried to speak again. Hey, say something. Harpy tilted his head, a little confused about the sudden change in the topic. Now that we're going to search for artifacts together for the second time, and now we're going to do things together, he babbled, completely different from the intrigue look he had in front of Guillaume. He took a deep breath, plucked up the courage, and went straight to the topic. I'm sorry for that last time. Harpy's only milky green lens stared straight at him, motionless. Its respirator filter hummed, and Harpy pondered his words. If you are begging me for forgiveness, it said at last, you should not think of forgiveness as long as I tie you tighter than you. Henry pursed his lips. I know, he replied, but I think you'll want to hear that. The elevator clanged, and the two lined up to walk to their first destination. From the outside, this entire floor is a mixture of dedicated security stations and defense strongholds. The doorway out of the elevator was covered with cover, and the path was narrow and stretched to a point in the center of the room. Over there, he vaguely saw the second elevator, similar, guarded by two fierce-looking guards. It seemed that this building was tall enough to be divided into two small elevator shafts. He thought to himself, I think I read somewhere that this is a way to prevent high-rise buildings from collapsing. Truth be told, concrete reinforced with earth magic has helped a lot in increasing the strength of buildings. And now it's ridiculously cheap. Even so, magic is not a reason to give up this ordinary method of saving material costs. As another unpredictable result of magic, skyscrapers are slowly building higher places, at least until the first witchcraft hour brought all construction work to a halt overnight. In any case, the results of these architectural advances can be seen at a glance from the view of the city outside the window. It's strange that the moon can provide so much light to the city without the sun. Although it is far from being as good as a sunny afternoon, overall, it is barely enough. However, this may also be because it looks closer than usual. Is this really the moon? It did look exactly the same. The face he had always remembered, emitting a pale green light, as usual, but it can stay in the same place for months. Looks 2 or 3 times larger than normal. If this is really the moon, it means that the world outside the shroud must be in a bad situation. He really hoped it was just another strange magic at work. The mist rolled over the roofs and burrowed into the gaps left by the road. Occasionally, a glimmer of light shines through the window, briefly penetrating the darkness, but quickly extinguishes again. In the distance, in the direction of the old bell tower, white cobweb-like things covered the entire city center, clearly declaring the sovereignty of some madman. One day, he will do you like this scenery. Harpy pulled him back to reality from his silent admiration of the city skyline. Startling him, Harpy leaned into his ear and crossed his shoulder, uncomfortably close. Sorry, it continued, but the place we're going to is much better than here. The meaning is obvious. They still have somewhere to go. There's no need to delay any longer. Wait, is this a modest show-off? He squinted at Harvey, who still had no expression on his face. To be honest, I don't even know if it's intentional, but maybe that means that beneath those metals and mind controls, there is a real human being. They passed through security, and Harpy's reputation had already reached the front. giving them the green light probably anywhere in the building. Henry couldn't do without it anywhere, and naturally he couldn't use this passage to hurt Guillaume's little gang. Before they knew it, they had walked into the second elevator and were heading to the top floor. For some reason, this time it feels slower than the last time. It didn't take long for him to gather the courage and ask a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Hey, before going back, how did you choose before that which club members want to attack and which don't? Harpy was silent for a moment, making Henry think he had been ignored in the first place. Just as he was about to give up the topic, he received an unexpected answer. Weapons. The people I fought always carried weapons. Like Predator, Henry was completely stunned by this answer. Your code of conduct is based on an action movie. This metaphor is too superficial. The harpy roared. Superficiality doesn't mean it's wrong, he retorted. Its respirator made a sound like a sigh. Remind me again. Who is more likely to be hit by a blunt object? Werewolves, vampires, or people like you? Henry frowned. He had experienced so many clones, and he knew the answer to this question very clearly. Understood. But what in my personal experience, with a sharp wrought iron, coupled with enough concentration, what you can do is really surprising. Really? There was a hint of curiosity in the synthesized voice of his demonic companion. Then how many clones did you use to come to this conclusion? Henry just smiled self-deprecatingly. If only it knew the truth. The rest of the journey, the two of them were silent. Finally, they arrived at their destination, where he was imprisoned for the rest of the year. If you guess, this should have been the CEO's office before. The room itself is spacious, with high ceilings and a large glass window on the far wall. At this moment, the curtains were drawn, and a worth mentioning non-fluorescent lamp hung from the ceiling. However, the furniture throughout the room is particularly rudimentary. A single bed, a desk with a portable radio, and a door he guessed was a toilet. The room is mostly empty. I know it's also an office building, but isn't this a penthouse or something? Why didn't Guillaume keep this room to himself? It's too conspicuous. It's not in line with his heart, the harpy replied, adjusting her posture and spreading her wings. He's not the kind of person who likes to be seen. Henry snorted and agreed with this reasonable statement. What about you? When he took the initiative to bring it up, I was happy to help him take over. He gave you a choice. It was one of his few concessions. It had nostalgia in its tone. Strictly speaking, this is for me to use as bait, in case we are surprised by something faster than we can react. I can withstand it. But for me, it pulled back the curtains and revealed a view of the city he had never seen before. From here, he could vaguely see the edge of the shroud on the other side of the river in Greenwich. For me, it's a place to escape, even if it's only temporary. It turned around, looked into the distance, and walked over to him and stood side by side. I know this is essentially a gilded cage, but even so, Henry followed its gaze, which was looking in the direction of Woolwich. This scenery reminds me of those days when I was free to pursue my ideas. He nodded in agreement. The two of them quietly looked at the streets below, enjoying this moment of tranquility above this crazy world. You're right, Henry finally compromised. What? The scenery here is really amazing. Hobby didn't know how to respond for a while. Thank you. He didn't expect such a moment with his captors, but it was. However, he always felt that something was missing. Henry stared at the radio in the corner. There was a thin layer of dust on the radio, indicating that no one had touched it for a long time. He felt that now was a good time. After a few hisses of static, the only surviving radio station in St. London began to play programs, creating a special atmosphere as they looked down over the city streets below. Dear Pirate Airwave listeners, live broadcast. The host has a voice as good as he looks. I'm Rob Huxley, or him the same. In a few minutes, it's the latest Wolf Pack report. But before that, let's listen to a song about one of the few things I don't miss about the old world. Sunburn is for everyone. He's not sure how Rob did it, but between the naked club propaganda and the horror reports of monster movements he casually broadcasts, he always finds the right song. Probably he was just a survivor, doing his best to help in a limited way. Henry was sure that this radio host was just an ordinary person who had found his own little world in this magical wasteland. Well, in this case, he did seize this opportunity in order to survive. A guitar intro full of emotions just fits his mood, and it's not bad. Henry is immersed in the present, hanging between the present and everything to come. Stratford, London, the next day. Hey, can you hand me the artifact? Be quiet, I think I saw something. Henry's two clones crouched on the rooftops around the main base of the Gentlemen's Club, keeping a close eye on the movement of the surrounding streets. One of them was sticking his head out of the corner of an industrial vent, holding a small lens-like stone in front of his eyes. He frowned, bit the inside of his mouth, and his piercing gaze swept over a group of gang members who were unloading an oversized van on the parking lot floor next door. The other was bored to death and kept staring behind them to make sure they weren't attacked. At this moment, there was a dead silence around, and he had nothing else to distract himself except for nagging his companions for the next few hours until he was rested. He couldn't wait to go downstairs and enjoy those 8 hours of training. Like the other two clones, he was still affected by the lack of sleep in the previous days. Wait, the observing clone suddenly said. One of them dropped the box on the ground and spilled a pile. What is that? Is it scrap iron? Sounds completely empty. Please. That's it. How long have you been staring at this group of people? Half an hour. Only now did I realize that they were actually a scavenging team. The two of them scolded in a low voice at the same time. In the first few hours of their rotation, a lot of new information was discovered, and everyone quickly got used to the feeling that hard work paid off. It's a pity that observing and waiting for things to happen is inherently capricious, as can be seen from the bottleneck period they are now in. It's not that the information collected before is not important. They have confirmed that the club is within a block of about 1 block and can monitor all movements perfectly. While it was frustrating to know that infiltrating was simply impossible for them, it was better to know than to find out when it was worse. Another obvious finding they made was that a large number of delivery vehicles were coming in and out of their motor garages in the past day. Almost all cars are transporting people. Some were chained, but more than half of them were equipped, like those in other gentlemen's clubs. This sudden activity made them all hold their breath, at least until the trucks start unloading rail garbage again. What are they preparing? The clone in charge of observation said that he was obviously also thinking about the previous transports. Well, isn't this obvious? But what are you preparing for? They have no reason to gather so many people. War is not their style, and the neighborhood is too quiet to launch a monster hunt. Look at it with the elimination method. They seem to have found something. Probably. Almost. The observing clone went around the corner and handed the stone to his companion. I'll go get closer and take a look. You and the other are waiting here, just in case. Good luck. Although it may seem a bit reckless to separate in a low-visibility environment, most of the disadvantages for their 3 clones are offset by their shared abilities. First, they knew the region quite well, at least until they were created. They took the trouble to write down the original meeting place and communicate without speaking. Although there are not many hiding spots they dug before, they can still provide some places to stealth and observe, as long as they are not discovered. What makes it even more morbid is that they only have 3 days, so long-term survival is meaningless for them. As time goes on, their need to stay vigilant has become less and less. Of course, he personally doesn't want to touch that bottom line. For now, he is content to complete the mission at a safe distance with one of their few artifacts. He held the stone in front of him and, like his companion, looked at the towering office building. The other eye was completely invisible, but the remaining eye, with the peculiar properties of the stone, could see every detail it could see. This artifact was discovered by them recently and may be the only real benefit of being trapped in the shroud. Theoretically, they should have appeared from the first moment of witchcraft. But Henry's personal experience is different from these rumors. If there was really one at that time, it would definitely be extremely rare and difficult to find. It is said that they appear to be a product of the environment of the Holy Land of London, usually found in no man's land. Now there are more uninhabited places than inhabited places. What's more, their appearance is completely random, which also gives this new phenomenon some popular associations with Tolkien's ghost events. He wasn't sure if this theory was tenable, but then again, he wasn't an expert on it either, as his previous application at Liverpool could easily prove. However, since then, the similarities have disappeared. First of all, Tolkien's soul talks about magic that everyone has known for decades, and the artifact is almost the exact opposite. Take this, for example, the stones in their hands. You stare at it, and as long as you keep staring, one eye will be blind. but the other eye can see all the details it can see. It's like having a telescope lens that doesn't narrow the field of view. A little intimidating a few times at first, but once you get the hang of filtering information, the usefulness of this humble translucent stone is beyond doubt. So, what field does it belong to? Certainly not the most common kind. Dai or Luo may replicate it to some extent, but the idea is untenable because it doesn't seem to manipulate light in any way. These also cannot explain why when using it, the other eye goes blind, whether you open it or not. The current theory that most factions arrive at is, there are many more fields. It is not known how many there are and how much the range differs from what is known. But it does exist. Until now, people have not been able to classify them. So exotic is widely used to refer to all unknown magic. What is even more worrying is that some of these unexplored areas are far less harmless to users than those that are explored more deeply. Henry hadn't gathered around a campfire with other survivors in a while, but at each gathering, the horror stories of failed expeditions or straying into areas affected by harmful relics spread faster than the air in a wind tunnel. When he heard someone calling them, he couldn't help but scold. In his opinion, this word is too appropriate. However, I doubt that the headquarters of the Gentleman's Club will not be as chaotic as an overturned anthill just because a cursed artifact is found. This means, out of curiosity, this doppelganger focuses his attention on the higher floors of the skyscraper, hoping to see some movement through the window. He scanned each floor from top to bottom, looking for any clues. If it's good enough, maybe I can steal it myself. However, he didn't find anything special, at least, until he searched the top floor. Well, I guess they decided to keep him there. To be honest, I'm really surprised that he's not dead yet. Looking out through the window, it looks even more boring than it is now. And that is the main body. His hands were on his knees, handcuffed, and the rest of the room looked like a prison cell from the window. From somewhere behind Henry, he vaguely saw the hobby's steel-tipped wings, but because of the angle, he couldn't see more. This is reasonable. It's not that anyone can be a guard. A pain like being caught by hot iron tongs burned the back of his head, scattering his boring thoughts all at once. And pictures flashed through his mind. The artifact fell to the ground with a thud from his hand, and it turned a few times gently. Painful, blood everywhere. Sign of the Stratford Underground. Pause. The legs are gone. The scattered pictures were put together in his mind into a crooked puzzle. During the time that the other clone was out exploring, something caught him and killed him. When the last trace of illusion was put together, the reason for the doppelganger's death became clear. Werewolf. But more importantly, there was a whole pack of wolves following behind. He picked up the artifact that fell to the ground and hurriedly climbed back downstairs. They had to hide in a safe place. Henry covered the back of his head, and the pain caused by the illusion began to decrease. This time it was particularly powerful, partly because his clone was too badly injured before he died. He almost hit his face against the tempered glass window because of the shock. Harpy naturally immediately sensed that something was wrong with him. As soon as he recovered from the illusion of that moment, Harpy entered a fighting state, spreading his wings and preparing for the worst. What's wrong? As he regained control of himself, Harpy questioned. I died outside. It seems to be. There was a noisy howl suddenly in the night. Even from their height, it could be heard. The roar of the beast. The pitch ranges from baritone to deep bass. Werewolf, Henry added. Harpy immediately sprang into action, waved his hand and knocked on the door, opening the lock from the other side. It turned around again and pointed at Henry with its steel claws. You must stay here. I have to help defend. Before Henry could speak, the door slammed shut, and the heavy footsteps of Harpy galloping echoed in the distance, gradually disappearing. He checked the door. Locked. Sure enough, Guillaume won't let the team make any mistakes. However, this does not mean that he is now alone and has no other choice. Now the real question is whether he still wants to continue playing the role of a good prisoner. The shadow of the hobby swept past the window, and it swooped down at an alarming speed, rushing towards the ground. He turned around and watched the Gentleman's Club members below line up to meet the wolves running from a few blocks away. Damn, they've been getting bigger lately. It's hard to see from here, but they seem to. Maybe a head taller than those villains, and on all fours at least on average. This was enough to keep an entire army busy, even with Harpy's help. When Henry made his decision, Harpy was using a stronger air current to shoot the enemy in front of him. Okay, just do it. He snorted softly, pressed his face to the floor, and looked out through the gap between the door and the door frame. A faint light made him vaguely see the corridor next to him. Then try it. The crystal embedded in his chest became brighter, from dark blue to dazzling white. He blinked. The bright light was too close, and he instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he vaguely saw a pair of shoes outside the door. They quietly left, looking for anything that could help him in the moment. They don't need to speak to sort out their plans. He knows what he needs to pay attention to before copying himself. So the plan is passed between them. After saying this, he could only wait a little longer. With nothing to do, he went back to the window and watched the battle below. Although it is a mess, it is not to the point of massacre. The two sides fought equally fiercely. The wolves charged frantically, trying to get close to the line of the gentlemen's club, biting them as much as they could. The humans lined up in a neat line, knowing that close combat was not good for them, dispersed and strafed the oncoming beasts from a distance. The automatic gunshots sounded from those homemade factories that were not very legal. Magic lightning bolts cut out of their lines like Roman candlelight. Whenever a wolf gets too close, Harpy will fall from the sky, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Of course, it cannot be everywhere at the same time. One wolf managed to break through into melee range with a small group of infantry, and the result was expected. The other guards didn't even bother to check if there were any accidental injuries, for muzzles in different directions were aimed at the beast without hesitation. Those who were not killed immediately were also caught in the crossfire. The word fire coverage came to his mind as a barrage of low-caliber ammunition and low-power magic kept hitting its wounds, leaving the muscular creature slashed 1,000 times. Despite the heavy casualties, morale seems to be quite high. The members of the Gentlemen's Club continued to attack, aiming all their fire at the approaching target, trying to redeploy. Harpy also worked harder to stop the troops who wanted to retreat in time. The battle lasted for several minutes. For each wolf that fell, about 6 to 12 guards followed. Definitely not great, but compared to the earlier numbers in the shroud, no soldier would not take this as a fair deal. But what worried him the most was that the big guy hadn't rushed in like other wolves yet. At the back of the team, the largest and most ferocious-looking werewolf stared at the massacre in front of him with a pair of thin yellow eyes. It was difficult for Henry to accurately judge its size, especially since he had to squint his eyes to see things clearly from this angle. It probably has 20 stories high, of course. The armed guards below looked like small dots in its eyes. If those guards were almost the size of a thumbtack, then this alpha wolf might be a little bigger than the jaw crusher. When he tried to pull his gaze back to the ground, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Even if a polar bear sees this thing, it will definitely run away with its tail between its legs. He wondered how many battles it had to go through to reach such a status, or which fool didn't completely solve it when he had the opportunity before. The distance between the forwards of the wolf pack charge and the loose formations of the Gentlemen's Club is getting closer and closer. Bloody melee is inevitable. Although their suppressive firepower and harpy intervention weakened the wolf pack's offensive, it was not enough to stop this wave of apical predators. The moment the wolves stormed the defensive line like a tide, the alpha wolf immediately took action. No matter where it steps on, the asphalt will be stepped out of potholes, and the speed is completely inconsistent with the common sense that if you are big, you will be slow. The impact reached the height where he was, only a millisecond later than he saw the impact, enough to highlight the distance between them and the impact itself. Man, I really wish I could get my hands on that all-seeing artifact that I'm hiding now. Morale collapsed like an old embankment in a typhoon. Those Gentlemen's Club members who had not yet been caught in the crossfire scattered and fled, hoping to avoid the raging tide. Seeing that the pack leader was coming, Harpy abandoned his previous pursuit and entangled the other wolves, focusing on this more powerful threat. It was an accurate judgment of the situation. Although it temporarily put other defenders in a difficult position, Harpy began to fight back, using a proven tactic, falling from the sky with a fatal blow. It hovers out of the reach of the alpha wolf, with its arms outstretched and its wings spread horizontally. The faint hum of the turbines spinning at high speed was faintly audible in the gunfire below, and the surrounding air flickered slightly, and it unleashed compressed domain magic blades that attacked from all angles. Shallow wounds were cut out of the alpha wolf's huge body, causing it to stagger half a step, stopped, and stared viciously at the nasty guy above its head. It roared at Harpy, stood up from a four-legged position, and roared ferociously at the guy who dared to challenge it. The beast waved without hesitation, trying to snap the hobby out of the air. Harpy dodged sideways at the last minute and almost got hit. The constant air blades continued to consume the alpha wolf's stamina, and Harpy strafed around it, keeping it close enough to attract its attention while staying out of range of its attacks. This duel dragged on for a long time. Over time, casualties on both sides increased. Occasionally, the wolf cub collapsed due to his injuries, but that was also after it caused a large number of casualties in the crowd. Regardless of the outcome, this battle will cost both of them dearly. Unfortunately, human casualties are almost irreparable. Of course, even if there are still a handful of neutral survivor groups that can be forcibly recruited by any major faction, there will occasionally be slave camps liberated to inject much-needed fresh blood into the troubled human fighting forces. But one day, these will run out. Werewolves, on the other hand, can continue to grow stronger on the battlefield. The phrase "what can't kill you will make you stronger" is literal when used on them. Even if their numbers have been decreasing for several months, the overall force they can mobilize remains basically the same. This force of nature is still driving the magical arms race in St. London. That's not counting success stories like Green Fang. Henry frowned. Although the guy is blind, he is definitely a complete cunning ghost. Even if you don't have to face it again, it's too early. Alpha Wolf continues to relentlessly claw at Harvey. At first, he thought it was just an instinct to carry out an overwhelming attack. But obviously, there was some kind of strategy in its movements. This is evident as Harpy finds himself flanked on two sides, with the alpha wolf in front and the wall of a building behind. A hand with razor-sharp claws swept down from overhead, leaving Harpy with only one choice. The Harpy swooped down to the ground, turned its target towards the beast's legs, and engaged in unknown hand-to-hand combat. Where it hovered just now, the concrete had been smashed into powder, leaving deep ravines on the wall, and that attack seemed to just graze the surface. Such a powerful blow, if it were anyone, would be smashed into the ground in an instant. Pure agility allowed Harpy to compete with this beast. And even so, the battle between the two must be a tough battle. Despite the massive creature's repeated attempts to catch it, Harpy's agility made it difficult to track. When the alpha wolf lowered its head and slashed, Harpy jumped high and cut it from above. When the beast tried to slap it, Harpy took advantage of a gust of wind, changed direction in the air, and dived directly back to the ground, and so on. Henry felt that if he had faced the alpha wolf hidden before being captured by accident, he would have been defeated at least 7 times by now. The battlefield looks like it's going to be a stalemate again. This time, it doesn't seem like anything good for the defense. The rest of the building has a clear mission. No matter what method is used, the news must be passed on to the remaining clones. It is simply impossible to walk, even if there is a raid now. He couldn't sneak past the 2 elevators, their respective security stations, and the villains who were now in the reserves. Wait, why doesn't the second elevator reach the ground floor? What's worse, if this building has only more than 20 floors, why use 2 elevators to balance if you think about it? This seems like a strange and redundant design. Is there any reason for the original owner of this building to separate these 2 parts? Who knows? Besides, now is not the time to ponder the meaning behind building plans. He had to find something that could connect with the outside world before he was discovered. Voices and hurried footsteps came from the distance. He went around the corner and counted, and there were 2 pairs of footsteps coming from the direction of the lower passage. Considering that he himself only went down a few floors through the stairs, these stairs should belong to the area of high authority in the gang's organizational structure. Maybe some deputy or something. It's a pity that you can't go down a few floors from this stairwell. I swear the builders of this building must have had a crush on Daedalus and his labyrinth plan, and designed the blueprints as fan fiction. He complained boredly about the layout while waiting for those people to leave. After making sure they were gone, he continued to search the upper floors. room by room. You would think that in such an office, there should be landlines everywhere, but someone dismantled all the compartments to make room. He paused. As it happened, he knew exactly who did it. I'm not sure where that person is now, but the two high-ranking men who hurried past not long ago probably know where Guillaume's refuge is. And this is the controlling nature of that bastard, monopolizing everything in his little sandcastle. The detention photo of that person is simply a living example of a micromanager in the dictionary. This is probably part of the reason why he hates Henry so much. Henry has personally experienced that the members of the Devil 12 are easily affected by their greatly strengthened domain, magic, and develop some bad habits. For him, it was because he got rid of the consequences that he became reckless. It was easy for him to imagine that Guillaume would go crazy because something didn't fit perfectly into his carefully planned image of the Empire. This clone followed the path taken by the other two people step by step and walked again, more precisely, in the direction they go, systematically excluding various options until only one remains. But he doesn't care about that. When he used to play clue games, he always stayed in a room and ruled out all the combinations of people and weapons one by one. He rarely wins that board game. But that's not the point. Now, there is only one room left to check anyway, and the door was still slightly open. Henry blinked in surprise, and the first wolf below suddenly ignited a raging fire. Then there was the second one. Then came the third one. It wasn't until he saw the fate of the fourth wolf that he understood what was going on below. Just as the men and women of the Gentlemen's Club in trouble, preparing to flee the team, they decided to stage an ultimate sacrifice. From the far corner of the top floor, he vaguely saw the figure of a man, his whole body seemingly covered in a fabric that glowed a dark orange light, penetrating the fog of the night. When the man was only 3 steps away from one of the wolves, the orange light suddenly flashed white. After a short delay of less than half a second, a fireball exploded right where the wolf was standing. A large amount of heat and light were released, burning everything along the way to ashes, leaving a perfectly circular hole in the ubiquitous fog, and the moisture in the air was instantly boiled. The wolf didn't die right away. At least not right away. But it doesn't take a genius to see that it is actually surviving. The flames licked the other side of its massive body, exactly in the path of the explosion. Torn, burned, torn apart, and burned again. It writhes on the ground, howling in pain. Burning remains sticking to its fur like dry firewood, scar tissue rubbing the asphalt, and the surrounding villains do their best to kill it as quickly as possible. With a whimper, the wolf fell to the ground, losing its strength. Other wolves, all over the front, suffered a similar fate, and the tide of the battle turned in an instant, exceeding the attackers' expectations of victory. Apparently, the alpha wolf was aware of this too. It finally scratched Harpy hard, then took a few steps back and barked into the air a few times. It was probably some kind of signal to the wolves, although Henry couldn't hear it at all. What was the difference between it and any cry the beast would make at midnight? The surviving pack, fleeing back along the street they came, awkwardly passed by the alpha wolf. The leader, using his teeth and claws to stop the hobby and the remaining humans for a final sneak attack while they fled. My God, it actually understands tactical retreat. What he hates most is that they are starting to have a tactical sense. But the sight of the dead they left behind has never been forgotten. All for a bloody death. Countless people lost their lives just for a small broken sword. Harold London thought of the problem of the city being less and less manpowered. He knew that he had to leave here quickly. They couldn't hold on at all. He turned around, not knowing what to do, but was sure he had to do something. As had often happened over the past few months, a lingering sense of powerlessness creeped over him, and a voice muttered in his heart that whatever he did was either useless or to die. During that time, he had already developed the ability to pretend not to hear this voice. After all, he had too many opportunities to practice. I'm such a waste. He swallowed back the last complaint depressedly. The only thing I'm good at is sending me to death again and again. The door of the secret room was suddenly slammed open with a terrifying loud noise, and he could only turn to look at the person who came in. And Guillaume stood at the door, holding the replica he had sent into the building before, or the remaining remains of this replica. The corpse's tongue drooping next to the broken jaw, and almost 70 of the top of the head was gone. leaving only broken limbs. The old man threw the corpse weight at his feet expressionlessly, making a slimy muffled sound, completely ignoring the blood that kept oozing out of his broken body. Guillaume threw another small plastic object into his hand, and Henry barely caught it and didn't let it fall to the ground. But it turned out to be a worn-out mobile phone, which lit up as soon as it was turned on, and the screen displayed the text message that had just been sent. Guillaume deliberately slowed down his speech and spoke to him with cold ruthlessness. "You have 30 seconds to tell me who this message is sent to and what it means. Otherwise, I will smash your skull for the second time today." On the good side, his replica completed the task he assigned. But on the bad side, the replica paid all the price to complete the task. He didn't see the replicant die with his own eyes. And now Henry rarely feels that he has done something wrong. For him, failure is part of the process. What does it matter if he or other replicants are killed as long as one person escapes? This line cannot be broken, and more people will replace it. But occasionally there would still be accidents that caught him off guard. And until now he always had a way to know when his clone would die. Either watching it with his own eyes in the room, or the picture would flash in front of his eyes to engrave the truth directly into his memory. But this time it was obviously not these two situations, which made him panic. The sound of a crisp crutch hitting the linoleum floor brought his attention back to reality, and Guillaume held a delicate crutch in both hands and slammed the ground with the tip. 25 seconds left. His tone was terribly calm. There was no expression on his face. Even anger was skipped. Only an almost zen hatred remained. This was the expression of a man who was completely tired of playing the game and was ready to do it. Henry quickly looked away and was about to do so. The phone in his hand lit up, showing a familiar number. Conversation still alive. On the top floor of GC. The transaction is O.N. Artie Hunt. The exact time is unclear. Unknown number. Tell the old guy to advance the schedule tonight. Otherwise, after all, the information he wanted to send had already been transmitted, and he originally wanted the clone to take a mobile phone to the cell. But later he realized that he was stupid. Just let the clone help send the message. And he didn't have to do it himself. Strictly speaking, he did everything himself. But this self-comfort was useless at all. He was just running away from the fact that he had messed up this time. Guillaume brought the tip of the crutch to a few inches in front of his face, and at the top of the crutch was a delicate sculpture of a silver crow skull, and his eye socket stared straight at him. 10, 9, 8. Henry's heart was getting more and more pressured. His heart was beating wildly, even if he had seen him die countless times. And at this moment he realized that he was not ready to really die, which was too hypocritical, and he couldn't help but wonder if other replicas felt the same way before dying. Other replicates. Just when the remaining time was running out, he suddenly thought of a way. 5. The first step is to panic. Wait, I say it all. Guillaume just stopped and waited for him, and Henry quickly spoke. He knew very well that if he messed up this time, he would never have another chance. The second step is to make up nonsense and misleading. This message is sent to my replica. I need to let them know what I've done so I can join them at the mission location bar. You don't even dare to show your true face. You came here to waste my time. No. Of course not. Henry hurriedly begged for mercy from the tattooed gang boss. And the other party's hand holding the crutch burst into blue veins. Quite the opposite. How dare I waste time? The third step is to mix in some truth to make the lies more credible. You will explain it carefully to my son now, and you must not miss a single detail, otherwise you will die, Guillaume ordered, and returned to Henry's familiar interrogator. Okay, good, calm down. It's all because of this. Henry frantically pointed to the crystal on his chest. Have you ever wondered why I try not to bring a replica? Because every new clone we have has a death switch. Sweat ran down his face. He trembled with pretended anxiety and real fear. His eyes were full of panic, and he moved out all the details he remembered in the first few weeks of witchcraft, trying to make his lies more realistic. If this is also a method acting that draws on real experience, then he is also considered to be in place. Anyway, I only have less than a day and a half left to live. Why don't I do my best to complete the only task in this life? It's better than rotting here and waiting to breathe. You can only live for 3 days. Guillaume's face was full of doubt, trying to digest his words. This is the most Henry has ever said to this old man about his abilities. Although Guillaume is not stupid and probably guessed a lot, but he will never know the details unless he says them. It's a pity that in order to survive, he had to expose his secret. but this is all he can do, which is a headache for him in the future. After all, he can always find a way to escape death. Yes, that's right. That's it. He stood up, and although he was handcuffed, he still gestured hard. If I can't get the materials I negotiated with him before I die, he will immediately cancel the plan for mutual aid and convergence as soon as he finds out. Guillaume narrowed his eyes. You talk so much today. I've never seen you like this. Judging from the emotional reaction, this is the closest Guillaume is to suspicion. Maybe he was in a hurry just now. The fourth step is to provoke the other party a little. Why? Just because we are clones, we have to be exactly the same as the main body. Don't be funny. Guillaume's expression immediately changed. Quarrels were the norm in their previous conversations, and if there was no mocking confrontation, it would seem fake. After temporarily stabilizing Guillaume, he continued to ask, okay, if what you said is true, then tell me, do you think it would be good for you and us to hide this from me in this way? He suppressed the jailer's killing intent back to his usual hostility, which just laid the foundation for the next real control. Guillaume obviously did not expect this. He was too accustomed to using his own abilities to force others to obey. Step 5. Throw the bait. If I cannot be exposed, why should I tell the limit of my ability? I originally wanted to make my short life a little meaningful and move things forward. But haven't you been hiding the secrets of your field now? I'm unlucky. You killed my clone, and he didn't trigger the death prediction. Guillaume showed a shark-like sneer, and Henry didn't hide it when he said this. But with his emotional appearance, Guillaume felt that he had accidentally leaked a secret that the enemy shouldn't know. Oh, you say this little trick. I don't know if it can hide the time of your death. It's really real enough for you to mention this. Step 6. Shut up and pretend to be cowardly. Henry's face turned pale and watched Guillaume string all the clues together, and he kept his mouth shut. After all, his purpose is to appease this wounded self-esteem and let him regain his sense of control. As long as he feels that everything is under control, what does it matter if he acts with him and makes him think that things are going according to his plan? It seems that I misjudged you. After all, you are a coward, and you showed all your trump cards as soon as you came up. Henry still didn't say a word, just nervously looked down at the mobile phone in his hand, and the text message was clearly displayed on the screen. Guillaume also noticed. I'm worried that I'm not worth dying. Aren't I? His voice was full of sadistic pleasure, and he snorted thoughtfully to weigh the pros and cons. I think it's good to act in advance, he casually said. Ordinary soldiers may complain, but, they won't complain for long. A wet hand patted Henry on the shoulder, and the old man hugged him tightly, staring at him like he was staring at a juicy steak, especially when they hear that the minesweeper task has been handed over to someone else. Right hug. Sorry, Henry didn't have to pretend to be scared at the moment. This reaction was all true. The old man snatched the mobile phone from Henry's hand, hummed a little song, and typed out the third message on the keyboard, without saying much for the time being. Wait, Henry pretended to panic and shouted. You, what are you going to do? Guillaume pressed the send button. See for yourself. I am Guillaume. Now both of you are in my hands. Don't think about saving them. Don't think about killing them. Otherwise your beloved girl will be torn apart by the wolf first. Henry clenched his phone. His knuckles turned white, and the phone case was pinched and creaked. Step 7. Pretend to have completely lost. You bastard. I advise you to shut up. Boy, well, set off in 3 hours to get the artifact, and you'll have to use this mouth. I don't want to cut it off before then. My friend, you French chop. Oh, I tried. Guillaume slammed the crow's metal beak on his crutch on his temple, and although he deliberately didn't kill him, the sharp tip still shook his head and smashed him to the ground. He struggled to stand up, and gold stars flashed in front of his eyes, groaning in pain, which obviously satisfied Guillaume. Goodbye, Henry. Although the conversation was not pleasant at all, it was of great value to me. The door slammed shut, and there was no other sound. Henry was a little emotional that his ability to lie had grown too much in the past few months, and his acting skills had become a lifesaver at almost every critical moment. Evading responsibility by pretending to be a clone is not his most common method in a world where he shoots first and then asks questions at every turn, but it still works occasionally. Unfortunately, this still did not escape the end of being smashed and concussed. But now he bought some time, and more importantly, he got the information he wanted from a person who hated him and roughly guessed the other party's plan. In his opinion, He would be dragged to the front of the artifact to deal with the curses and dangers that may exist there. And although he was in a bad situation, he still had a spare replica that could theoretically cope with it. His 2 replicants will most likely follow from a distance, but it's hard to say how much they can help. He felt that actually getting the artifact might be the easiest thing. And what he was really worried about was what would happen after he got the artifact. Betrayal is almost a certainty. To be honest, his previous attitude was so tough, and he asked for more, and he was even deliberately luring the other party to betray. The problem for Guillaume was that although he did not realize it, betrayal should have been a surprise. He knew very well that when he retrieved the artifact, he would die. And he also knew that the place where he met Guillaume after retrieving the artifact was the place to do it. And he also knew that the other party would deal with him by quietly disposing of the previous replica. Well, he realized that he didn't know how Guillaume did this at all, and only vaguely hinted that another demon was involved in the killing. And other than that, he didn't know anything about the specific situation, only that it was probably related to Guillaume's domain ability. It seems like we both rely too much on domain magic sometimes. The other party's means of killing him were obvious. If he died and no one else found out, the 2 living replicants would not know for a while, and it would not be difficult for him to find a place to hide before they decided to summon the dryads. Well, it's time to make a plan. First of all, as soon as he knew the location of the supplies, he had to act immediately. Guillaume would definitely hide the whereabouts of the artifacts from him before he got them, so he had to continue to investigate quickly. In the worst case, you can also take the artifact first and wait until you get the supplies, or see what the use of this artifact is. Maybe you don't need to take it back at all. It's always good to leave a few more ways back. One thing is certain, he will never let Guillaume get the artifact easily. 3 hours later, the London Underground. Okay, boy, do it again. Can you? Haha, give me some time. Bro, I just, watching 5 people killed in 1 minute. How on earth did you get into the rotten magic of the 12 devils? The 4 Gentlemen's Club expedition members who accompanied them whispered, all with the same questions in their hearts. They looked at Harpy, wanting to hear what he thought, only to see him shrug his shoulders slightly. This group of soldiers was better at fighting than thinking about philosophy with money. But one sentence asked the idea, which was also the question he had been asking himself since the damn mark appeared on his hands. In September 2004, in the early morning of the first day of the Liverpool School of Field Education, the lecture hall was crowded with enthusiastic students, and the crowd was noisy, talking about everything from daily gossip to the content of the first class. The tiered seats are full of excitement. After all, every student really feels that they have succeeded. They have been admitted to the top magic university in the UK, and some even think that it is the top in the world, where nobodies will be trained to become the top of the next generation. It can be said that there is an aura of magic in the air, and the excitement of this year's freshmen can only be had warm and dazzling. This scene made him want to vomit. The professor poked his head out of the back door and looked at the crowd in the spacious auditorium, silently preparing to deal with fatigue. To everyone present, he was the beacon that led them into the realm of magic, and he was their professor. This title, accompanied by empty praise and generous allowances, and also accompanied him through countless days of self-loathing, was long enough. When he accepted this highly respected position many years ago, he had only one ideal in mind. When the invitation to teach arrived, he felt it was an opportunity to push humanity to push beyond its limits and reach unprecedented heights, bringing out the magical power he and other first mages brought to the world to the extreme. But in the end, these high expectations only let him down, and it was all his own fault. He remembers that he used to be as excited as these students. But after nearly 2 decades as a nominal campus spokesperson, he had long been smoothed out. Now he really doesn't care about anything. He really doesn't care about anything. Looking in the mirror this morning, the hair on the top of his head was sparse and bald, and to make matters worse, he had a messy beard on his chin, and he didn't even bother to shave it. His face was thin, and he had thick dark circles under his eyes, which made his already ugly face even more frightening. Even if he felt terrible, he left the mirror. Why bother? He is already a tenured professor, and half of the students who said today are estimated to be in their left ear and out of their right ear. Wait for those students who are really worth teaching to come to him when they wake up from their hangovers. The professor took a deep breath, had a severe headache, slammed open the door, and confidently walked to the central podium. The auditorium fell silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes were on him, and he walked to the podium with his briefcase. He turned around stiffly, leaned heavily on the podium, closed his eyes tightly, and his temples hurt even more. Damn, the lights on the first day of school are always so dazzling. He has to go back and adjust the lights in the audiovisual room, as always. But now I can only use the console under the podium to make ends meet. He clumsily pressed the plastic panel with his thumb, and the light finally dimmed before he dared to open his eyes. With a quick glance, as usual, the students in the crowd began to speak in a low voice again. Great. What annoys him the most now is that the students are not attentive. The briefcase in his hand fell heavily to the ground, making a loud noise, startling everyone, and everyone's eyes were focused on him again. Good morning, he spoke, his tone more polite than he expected. Welcome to the 100 introductory course on field history. You are here because you chose, or were chosen, to pursue your dream of becoming a mage. It doesn't matter if you are naturally gifted or want to work hard. There is one most important lesson that you must understand first. The students all leaned forward, ready to listen carefully to his every word. He held back his moans and continued, you can also see that I have been teaching this class for some years, and I have seen batches of students come and go. Every time a group of staring, inexperienced fools walk through this door, I can find a particularly obvious and irritating pattern. There was a whisper of confusion in the auditorium, mixed with a lot of dissatisfaction and gnashing of teeth. It doesn't matter if they feel insulted, just say it. There will be more and more ugly things waiting to come out of the mouths of other professors in the future. Almost all of you come here to feel special, just because you can practice magic alone, or survive the rigorous entrance exams, and feel destined to be the most powerful genius in the world. This, he paused, swept over as many students as possible with a stern gaze, and then continued. This mentality will cause more than half of you to fail the course in the first year. His words caused the crowd to explode, but the professor's sharp boo made everyone instantly quiet. I know what you're thinking. Oh, not me. Others might, but I definitely want, of course. Even if you think so, let's see where this mentality can help you. Who else wants to learn some orthodox basic knowledge now? The students panicked and unzipped their school bags, took out their textbooks and waited for the official start of the class. As usual, always eager to draw conclusions, the professor's wrist instantly surrounded the glowing white runes, and he waved his index finger lightly. Those students who thought it was just an ordinary class suddenly let go of the textbooks they had just spent a lot of money on and floated to the center of the classroom. I haven't finished speaking. You guys with no conscience. He glared at everyone. I shouldn't have said more, but I still have to say it again to those who don't have smart brains. You don't understand how the realm works at all. So, he snapped his fingers, and the textbooks in the air burned instantly, each one pierced by the orange beam of light shooting from his palm. The students watched in shock as thousands of pounds of textbooks were reduced to ashes. I think we have to teach in a more practical way. Start now. First of all, he waved his hand again, and a blackboard fell from above and hung behind him. Which of you can tell me when the realm was first discovered? A few people raised their hands, but he directly ignored them. He pointed to a student in the back row who he had noticed inattentive before. Say your name and the answer. The student looked around in confusion to see if he was calling himself. Me, he asked suspiciously. No need to ask. The answer is wrong. You don't have a point today. The atmosphere in the auditorium instantly cooled down, and the students realized that their grades were in jeopardy. The student who was used as a negative textbook wanted to get into his seat, but it was too late to say anything now. You, he pointed to another distracted student. Old rules, speak quickly. 2. Thomas Melchett. The first fields were made public in 1986. The professor's brows furrowed even tighter, interrupting him. And then what? What do you mean I got it right? Didn't I? He sighed helplessly in the simplest literal sense. You are right. Congratulations. This answer is the least nutritious, but it is also an answer, giving you 20 points. Thomas didn't know whether to be happy that he got the points, or to be angry and just get so much. Like all the secondary evaluations he has received in the past 5 years, it's a pity that even though there are more and more talented students now, There are fewer and fewer people who can really think. He casually pointed to another student. You know the rules. Hurry up. The freshman swallowed nervously and nodded. Eliza Burton. The first realms were revealed on October 15th, 1986. No. On the 16th. They were fire, water, earth and wind. Yes. It seems that you know a little bit about what it means to concentrate. Give it 75 points. What? Well, it seems that I boasted early. 5 points will be deducted for not speaking on time. 25 points will be deducted for saying the wrong date. The next question. He quickly continued to ask questions, and the girl could only bow her head silently. The professor silently remembered everyone's scores in his heart, and this auditorium, which could accommodate hundreds of people, was enough for him to use cold knowledge to test everyone. If you are lucky, you can tell who is a good student and who is a bastard at the end of today. What are the 10 domains, Eugene Wallace? The 10 domains are fire, water, wind, earth, plants, animals, science and technology, laws, and day and night. Him asking what they are, not what they are called. 25 points. Next, Sarah Woods. The realm is the use of primordial magic through a medium or focus. Traditionally, either the mage actively guides the ability to achieve the desired effect, or through enchantments, inscriptions, and indirectly with the charging magic crystal of the matching field. Where does the primordial magic come from? I don't know. Professor, TSK. It's almost right, but at least you're honest. 80 points. Next, Martin Palmer. Pure magic is a phenomenon that occurs naturally and randomly near living things. Don't think that I didn't see you peeking at the small note just now. And give 95 points for answering efficiently, and deduct 10 points for cheating. When did the USSR collapse? This and the field. It's okay. Reese Martin. The Soviet Union collapsed in December 1991 due to domestic socio-political failures and a series of reforms. I almost answered wrong. Recovered well. Give 50 points. What impact does magic have on the development of technology? Rebecca Atkinson. The effects of magic are numerous, mainly to improve existing machinery and products without overdoing. Miniaturization. I guess that's why they don't make computers smaller than desks anymore. What do you think? 40 points are given. The students who haven't been asked at the moment wish he could finish asking quickly, but they are going to be disappointed. Fields are divided into 3 subcategories. Amelie Rose. Domains are divided into elements, life, and aspects. Fire, water, wind, and earth are elements. Animals, plants, day and night are life. And laws and technology are aspects. Almost. Just swap day and night and technology. Next. What is the phenomenon of mana charge? You're talking about Tolkien's Ghosta. Nathan Gallagher. The phenomenon of mana charge is an extremely rare phenomenon produced by the combination of newly formed magic particles and living tissue, and has only been recorded in humans. Research shows that even apes are not affected, so everyone thinks that wisdom is a prerequisite for becoming a mage. It seems that someone has carefully read the must-read books. 90 points. But you can memorize it very well, but it's just copying other people's answers. One last question. Now there is only one student left, and his tone is very firm as soon as he speaks, and everyone's eyes fall on her. How were mages born? The girl looked nervous and loves to read, and the professor noticed from the beginning that she was the kind of person who wanted to raise her hand the most. So he deliberately left it for the last and hit her self-esteem hard with neglect. He rarely uses this trick, but occasionally the audience needs such a beating. Even if the school council is dissatisfied with the way he treats new students, he has to admit that it works well. The girl licked her lips nervously and finally spoke. Lucy Wright. Although there are different theories about the determination of domain talent, there are several recurring opinions. The main thing is, she paused nervously, but in the right direction. He needs to maintain a superficial severity, but he can also push her. Take your time. Your classmates can wait for you. His tone was full of sarcasm, but it was also a chance for her. The girl instantly cheered up. The main thing is, it is said that the power gained by the mage is related to its own talent, which is the snowball effect. The higher the talent, the easier it is to develop an affinity with one or more fields, and the faster you can strengthen new abilities. What is the most critical indicator of talent so far? Well, this one is a bit vague, but the data shows that psychological traits related to wisdom are important, such as personal experience, self-awareness, desire to explore, and curiosity. Just a few of them. This answer is actually very good, and the tone is very firm. indicating that she is combining her own findings. What a piece of jade. A rare true genius in this broken research institute. But she still didn't answer the question directly. Come to my office later today. The girl's face turned pale, but she nodded. Although it is best not to use the wrong assumptions, he finds. If used skillfully, the long-term effect will be better. Liverpool College, on the first day of school, woke him up by a knock on the professor's office during office hours, and almost spilled the wine from the kettle on his plain suit. He quickly stuffed the wine jug and threw it back into the cabinet at the bottom of the table, just pressing it on the folder he was going to sort out tonight. He always said that the tools for work must be placed where they are readily available. He rubbed the sleepiness in the corners of his eyes and adjusted the collar of his shirt that was wrinkled while sleeping in a luxury armchair. On the surface, the chair was a gift from the provostomy, but everyone knew in their hearts that it was a kickback from the beginning. In order for him to cooperate with the project, not to make trouble, not to delay the record profit of the university, he inadvertently became a key figure and later deliberately consolidated this position. His mouth was full of bitterness, and he didn't know if it was because he was involved in office politics or because he was hangover and dehydrated. Anyway, he shouted hoarsely in the direction of the carved wooden door. The door is open. After a moment of pause, the hinges creaked, and the first and most likely only student came today. What is her name? Let me think about it. The class at 925A. The second in the front row. The 53rd seat on the left. Remember, Lucy. Lucy Wright. Professor, are you looking for me? The nerdy girl asked nervously. He nodded solemnly, crossed his hands on the table, elbows on the table, and did not answer directly. Sit down. To be honest, she was so embarrassed that she was melting. But he wouldn't show mercy. He must make sure that the students who are worth his time are really worth it. At least this student can still understand the language, which is a good start. Do you know why you were called? His tone was steady and dissatisfied, and the girl was caught off guard by this sudden question. She stammered, swallowed, and replied, "No, I don't know. At first, I thought it was something in today's class." But she stopped halfway through. But he had already gotten the answer he wanted, honest and sharp. This small inspection is getting more and more dramatic. He silenced her for a few minutes, thinking about the proposal in his mind. On the one hand, she has always had critical thinking and mastered the relevant basic knowledge before entering school, which is too rare now. And even if he is usually hesitant, he musters up the courage to face him. Lucy twisted nervously before he realized he was distracted and left her aside. He sighed helplessly, but was misunderstood by the girl. She looked worried, and he didn't correct it, just continued to act according to the original plan. Classmate, he finally spoke. Are you willing to come to me as a junior laboratory assistant? The news made the girl's eyes widen in shock. What lab assistant? I thought you thought I was not good enough. The tremor on her face confirmed his guess, and he continued, even feeling like I was on the wrong track. The girl froze, not knowing how to accept the twist. She looked relieved, but she was about to cry. Maybe it's time to let go of the pressure. After all, you can't miss out on good members before they are clearly introduced. He has been in contact with this industry since the birth of domain magic, and adapting has long become instinctive, even if this line of science is now biased. Take it easy. You have passed the most difficult test. You are one of the few students who are not just about making money with their talents, but are really interested in the field. Aren't you mad at me? Angry? I was simply so happy, he said expressionlessly. Do you know how many of the hundreds of students I met today are really interested in it, and don't just want to rely on their magical talents to make a living? I guess there aren't many. The professor, 23. Almost half of them gave up before they even started. And more people felt that they couldn't do it and took the initiative to quit. To be honest, I am lucky to be able to make up for the loss of personnel in my department at the end of the year. This is the difficulty of pushing the limits of magical cognition. Understand if you think you understand, then you don't understand it at all. This is the first rule. But at first, this is not something you have to worry about. But I haven't promised yet. You will agree. Everyone I give the opportunity is like this. Who wouldn't want to work in a cutting-edge lab? This is a plus for the resume, and it can also be quickly exempted from general education credits. There is a clear path to find the easy corporate job that everyone wants now, and there is a stipend. He pushed an envelope onto the table, and Lucy took it carefully with both hands, shaking as if it would break at any time. There is a specific list and check-in location, which will be discussed later. Now let me briefly tell you about our work. She had already opened the envelope and looked at the contents. This written practical exam here. He waved his hand to dispel her concerns. For your level, it's a formality, but don't worry about this for now, unless you know what you're trying to achieve. Otherwise it's useless. By the way, he cleared his throat and finally said the last question he was prepared for. How much do you know about the exclusion zone in Central London? Lucy returned to the dormitory that night with her heart racing. She never thought that she would be recruited by Professor Edison Smith to work, let alone be recognized by his research spirit. Of course, the professor is a bit harsh, but he is one of the 5 founding mages. This is an opportunity that you will never encounter in a lifetime. No, you will never meet it in 10 lifetimes. Now she just needs not to mess up. She looked down at the practical exam tasks on the admission notice, full of fear. From the moment she entered the door, all the worries flooded up and doubled. The wording of the task looks simple, but it is definitely not easy, especially since she herself has no field talent yet. The requirement is to build a prototype spell or enchantment before the specified date, and the application of the domain rules is sufficiently novel. The wording was ridiculously vague. She didn't know where to start, and it was only 2 weeks. She collapsed depressedly on the bean-bag chair she brought from home. What should I do now? Anyway, this request is too ridiculous. This kind of thing needs to be done by the entire think tank team. How can she do it alone? Just thinking about how to start gives me a terrible headache. She rubbed her temples and rummaged through her bag for painkillers, when there was a knock on the door, and a familiar and annoying cheerful voice. Hey, can you let me in? I put the key in it again. Lucy sighed silently, obviously unable to digest the news she had just received in a short time. She stood up and unlocked the dormitory door, was immediately hugged by a bear, and was almost knocked down. Oh my god. Lucy's roommate screams with excitement and almost knocks her down. She was thin, half a head taller than Lucy, and the platinum-haired elf girl was completely unaware of her strength. You can't imagine how great my first day of class was, she shouted excitedly, with a bit of a Welsh accent. I learned my first formal little spell today. Can you believe it? Turn off the lights first. Okay. Finn, if I do this again, I will be blind. Lucy had long been used to this, and at first she sounded excited to live with the second-generation mage. But she didn't know that there was much more trouble than the counselor said. Finn comes from an elven family and inherits his parents' talents, but lacks the control of decades of practice. Objectively speaking, when she mastered the genius of the absolute Japanese domain. But now, she glowed when she was excited, and she never realized that she had turned on the light show. Oh, I'm sorry, she said embarrassedly, taking a deep breath before the light completely disappeared. Is it better? It's much better. Lucy finally broke free from her arms. Anyway, I'm glad you had a good time. What class did you take today? Cast 100. She smiled brightly, and the light was about to come out again. Lucy frowned. The professor said I was a born mage after all. You are born with domain talent. Lucy sighed tiredly. Fate is so unfair. Finn's parents are elves, and she has long won a place in the college. And she tried her best to change her thesis and pass the strict placement test to get a scholarship to pay the tuition fee. The Finn family was also very rich, which was simply better at the time. Lucy wondered what it would be like if someone sat in her arms for free. Hey, are you okay, Lucy? You were a little distracted just now. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. There are too many things going on today. That's all. Do you want to talk about it? It's okay. Don't worry. Tell me about the trick you learned. Oh, alright. It's not difficult to get this elf to act at all. She is naturally outgoing, which is in stark contrast to Lucy's own. When Finn began to talk about what she had learned, she turned on the TV they both shared, changed the channel casually, and a lime green light flashed between the remote control and the screen, and the TV turned on. So, because I know daytime magic, the professor separated me from his mentor, who was a handsome guy from St. Petersburg. You know, saying that his father was a mage in the Kremlin, or that the Red Army was not disbanded at that time. That's almost what it meant. But, wow, you can tell he works out a lot, but doesn't like to show off because of the clothes he wears. Finn, you've gone astray again. Oh, yes, anyway, I was in a group with him, because we both have a field, and he talked to me about a particularly interesting topic. saying that daytime magic is not just about manipulating light. Can you believe it? Lucy nodded perfunctorily. She had long been familiar with the scope of the 10 regions, but obviously Finn had just known. So she followed Finn's words. But to be fair, Dai is indeed a relatively unpopular kind in this field. All category-oriented fields are actually similar, and the other 7 elemental and life subcategories are easier to understand. Fire magic is naturally about controlling fire, but because fire is downstream of the basic concept, it can also generate a little heat. In the same way, water magic can control water, as well as various processes in which water participates, such as erosion. Therefore, in low-complexity fields, sometimes there will be some intersection within the scope of ability, but only if the mage himself can fully control the entire field. What about the 2 fields of law, day and night? It's a little different. If the recently declassified research papers are reliable, I have actually begun to study a little bit of spiritual things. The collapse of the Soviet Union was a great thing for the global scientific community, and it also allowed NATO to no longer hide the magical discoveries found during the Cold War. For example, in the field of labor, there will be some about chemistry in a controlled environment. Interesting impact. In the early 90s, a laboratory in Helsinki accidentally created a philosopher's stone, which was shocking at the time and was only leaked last year. In addition, some people in charge of this project are said to have been admitted to a mental hospital not long after because they always heard non-existent voices, and gossip magazines reported for a whole month. Endlessly, the realm of night is obviously particularly close to death, dreams, and pure darkness. As for the daytime realm, in addition to the light, it is actually similar, but the direction is completely opposite. I feel crazy when I think about it, Finn answered. Do you know what's crazier? The trick he let me learn was actually one of the predecessors of divination spells, Lucy. Can you believe it? Divination, of course. The effect we just started practicing was to enhance perception. But I told him that the color on his jacket suddenly became particularly bright, and he seemed quite surprised. I think I learned much faster than I expected. And he called the spell tetrachro. 4 corners or something. Tetrachromatic, Lucy added. Yes, this is it. Amazing, should it be? Although Lucy was not very good-tempered, such a few small talk made her feel a little better, and she forgot about working for Edison Smith and uncovering secrets for the time being. The restricted area in central London has entered its 2nd week, and it doesn't seem to disappear anytime soon. For public safety, the military blockade will continue to be maintained, and organizations such as the Federal Emergency Management Agency (FEMA) are currently considering providing material support through indirect airdrops. It's unclear. The voice of the TV news anchor interrupted her thoughts, and Lucy frowned. On the one hand, she hoped that the person in the dangerous-looking fog dome would be fine, and on the other hand, she was a little tired of listening to the news. If only there was a way to really know what was going on inside. So far, they only know that no one can come out, and what goes in can't come out, and they almost need a way to observe from a distance. Lucy's eyes suddenly widened, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed, which might be her way out of her current predicament. She took out the letter from the professor from her pocket and carefully looked at the requirements for the practical exam, confirming that the idea would not be disqualified. If only I could make a prototype that could barely work. Lucy, are you okay? You say you are learning a spell to enhance perception. Ah, yes. What's wrong? Well, Finn, Lucy said slowly, would you like to work on a project with me in 2 weeks next? The professor sat at one end of the lab with a bored look on his face, probably because he had too high expectations for this year's students. Most of the students he poached were eliminated in record numbers, which to be honest also made him a little difficult. He couldn't lower his standards. But on the other hand, more than 90 of the people he found ran away in despair. Really in despair, even the dragon child from the Himalayan family's lair. This in itself is a disappointing surprise. When he was at his peak, dragons were both feared and respected, and most of the magic was carried out underground. But now, magic has become the focus of attention. Times have changed. The dragon was no longer the kind of proud and majestic warrior, and now they are the donors of the campus. If they expected him to lower the bar for a little dragon cub, they would be very wrong. However, now the remaining students, Here it is, a voice came from the hallway, and Lucy walked in trembling and panting, holding a jar that looked sealed. It contained some kind of gas. There is also a device on which are those inscriptions worn. What is this? The professor asked dissatisfiedly. And Lucy put two things on the table in front of him. You can pick up the telescope and point it at the jar. This is the crystal that gives energy to magic. She put a small yellow gem the size of a thumb on the table again, which glowed slightly and shone like sunlight in the center of the professor's palm. The professor muttered, inserted the crystal into the device, and did as Lucy said. After the magic took effect, he raised his telescope and looked over and found that the jar was transparent. So, you made X-ray vision lenses that can see through smoke. Congratulations. Okay, if nothing else. No, Lucy hurriedly retorted. Professor, this is not smoke. Oh, what exactly is that? This is a sample of fog surrounding the restricted area in central London. This thing in your hand can cut off the interference of chaotic magic in the mist, at least. At this density, it can be. The professor looked at the jar with the naked eye, and in his opinion, it was indeed dense enough. He looked back at the student in front of him. She was much more confident than when she first met. I need her on my team. There is no choice. She is wasting talent by working with others. I want to see all your notes when designing, the professor demanded in a polite tone. I'm happy to, Lucy replied in a firm tone. But I also have my conditions. Oh, let's talk about it. I didn't do it alone. None of this would have been possible without my research partners. If she doesn't get the same treatment as me, then I'll quit. It's that simple. Well, he really admires this girl. It seems that in just 2 weeks, she has figured out the basic rules of high-level operation, which is quite nostalgic. Deal, the professor agreed. I have office hours tomorrow, and you can come with your partner with the blueprints. Also, Lucy was turning to report the good news when the professor stopped her. Welcome to the team. Can you hurry up? I said. Do you want me to help you trigger the trap? Seriously. I don't want to be the one who guesses and cleans up the mess of all the possible ruins. The ruins of the old London Underground are probably one of the worst. The fog was so thick that he couldn't see anything that was one step away from him, and the opaque rolling fog came in from the station entrance and ventilation ducts, drilling to the lowest point, and after a long time, the entire underground was shrouded in thick fog. He really couldn't understand how those subway wizards could live in such a place. With every breath, he felt stuffy and hot, and the air was so humid that it made his chest tighten, as if he was drinking air, not breathing. Add to that the entire plumbing system, which has been notoriously trapped for years for being easily trapped in heat. And staying here is like being trapped in the darkest and most unsightly sauna in the world. Or rather, if those old bar regulars are true, it might be about the same as Louisiana. What's more, he had to rely on constantly summoning clones to die and break through a series of domain traps made by magic. Of course, he actually exaggerated the pressure he was under when he did this. Although it was a bit strange, his magic was different from any domain magic he had ever seen in his lifetime, and the summoning clone actually had no initial stamina consumption. It's not that summoning the clone doesn't have to pay a price. That's far from it. He just has other ways to pay for it. In other words, what he can do with magic is particularly limited, and theoretically, he can only copy things and do nothing else. His other abilities in this exotic realm were triggered by what happened to him, not by his own will, like ordinary spellcasters. For example, the vision of his clone before death must be that the clone is dead and dies in a place where he cannot see it in order to obtain this illusion. Other active clones also had to meet this condition, which formed a complex trigger network in the team, and he was still not sure if he had fully figured it out. Speaking of watching yourself die, this can be regarded as a hidden cost, whether it can be seen or not. If this continues for a long time, it will definitely not be good for his mental health. He silently apologized to the 2 surviving clones, who must be suffering mental backlash now. As a little comfort, their frequency might give them an idea of his general progress in the tunnel. After the task is completed, he still needs their help. He summoned another clone to explore the way, and about 5 steps away, a thin beam of light flashed at the height of the clone's ankles, and the clone was killed in an instant, and the floor under his feet cracked. The pit was almost as high as he was, but soon it sank again, and the repiled dirt and stones collided with him as he landed. making a sound so loud that his ears buzzed, and a thin river of blood flowed out of the cracks in the clay, gushing up from below. This didn't make his already bad mood any better. "Are any of you willing to do this for me?" "Nope, none." "Shut up, boy," a well-equipped soldier said in a low voice. "You are at work yourself." "Forgot?" "Yes. Of course I remember." The little lie he told Guillaume had already reached the ears of the other expedition members, which meant that he had to round up the lie for the time being. Although it was simple, but he just didn't want to stop complaining. "Then you tell me, who came up with the bad idea to go into this foggy hell and find so many ways to commit suicide now? Who doesn't know that these tunnels have been trapped at least 100 times in order to prove himself?" He summoned another clone about 3 meters in front of the line, slightly to the left. As soon as the clone appeared, a thin beam of light flashed over, splitting him in half before the clone could react. Henry pointed to his shoulder, his face full of helplessness and frustration. But the other party ignored him at all, but raised the gun closer. "Why do you complain so much today?" "Or me?" The gang boss who spoke to him just now looked like he was about to refute. But before he spoke, Harpy raised his hand and stepped forward to interject with disdain. "Stop arguing." The Harpy calmly interrupted them. "Allow me to explain. That road leads, well, how can I say it? It is a place for territorial disputes." It shook its head, and its exaggerated green ponytail swayed like a pendulum, and it was clear that it was dissatisfied with its explanation. "The artifact we are looking for, now in the hands of the Morlocks, are the Metro Wizards," Henry interjected. "Please don't interrupt me. Morlocks, subway wizards. As long as he is alive, he will never call these paranoid and a little schizophrenic little guys by that cheesy name. Although they may be quite helpful if they trust you, but their attitude becomes faster than the weather, and there is no regularity at all." Harpy decided to ignore his interjection diplomatically, only casting a meaningful look which was really powerful. After all, it only wore a one-eyed gas mask on its face. "Like I said, the artifact is in their hands, far from the tunnel they use to round up monsters, just like wolves usually approach us from that road. But more importantly," it took a deep breath in the respirator, sounding tired and a little frustrated. "No matter what the artifact was, they felt it was strong enough to take the initiative to attack for the first time since the curtain appeared." Henry's eyes suddenly widened, which was a worrying situation. The notoriously isolationists, relying on layers of magical defenses, were almost insanely defensive. Those defenses were built because they had a monopoly on most of the surviving mages in St. London. Will they temporarily abandon their defenses and take the initiative to fight for territory? This doesn't make sense at all. They don't have enough people to do this kind of thing. Or this time they are really completely out of control. Or it is the artifact in their hands, which is really ridiculously strong. The Gentlemen's Club must have their eyes on this team by now. Henry swallowed. "You don't know what that artifact is, right?" The villain closest to him hit him hard in the shoulder with the butt of his rifle. "Shut up and get to work." Obviously, they still resolutely did not intend to tell him the truth. Henry sighed. He already had a hunch that the journey would definitely be long. "Alas, I should get to the place early and find out the truth early." "Okay." He summoned another clone and massaged his temples with his hands. He wasn't sure if it was because of the humid environment, or if the smell of blood in the tunnel was too suffocating, and something here gave him a terrible headache. The burly subordinate roughly pushed the clone, and the clone staggered a few steps past the body of the previous clone. Before he could stand still, he fell on the collapsed brick floor without any sense of ceremony. The clone curled up in a ball, ready for the worst when it landed. But nothing happened. The clone didn't expect this, opened one eye in surprise, looked down at his body, patted in shock, and found that he was actually intact. "Ha, look!" The clone knelt down on one knee, ecstatic, enjoying this sudden good luck. Still alive, he stood up straight and raised his hands excitedly. Just as his fingers swept through the gap on the side of his head, a thin beam of light flashed in the air. Before the clone could react, a burst of pressurized acid sprayed down from the ceiling and poured diagonally on him. The consequences were unbearable, especially since the acid did not directly kill him. "Oh my God!" one of the villains, after seeing this nightmarish scene, broke his usual composure and hurriedly took out the gun from his waist, pulled out a short-barreled revolver, and shot the wounded clone in the head. The engraving on the side of the pistol briefly emitted a faint glow, followed by an accelerating bullet piercing through the thick fog, ending the doppelganger's pain. A thin stream of air buzzed through the narrow space of the subway, and Henry's ears buzzed with gunfire. This bastard, wherever he went, he could recognize that the gun was his masterpiece. After the gunshots, the world was quiet for a few seconds, and his clone was finally freed. "Hey, what are you doing with my things?" After the tinnitus eased a little, Henry pointed to the gun and shouted, "That's mine, not now. It's mine." The villain casually looked at his custom pistol craft. "Where the hell did you get such cool equipment? This kind of small pistol? The police usually chase you." "Right, I found it in a burned-out evidence cabinet and found someone to renovate it." "Okay, can you give it back to me now? You really don't understand. Picking it up is mine. Get out of here and go back to work." Henry's migraine was pounding hard, and his eyes were twitching. If it weren't for the other 4 expedition members who were ready to fight and their bodies were tense, he might really do something stupid and rush up to beat that guy on the spot. That's his. Damn it, he had already lost too much while trying to break through Big Ben's spider nest. He reluctantly gave up the argument, although he couldn't help but complain. "If you die here, he'll get the gun back. There is no way." He can only continue to clear the way forward. It was a cruel process, and for the next few hours, everyone was mostly silent, and only occasionally, when the clone sacrificed, there would be a little movement. After a while, it all almost formed a rhythm: 2 steps forward, 1 step back, almost a pattern. But it was different every time. He really couldn't understand why those subway wizards had to break through the boundaries of realm magic to expand their already powerful methods of killing invaders. But apparently, they do it almost with a fanatical enthusiasm, just like they do other important things. He has been closely observing, and so far he has not found any duplicates of the traps, which can be said to say the least. But this does not mean that the process is not boring. On the contrary, it is downright boring. He tried to find something else to distract himself, purely out of boredom, but everything melted into the greenish-gray fog. The only light source here is what they brought themselves. Although the crystal on his chest glowed slightly, it did not play an effective lighting role at all, more like a lava lamp, occasionally shining a little. But to be honest, he was quite glad that this was the case. If the light was too bright, he might not be able to sleep at night. Well, at least it will be harder to fall asleep. Even after that, there is a reason why he drinks so much coffee now. Holding a disposable light talisman in his hand, he illuminated the road ahead like a lantern, slowly passing through the ruins of the London Underground. Occasionally, they will find that a trap has been triggered by something. Often, they stumble upon the corpses of purebred vampires, mostly alone, but sometimes like them, in groups, about 6. Occasionally, the body of a poor dismantler is found, which is much luckier. Not only do dismantlers usually carry untouched equipment, but they are usually better at disarming traps before they get unlucky. "Thank you for your efforts, stranger." Finally, when they walked to a place in the tunnel where a train stopped on the tracks, they had to stop. Most of the time it is further away, beyond the hazy fog in front of them. Something must have disrupted the fog, judging from where they were standing now. The last carriage was stuck, almost crossing and blocking the entire passage. One of the accompanying villains whistled, obviously startled by the sight of the wreckage in front of him. The 4 villains began to talk to each other, and the tone was familiar, and it was clear that they had often worked together before. "Gordy, what do you think? Just one thing. Can it cause so much damage? What, after going through so much? Why still pretend to be cold and silent? I'm teasing you. I think it might have been done by werewolves." "Oh please, you bet on werewolves every time," a third voice interjected. "What's wrong? This is very safe. If the werewolf did it, it would definitely tear the entire carriage apart. Look here, there is no trace of tearing at all." "Oh yes, you're right. Remember the last time we saw those vampires trying to fight that lone wolf by the river? It's the lone wolf who knocked them down like bowling pins and threw them into the water." "Yes, that's it. I bet even if he just sat on the track and watched the train move, he would have enough strength to cause this kind of destruction." "Oh yes. Boy, help us check if there are any traps on the train." "Okay, another one." Another strong light flashed, and this time he fell weakly to the ground and died in an instant. He must have started to lose his way. he confirmed again. To be honest, this clone was indeed close to the train itself before triggering the next trap, but he couldn't figure out why they felt the need to use magic to throw flashbangs at their heads. "Be careful," Henry shouted, turned his head, and covered his eyes. With a pop, the light filled the surrounding space, reflected on the fog, and instantly illuminated the entire tunnel so brightly that he could see the lines on the inside of his eyelids. Judging from everyone's cursing, everyone else's reaction was half a beat slower. One of them staggered and rubbed his burned retina. "Oh damn it," one of the gunmen complained that he did not notice at all that something under his feet would trip him. Henry yelled at him, desperately trying to get him to stop. "Wait, stop, don't." He was still a little slower and couldn't stop the other party from going to the point of no return. The villain tripped over the clone's body, his face gradually showing a panicked expression, and the ground rushed towards him. Henry reached out to pull him, trying to pull him back from the edge of the cliff, his fingertips just brushing the rough fabric on the back of his jacket. But it was still a little short, just out of his reach. The villain crashed into the smooth concrete floor next to the railroad, and a thin beam of light flashed, causing him to fall face down. The floor began to undulate. His head sank almost completely into the concrete, and then the concrete solidified again. His eyes, nose, mouth and even ears were completely buried, and his hands trying to support his body were firmly trapped. He struggled, letting out a muffled snort. The concrete began to turn inky black, from a rough granite texture to something between basalt and coal tar, still flowing rapidly, completely enveloping him. Harpy was the first to react, and it rushed past those who were shocked and unable to move. And a low hum quickly approached. Under its tattered cloak, which was loosely draped over its body, a third robotic arm stretched out, around its shoulder, with a heavy vise at the end, and an extra joint, like the industrial lifting arm in a factory, only shrunk, sandwiched between its already large mechanical wings and body. At first, it tries to pull the villain out of the rapidly forming cocoon, and does smash some of the surrounding rock walls, but the damage is quickly repaired, as quickly as it is destroyed. The stone then began to target the hobby in an attempt to entangle its lifting arm. Since then, Harpy has stopped the loss in time and broke free. The only consolation that could be done was to crush the villain's bare neck with a vise and separate his head and body. He died instantly. No longer struggling with suffocation, Harpy quickly retreated, dodging the range of the rapidly reshaping stones. When the body was finally completely wrapped, the entire stone sank under the floor, and the concrete returned to its intact appearance, as if the person had never appeared. After confirming safety, the Harpy turned and stared grimly at each survivor with its only lens facing the rest. "Let us proceed carefully," it commanded, "and do not make any more careless mistakes." The man with the Henry revolver obviously swallowed his saliva. The survivors of the expedition remembered it in their hearts and remembered it firmly. With the help of Henry's countless clones, the only variable now is how long it will take. One by one, the traps are lifted. 15 minutes later, he finally made a way for the clone to get closer to the stuck train car. Although it was a good start, they would have to spend another 5 minutes and sacrifice a few more clones to be completely sure that there was a safe angle to approach. In the end, this persistence paid off. The current clone cleared the width of the tunnel and walked within 5 meters of the train, giving a thumbs up to indicate safety. After confirming that the search was thorough, Henry asked the clone to take a break and ask the question he had been asking during the short wait. "What now?" Henry asked. "Did we go in through the window or try to squeeze through the back door of the train?" Neither option is quick to solve for him. Although the window is a little closer to the ground, you still have to climb a short distance on the other hand. However, he was not sure which option would save time, and the doors looked stuck, just like the rest of the carriage. Fortunately, Harpy seems to be planning to choose a third method. "Get out of the way." It gently patted Henry on the shoulder with the back of his hand and walked past him to get a better view of the train. "I'll deal with it." Henry was happy to shut up and let it take the lead. Although it was unbearable to be dragged to death with a clone and clean up traps, he felt that it was not good for anyone to complain about these complaints now. At this moment, no matter who everyone is allergied to on the surface, they all belong to the same team. If you want to live long enough to see the moonlight again, cooperation is essential. Sometimes, That means stepping aside and letting someone else solve the problem at hand. As Harpy approached the exposed side of the train car, its bladed wings spread out to the maximum, and the turbines inside hummed into action. A light breeze lifted behind it. It twirled, and its dark green ponytail fluttered gently in the breeze. It twisted its neck before acting. And of course, it was more like the sound of a ratchet wrench than a click of a neck joint. But other than that, the action was very human to this nonsense mechanical creature. In Henry's opinion, it may be a little nervous, but then again, if he looked like a mechanical reaper, he might be like this unconsciously. The wings were spread forward, and the metal feathers pierced sharply into the walls of the carriage obviously. The metal used in the carriage was stronger than steel, but the metal walls a few centimeters thick were pierced as easily as a knife cutting bread, and they did not even leave a single scratch on the feather pattern of the hobby wings. The sound of metal pressing echoed through the smooth walls of the tunnel, and the train cars slowly began to deform. The hum of the turbines reached its peak and almost overheated. The sound of glass shattering sounded. The hard steel began to twist, and the joints of the wings rotated, tearing the walls of the carriage off. Henry felt strongly that it was like a can opener doing what it did best. The metal made a piercing squeal, comparable to the sound of a nail scraping the blackboard. The metal broke, and the sides of the cabin were completely pried open. Harpy spun along the tension, tearing off a wall wide enough for others to probably walk side by side. With extra passages, the turbine's speed slowly dropped and became low. Henry could almost swear that his eyes glowed cherry red because of the force. Clone. It slammed to the nearby idle clone. To probe, the clone was also very cooperative, but he deliberately blew a poof sound at this stronger guy, and did not cooperate much. Henry was a little upset by Harvey's sharp gaze. He didn't do it except for this little episode. The initial search process was quite smooth. The clone climbed into the train, walked through the entire carriage, and returned with a confused expression. "It's weird. I didn't find any traps in it. Isn't this a good thing?" One of the explorers of the Gentleman's Club scratched his head with a confused expression. "Why, don't you tell me what you found?" The clone's eyes lit up, and a smug smile appeared on his face. "No," he replied. "I thought I would die." The guard was puzzled by his strange tone, and then suddenly realized, and as soon as he understood what he was talking about, he rolled his eyes at the blunt joke and let out a groan. "A meme in a spy movie? Are you serious? Why not you just set a trap for me?" Henry couldn't help but chuckle, and the reaction of the others was much colder. Damn. Henry realized that he must be nervous right now. He only joked so much when he felt something was wrong. As if echoing his thoughts, the clone began to talk about things that made him uneasy. "But seriously," he continued, "there should be a trap here, unless it's really a train that just derailed. But I haven't heard of anything that can run after the Metro Wizard incident." "It's the Morlocks," the Harpy interjected. "I know what I just said. The subway wizards will burn the fortifications to prevent traps on the tracks from being triggered prematurely." The explorer with the Henry revolver chimed in. "So you're sure there's no trap in it?" "Absolutely sure." "Do you think the other carriages will do the same?" "I don't know. Maybe I was going to walk in front of the line and clean up one by one." The scoundrel looked at Harpy and raised his free hand. "I vote for us to enter only one carriage at a time. It's not bad to be able to advance a little for free like this. Who knows if this train is really as new as he said? There may be a usable locomotive in front of us, and we can use it to complete the task faster." Henry looked at the man in confusion. Was he really so naive? Now most buildings don't have lights, and he still expects a fully functioning subway. It was probably the first time he came out on an expedition, and this was the only explanation Henry could think of. Unfortunately, this false idea quickly spread among most people. Harpy and the man he remembers as Gordy looks as suspicious as he is. Maybe. But even though their vote could have rejected the idea, they all remained silent. This is stupid. But does that mean they deliberately let everyone move forward? Henry may have been the most reluctant, but he didn't have much say in the first place. On the bright side, it meant that he didn't have to summon clones anymore for the time being. But it was nowhere near enough to quell the faint sense of paranoia in his heart. One by one, they climbed into the train, and the clones walked at the front. The first door of the next carriage opened without a hitch, and everyone watched with anticipation as he walked along the next carriage, waving his arms in an attempt to find the magic tripwires that the locals had set up the most. He still hasn't found anything. Others squeezed into the new carriage, as did the next car, then the next section, and then the next section. Henry casually noticed that although it looked dilapidated, the interior of the carriages was unusually tidy, and the entire train looked almost as new as it had just left the factory. Even the seats on both sides of each carriage seemed to have almost no one sitting on them. Was this train just refurbished before the first witchcraft incident? Even so, there should be some damage. He wasn't sure if the monotony of his surroundings was upsetting him or if he was nervous himself. Probably both. The invisible gray-green fog made the train look like it had only one color, which did not ease his uneasiness at all. Of course, you can faintly see the tunnel walls on one side, but on the other side, the eyes were full of foggy void. To put it bluntly, nothing can be seen beyond 3 inches. The light of the light talisman softly reflected inside the carriage next door, exactly the same as the previous one. And the previous one was almost like, "Hey, that, everyone, can we wait a little longer?" The talkative explorer spoke. "What's going on? What happened?" "Well, that, don't panic. But, what should I say?" "Hurry up and say," the other man said as he tapped his finger on the cartridge of Henry's revolver. "It doesn't look like he's trying to threaten people. But anyway, it's still a bit nervous." "Well, when we were on this train just now, I suddenly thought of something. My cousin Norbert used to nag me about trains, so every time I went to him, I had to listen to him talk about trains. And then, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get to work. I'll finish it right away." "Okay, in short, he said before that there are many very specific standards for trains in the London Underground. And one of them I just remembered is that the train is at most 6 to 8 carriages long. What's the point of this? Because that, I just counted 10 sections. And I didn't start counting until after I got into a few carriages. So there are still a few sections I haven't counted." Henry covered his face and let out a moan. His most hated of his paranoia turned out to be right, especially his own. "This is a cursed artifact. This whole damn train is a cursed artifact. So there are no traps here. We are like a bunch of fools. We just broke in." "Are you sure?" One of the villains pointed in the direction they were coming from. "We can always." He turned around, thinking he could see all the doors they had opened, leaving a clear way out for them. But all the doors were firmly closed. "Well, I guess it's not going to work," he muttered frustratedly. Henry gritted his teeth angrily. "Do you really think it will be that simple?" The clone, who was about to continue to the next carriage, turned around and tried to resolve the argument that was about to break out. "Should I continue after all? Maybe something else can be found ahead." Strictly speaking, they haven't completely ruled out this possibility. The current pattern is not guaranteed to repeat itself, and sometimes people will find things they have never seen before in the depths of cursed relics, waiting for those who dare to face danger. But this idea is too risky. And even in the best of cases, Henry is not willing to gamble so much. "We'd better get out of here as soon as possible." Henry made the decision based on his intuition. He smiled bitterly and thought he should have done this a long time ago. Coincidentally, on the wall of this carriage, there is a side door facing the center of the tunnel, and when pushed open, the force is as light as the other doors. It's a pity that the rear carriage doesn't have such a door, but in the end, it's no different. "Okay, you all know the rules, so I won't say much. Although we are very happy. The sooner we leave this hellish place, the longer we will live." "Yes," the clone muttered. "Anyway, what I'm most concerned about now is your life." He sat on the edge of the car door, his legs dangling in the foggy tunnel, his hands on the ground, and slid down, thinking he would fall back to the ground briefly. But he was likely to trip over some damn tripwire. The time it took to fall was much longer than the half-second it should have. The clone disappeared into the mist below, falling so quickly that even his messy hair was out of sight. Henry frowned and looked at the situation in front of him, feeling a very bad feeling in his heart. But apparently, the guy who got them into this trouble, thinking he was smart, wasn't worried at all. The villain took a step forward, as if to follow immediately, and Henry quickly stretched out a hand and blocked him at the door. "Wait," Henry said seriously, with a hint of frustration in his tone. "I didn't hear him land." The man had a look of enlightenment on his face, as if he hadn't thought of it until Henry mentioned it. Are these guys really the best manpower Guillaume can offer? Of course, if they were just to make sure he didn't play tricks. How could the shrewd old assembly of the biggest gang in St. London provide a truly capable person? They waited nervously around the open door, and almost a minute passed. Just as Henry was about to wonder if he was being too cautious, a broken vision struck him, causing him to stagger back into the carriage behind him. The vision was nothing to note, and all he could see was the familiar pale green mist, and then it was gone. He fell to the ground and almost hit the person behind him. Not his most elegant fall, but by far the most uninformative vision. After a moment of painful recovery, Henry rubbed his bruised head and got up from the ground. "Now it's confirmed," he announced to everyone. "Stay away from that gap. No matter where we are now, there must be a serious problem with the foundation below." "Did you find anything outside?" Henry shouted into the void outside the door, looking down at the winged figure suspended below. "It's strange," it replied. "As far as I can see, the train has no obstruction, but its length is far beyond what I can see and perceive." "Detective, why? You still hide the radar under those rags, to be precise. Sonar. But in any case, this is not the most important thing right now." "Then say it quickly." Henry waited longer than he was willing to admit to the official news, and his anxiety was almost on the verge of exploding. The other three villains took advantage of Harpy's investigation outside to take a short break, leaving him alone and not even a single person to speak. This shows that they may be smarter than him. And it is. According to my scans, the wall on the other side of the train is almost a flat plane. As for the other side of the wall, Harpy growled angrily. "No matter how many signals I sent, I didn't get a report that there was an end to an open space in that direction." Henry hesitantly digested the impact of these discoveries, and he quietly slipped back into the carriage, leaning back in the train's almost brand new seat. This phrase hung above his head like an executioner's axe. His eyes twitched and he began to blink rapidly, his chest rising and falling, and his lungs breathing faster than his eyes. He tried his best to prevent himself from falling into a panic attack. The situation was too bad. He had trapped himself here, the oldest existing clone, the one with no time limit. He was supposed to be the birth point where all other clones appeared relatively safely. This means that sooner or later he will be trapped here, and all the clones he will create in the future will be trapped here. The thought of being trapped by a cursed artifact gnawed at him from the inside out. He glanced at the sleeping figures of his companions. The magic engraved on his old revolver, slightly reflected in the light. The oldest surviving doppelganger. Change at any time if needed. No matter how hard he tried, his eyes were still constantly attracted to the pistol, and even if he deliberately turned around to clear his mind, he couldn't help but look back and peek. Is it just because of nervousness? If he could calm down, wouldn't he think about it again? Why did he think of this in the first place? His thoughts were racing, chasing these fleeting questions. And when he thought of the consequences of his situation, his stomach was overwhelmed and disgusting. Is it too late? Can't he do anything more? What else can he do? Is it really over? The inconspicuous wall of the subway train felt closer and closer to him, as if it was approaching him. A part of him tried to calmly deny it, telling him that it was just his imagination. That part of his heart was probably right, but it didn't calm him down. However, he did give it his all. Brace yourself. Have you really fallen to the point where you can't even imagine an ending that won't die? Strictly speaking, he didn't even need a gun. The cliff was right in front of him, and his unlucky successor would definitely die if he fell. And he didn't have to bother to steal things back. If you give up now, what can happen to you? Isn't it back to square one? Nowhere to go, no one to rely on. Is this what you want? Henry walked to the edge of the cliff, leaned forward, his forearm against the place where the door frame and the ceiling meet, and his eyes were all gray and misty abyss. Just as he thought, he bit his lip and looked at the place where Harpy had just finished checking. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see anything clearly in the fog, as if he was staring at a particularly smooth wall. The vision was rotten, but at this moment you gave up. A mechanical sound from under his feet pulled Henry back from his fear. You? What do you mean? Don't pretend. I can recognize the look in your eyes wherever I go. I really don't understand what you're talking about, you know. That's an expression that is calculating whether there is a possibility of getting better in the future. Henry looked at it in confusion and finally understood. Oh, then you mean. The Harpy straightened up, looked at him at eye level, spread her wings to stabilize her suspended body, and listened quietly to Henry. This mask is the same one you've been wearing, right? It nodded. That's right. There was a bit of melancholy in his tone, overshadowing the mechanical synthesizers. Under this mask and bandage, we are the same face. Since the day Guillaume caught me, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape. The scene was quiet. Henry listened quietly. The longer the silence, the more questions he had in his heart. Why? You just told me this now, he finally spoke. Shouldn't you hate me? Did I cause him to find you? It slowly stretched its neck. Its movements were mysterious, and the faint sound of gears turning came, and it pressed the sound very low, like a whisper. No, it said softly. There are only old accounts and lost debts between you and me. My hatred, only the prison for me, and the people who guard me. But my own heart betrayed me for him. Henry blinked, and after hearing this, it was like a gear was stuck in his mind, and he always felt that something was wrong. Wait a moment. He retreated to the carriage, his face full of doubts. You've never been like this before. Too much to say. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that these days were the time when the two of them talked the most. It must be before yesterday. Every time he could hear the other person's voice when he was close, he usually quickly avoided it as soon as possible. This is most likely because they have been together for a long time. But looking at the shocked silence of the harpy, it is obvious that there are other secrets. Harpy tilted his head and slowly pondered his words. Henry felt that he was being stared at with a magnifying glass, and he was analyzed to believe that his cleverness was credible, and he should shut up quickly. You're right. It only said this sentence in the end, which sounded a bit straightforward, but the tone was introspective. It changed its center of gravity and landed forward at the door. And when it landed and spread its wings, Henry couldn't help but wonder what it was thinking. It's okay. Be quiet. Harpy immediately interrupted him. His tone was not fierce. It was more like he needed space to think about it, not simply scolding him. Well, that's too. It's strange. Compared to usual, this is simply polite. It reminds him, wait, when I went back to the top floor of the office building before, it was the same. The interaction was completely unexpected for him. It felt like he was playing a police detective partner, and it suddenly took off the cold look of the past few months. And worse, he desperately tried to keep up with the rhythm and was completely distracted. But with his state at the time, this may be a good thing, I guess. Is there also a loop road? I'm afraid. Okay. Looking at the sleeping gang members, coupled with Harpy not knowing what he was holding back, Henry quickly became bored, and there was really nothing to do in the empty subway car. Now it seems that if he doesn't do it himself, he can't do anything. He hates to wait the most, and it is more difficult for others to act, so he summons another self to pass the time in a slightly tolerable way. As a result, this state did not last long. They were both in a hurry to leave. They couldn't sit still at all. Naturally, from this moment on, the two decided to team up to directly solve the trouble in front of them and end the matter. This is the current situation, and the two of them checked all the corners they could touch. How long did it take me to come back? The clone sat in his seat, holding an umbrella that he had touched from nowhere. About 9.5 minutes, just like last time. Then it's the same no matter how you go. Yes, it seems so. By the way, where did your umbrella come from? Oh, this. He waved the handle of the umbrella gently and lifted the umbrella. I just checked the luggage rack overhead and found it in one of them. Strangely, it was hanging on the top of the cabinet, not on the shelf. Well, it's a thing anyway. So far, their investigation has not found any useful clues. The train looks like it is driving forward in the fog, but in fact, it goes around in the fog, going out through the left door. It will come back from the right, and vice versa. Henry stretched out his free hand. Can I take a look? Oh, okay. Here you go. Just look at it. He grabbed the end of the umbrella hook and turned around to look around. The umbrella was very light in his hand, almost weightless, except for an ordinary umbrella. Is this really an artifact? He felt that this thing was very close to the source of another larger realm. If there was really a problem, it must have hidden magical properties. This umbrella was indeed strange, but it was too ordinary, making people unable to hope. I think so too, the replica replied, but I really can't figure it out. What do you have to do next? Why don't you try climbing on the roof of the car? See if the roof also goes around in circles. Okay, I can only try. Can you help me hold it up? Or, Henry glanced at the open door, and to do so, he had to rely on it. And he had to make sure he didn't lean too hard. Otherwise, forget it. The idea was stupid by his standards. Either way, maybe there is a better way. Hey, no, he shouted to the harpy, and Harpy looked up from his thoughts. Can you use a little force to get him to the roof? Harby was expressionless, but he looked puzzled. What's the use of doing this, to be honest? I'm not sure. We're just groping around now, trying to figure out what this curse is all about. You know, you want to rely on blind guesses to find a way to avoid the curse. Hey, even if we don't know the underlying magic, it doesn't mean we can't find it. Right? Harpy put on a cold face again, and his body language was saying, "Are you serious?" Without any expression at all. "Are you serious?" Its tone was exactly what he had in mind. "Of course. Can you help now?" Harby sighed helplessly, mechanically, stood up and walked towards his clone. "Well," it reluctantly agreed, "but if you fall, you will be responsible for yourself." "It makes sense." The replica readily agreed and stood up. Harpy moved super fast, and before he could react, he picked up the replica princess. "Wow, okay, a little further," the clone muttered, pretending to be dissatisfied. "Why?" the harpy retorted. "You want me to carry you?" The roar of the turbines on the wings makes the attitude clear. "Got it. Go ahead." It nodded and took a step towards the door, but to everyone's surprise, the replica was almost frightened, and it staggered as soon as it took a step. "Wow, oh my god, I'm not that heavy, am I?" The replica smiled nervously, trying to hide his panic. "Are you okay?" Number 4 Henry raised his eyebrows. "Almost had an accident. Could it be that its robot legs are broken?" "I'm fine." Its response was short and rushed. The turbine hummed again, and Harvey turned to send the clone. But the voice was drowned out. "You'd better hurry." Although it looked embarrassing, the replica still did it, and as soon as it hugged its waist, it jumped into the opening and flew up. The noise and gusts of wind finally woke up the 3 guys who had been napping, and Henry fiddled with his umbrella. And when he started to move, the sound of Harpy's landing echoed above his head. As soon as the villains complained about being woken up, Harpy returned to the carriage. The clone was gone, and Henry could hear footsteps overhead. "It's done. Thank you, brother." "Wait, what's going on?" another explorer interjected. "What is this for? Okay, this exploration god is going to mix again. I'm trying to find a way," Henry said angrily, still depressed about being trapped here. "By the way, no thanks." "Hey, don't be so stingy. We're all in the same group, right?" "Yes. That's right. If a group means you work, I sleep, then it is indeed." Although he wanted to refute, the snatched revolver made him have to shut up. He now not only wanted to escape simply, but made up his mind to escape completely. Even if these people who captured him inadvertently stopped him, it was useless. "What's going on with this umbrella?" The umbrella was suddenly snatched from Henry's hands. "Hey!" He desperately tried to get it back, but was pushed away, and the umbrella spun in the air and slipped out of the villain's hand. Then it stuck to the ceiling. "What's going on?" The others were also confused, staring at the umbrellas on the ceiling like a group of meerkats. "Is this Mary Poppins' umbrella?" Henry thought this was a clue, but he really couldn't figure out what the use of this was. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember for a while. Harpy might have a clue, but it was more difficult to make it open than to ascend to the sky, and others obviously didn't use it at all. It seems that none of these people have good brains, but he had an intuition. He turned to Harpy, and a thought popped into his head. "Can you quickly cut a seat?" This request is indeed strange, but it is nothing compared to other things. And Harpy did not hesitate to cut open the upholstered fabric to reveal the foam underneath. He tore off a piece of foam and threw it out, sticking to the ceiling like an umbrella. And then he took off his watch and let it go, and the watch fell to the ground. Henry's mouth curled up with a smile, and he found a pattern, just as there was a pattern in the way they were trapped, and he was sure he could find a way to use it. He smiled to himself, picked up his watch, and Harpy leaned over to take a closer look at his operation. "Don't tell me you can find a way to escape with this. It says incredibly." "Oh, that's not the case. I'm not sure if I'm looking in the right direction this time." "Then what are you laughing at?" "Because, since there is no obvious way out here, I want to make one myself." The door between the carriages slid open, and the replica that had just returned walked in, exactly the opposite direction he had left. Henry looked down at his watch. "About 2 minutes. He came back early, just at the right time." "Gordy, what the hell is this kid doing? Please, at least give some clues." The villain sighed at his silent companion. "Does anyone else know? No clue at all." "Man, is he crazy?" It is possible that, but I don't like his sneaky appearance now." The rest of the explorers of the Gentlemen's Club huddled together, staring at Henry and whispering about him, and himself, to be precise, his clone. But in their eyes, the 3 of them were no different, and they didn't lower their voices when they spoke, and Henry could hear every word clearly. To be honest, this was exactly what he wanted. indicating that his specific instructions to the replica were not discovered. Hopefully, this means that no one will stop his plan until it is implemented. He quickly ended his conversation with the replica, and the two separated and walked towards the doors at both ends of the carriage, with Henry walking straight into the distance, past a group of villains who stared at him suspiciously. This is his deliberate adventure, but unfortunately he has always been bad at math. Wait, one of the explorers stretched out his arm to stop him. What do you want to do? The man who stopped him took a step forward and blocked the way. This man was a head taller than him, strong, and the enchanted revolver and other one-handed weapons on his waist were dangling, making it clear that he wanted to stop him. No matter how hard Henry tried, he couldn't help but stare at what he had been snatched from, and soon, he had to find a way to get the gun back. This brief gaze seemed to go unnoticed, but it silenced him for a moment, and this silence was immediately misunderstood. Don't speak, okay? I won't let you go unless you give me an answer. Henry blinked, looked away, and finally looked at the other person's face. Oh my god, this person should shave, and that sparse beard is too. It's ugly. Yes, Henry realized that he was off topic again, so he still answered the question first before he could continue to act. He deliberately did not answer at first, pretending to be confused and testing the other party's reaction. Sorry, can you say it again? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Are you stupid? The other party frowned even tighter, crossed his arms. What are you plotting with your weird twin? Bastard, okay. At least I tried. Oh, that Henry patted his forehead and pretended to forget about it completely. We just want to test the limits of the train cycle. 10 minutes at most. Really? Several people squinted their eyes suspiciously and stared at Henry. Really? Another club member interjected, his tone full of doubts. Then why did you sneak up on talking to yourself just now? It seems to me that you muttered to yourself for a long time. If I say that I did this to make you angry, do you believe it? Henry replied expressionlessly. No, the person blocking the road immediately retorted, stopped halfway through, thought about it, and to be honest, this was probably the first time Henry had seen him think so seriously. And as his previous low-level pranks proved, he can definitely do this kind of thing. To be honest, deliberately annoying these big men with guns is actually quite useful. You may think that doing so will surely die. Think about it again. It's too early to say the last point. Finally, the other party sighed helplessly. Let's just say yes. You're that kind of idiot, aren't you? Plead guilty. Now, can you let me go? Okay, whatever you want. But, oh no, I'm going to regret it. Did you know? The villain said. I'm quite curious myself. Don't you mind if I follow you? He casually tapped the handle of the short-nosed cannon, making it clear that this requirement had no choice. Why does everything I plan always go wrong? Henry squeezed out a smirk. There's no problem at all, but I don't think it's interesting. The other party snorted coldly. Are you kidding? This is cursed magic. How can it be boring? Hey, don't say I didn't remind you. Henry tried to bypass the other party, but he made a mistake in judgment and hit the other party's shoulder. Be careful. Henry was startled by this vague threat and could only whisper, I'm sorry. Not wanting to think about it anymore, he quickly went around and put his arms tightly in front of him. The blade hidden behind the belt was cold against the skin, and this was not a place to hide the knife for a long time. But as long as it could be one step ahead without being discovered, it was enough for the time being. This is where the four carriages collapsed. Hung used the corner of his eye to peek behind him. The guard was still there, keeping a safe distance to follow him. This was exactly where he should be. If he couldn't get rid of the other party in time to complete half of the plan, the whole plan would be in vain. In theory, his idea is simple. Using the magic laws of this field that he has explored. Unlike other trains, this train collapsed, and everything brought in strictly followed the rules, including the parts of the train. His intuition told him that as the fragments expanded, so did the rules. So the plan is to completely separate the carriages at both ends at the same time, which is very simple, but there are too many things that may go wrong. He briefly went through the possible results in his mind. To be honest, as long as he can escape, he is willing to take risks. The worst result, that is, there is no effect. Back to the starting point, he is really forced to jump. The more calmly he thinks, the more unattractive this result is. Anyway, he has to get rid of this person first. Right away, he squatted at the door of the next carriage, bent down to untie his shoelaces and retie them. And the man behind him also stopped, which made him very annoyed. "You go first," he shouted back. "Soon, he'll follow you right away." Henry shrugged his shoulders and let out an affirmative hum in response. And the sound of the other party's heavy boots stepping on the metal floor indicated that the other party was pretending to be busy. As soon as he left, I opened the door and cut off the connected trachea. A shadow came down and interrupted his thoughts. "What is your plan?" a deep voice roared in his ear. "You want to stab me with my knife?" Henry's eyes widened in surprise, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs and was kicked to the ground. For a moment, he could only groan in pain from the impact, and he jumped off the roof several times, clearly knowing that it felt like a missed landing. "Do you think I'm so stupid?" the bastard shouted. Henry couldn't breathe, and this kick hid his pent-up anger. "I didn't see you staring at my equipment. And you want to steal something in the blink of an eye," he gasped, turned to face the attacker, the revolver pointed at his chest, glowing with an eerie light, waiting to pull the trigger. "Well, now I understand," interrupted him with a cough for several seconds. "It seems that I underestimated you a little." The other party sneered and responded to his contempt. "Yes, you deserve it. Don't you? Do you want to know what happens to the person who is caught stealing, mister?" Things. Another kick. The boot kicked in the same place, and then the third. It hurt so much that he almost wanted to close his eyes and curl up in the corner waiting for the turmoil to pass. But he had to at least stare at the second hand of his watch. The last minute before Plan B starts is approaching. 3, 2. The entire train suddenly shook, and the person who attacked him was about to kick him again, and the vibration sent him to the ground like a flamingo in an earthquake. Well, it seems that his clone did it early, but now is not the time to struggle with the time. So he put aside this idea and acted immediately. The door was pushed open suddenly. The other party was still relaxed. He pulled out a knife from his belt and pierced the air pipe connecting the two carriages in one breath. He felt his legs tilted slightly, the top of his head exposed. They lay flat on the floor, which was not a good sign. The last stream of compressed air was expelled from the hose, and he desperately threw the knife into the bottomless abyss, grabbing the lever that connected the carriage. Speed was everything, and he had nowhere to use it for the time being. "You little bastard!" Behind him, the villain slowly adjusted his direction, but there was nothing he could do. He concentrated all his strength on his arms, clenched the lever, and the mechanical lock was almost halfway open. The carriage was now almost vertical, and Henry was forced to squeeze between the floor and the wall to avoid falling through the opening that was about to turn into a trapdoor. A little worse, a gunshot rang out. Instinctively, he hurriedly hid back in cover, and there was a tingling pain in his arm, indicating that he was still a step slower, and exotic magic could do many impossible things, but it couldn't make him dodge bullets. Unfortunately, his reaction speed was limited. Even the reaction shield of the crystal flow energy could only resist the impact of the bullet for a moment. A brief light flashed, and the sound of the crystal breaking was the only trace of the shield's existence. In the chaos, he was lucky, but he was hit with a big hole in the middle of his forearm. Fortunately, the position of the bullet penetration, the sound of the magic shield shattering, mixed with the screeching sound of pressed metal, was a force he could no longer resist. The bullet also penetrated the connection, and a neat round hole was made in the center of the metal lock, almost identical to the wound on Henry's arm, and he only reacted for a moment, and the force of gravity reversal pressed him to the ground. Above him, the villain hung from the train's metal armrest, cursing him in a low voice, and a sudden movement disrupted the aiming. Henry curled up in the corner behind the erected seat, hugged his knees, tried to narrow the target, and fired 3 more bullets, piercing the steel plate, and the position of his spine was the bullet hole just now. But the carriage was rising, and the plan worked. He just needs to live to the end now. "What the hell did you do?" the villain of the Gentleman's Club shouted, his voice trembling, unable to hide his fear. "What did you do?" Another bullet was fired, almost grazing his feet. The other party's aim became more and more accurate. The seat couldn't stop it at all. The other party didn't shoot directly through the seat. It was already a miracle. But then again, Henry was not the only one with limited vision. The two were at a stalemate. Henry was unable to move, and the attacker fired 2 more shots without killing him or reloading. The air whizzed in the carriage. The sound became harsher and faster. After passing through the door, The brick wall in the tunnel quickly retreated, and the rest of the train was still hanging below. And for a moment, Henry vaguely saw the rear of the train with his replica separated. But the picture flashed by. The more they accelerated, the fog quickly covered the entire space, and the train continued to rush upwards, getting farther and farther away from where it was. And Henry was almost crushed to the ground by the pressure of speed. In just a few seconds, they almost experienced complete free fall, and the speed of the fall must have far exceeded the speed of the terminal. And Henry was afraid that this force would soon make him unable to bear it. At this moment, there was a deafening loud noise in front of them, and the entire train shook violently. And although their fall did not completely stop, the speed slowed down a lot, and Henry was directly bounced into the air several inches. Wave after wave of impacts hit one after another, and the entire carriage began to turn upside down. And Henry slid along the wall of the carriage to the other side of the train, only to be suddenly shot behind him and knocked down directly. Above, the villain was still hanging there, clearly wanting to give him the final blow. Then gravity suddenly reversed, and the last thing Henry saw before he fell into a coma was that the ground under his feet was getting farther and farther away from him. The back of his head hit a hard object, and he fainted directly like a light went out. The sound of steel crushing was getting farther and farther away, and finally silence enveloped his unconscious body. Henry still remembered that his body heat seeped into the concrete lying little by little, and the potholed, crooked ground pierced him through his worn-out clothes, making him shiver no matter how hard he curled up next to the stinky trash can. That night, he stayed in the alley behind a bar, with high brick walls on both sides blocking most of the winter wind. But the cloudless night sky in January did not give him any warmth. His breathing was shaking, his hands pressed tightly to his chin, hoping to survive one more night and not get frostbitten. On the coldest night in London in so many years, he was exposed to such a harsh environment, with nothing but clothes on his body, hoping to survive until dawn the next day. He couldn't sleep, but it was difficult to stay awake. Henry felt a faint pain near the top of his head, and slowly woke up. He fell directly to the ground after falling into a coma. His limbs twisted together, obviously seriously injured, but miraculously survived. His mouth was cracked, all symptoms of dehydration. One arm pressed under his chest, his face pressed against a crumpled steel plate, and he could only breathe through one nostril. He woke up groaning and slowly sat up, and all kinds of wounds and bruises on his body began to hurt. The glass shards stuck on his back. He gasped in pain, rubbed his forehead, only to feel dizzy and his head was in chaos. In fact, this encounter was similar to being shook hard, and his waking memories in the last few minutes slowly emerged, only to realize that his half-hanging plan almost collapsed completely. If he hadn't saved himself at the last moment, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to look back now. As for what place this is, this question can be put aside for now. Now he had to check his injuries first to make sure he didn't lose his life to the avoidable injuries that occurred after he fell into a coma. He quickly looked at himself, rolled up his sleeves, lifted his worn-out trouser legs. Most of them were superficial bruises. Even if these bruises slowly turned into an ugly blue-purple color, as long as he kept them for a while, he would be fine. What really panicked him was that he saw himself crawling out of a puddle of blood, and the front of his shirt was all red stains. He desperately unbuttoned the originally white dress, but was stunned and found that he was almost uninjured. It took him a long time to figure out the origin of this pool of blood, and after figuring it out, he only hated why he hadn't found out earlier. There was a hole in his forearm, big enough to stick his finger in, and he almost poked it in, but finally held back, for fear of causing bleeding again. The semi-coagulated blood clot blocked the wound, although it didn't crack, but it didn't look unstable. He didn't dare to take the risk of touching it. The wound looked terribly ugly, but the strange thing was that he didn't feel the pain. Besides, with so many wounds vying for his attention, coupled with the possibility of nerve damage, it was not impossible. At least he knew what was going on with his dizziness now. Henry thought to himself, he shouldn't have lost much blood. A burst of dizziness hit. He stood up staggeringly. His head was in a mess, and every time he tried to touch the back of his head, he would feel a faint pain. But at least there was no blood on his fingers. To be honest, he was in a much better condition than the other person in the carriage, with a sticky crimson blood stain on the protruding metal corner. and the body of the gangster who had attacked him curled up below, and he had no doctor to diagnose the cause of death. At this moment, he seemed to be the only one here, accompanied only by chaotic thoughts and thick fog. And a boring question kept looping in his mind like a broken record: what happened to him when he suddenly dreamed that he had been wandering on the streets for a year? Some memories are still vague, but he clearly remembers that night. The scene where he curled up in the cold for the night before he and Layla met for the first time. His life hasn't changed much recently. He rummaged through the things on the dead villain, and this question kept spinning in his mind. And he couldn't remember the last time he seriously recalled those days, let alone recalled them so completely. To be honest, becoming a homeless person at the age of 13 is indeed scary for a child. But he has long left that experience behind. Not that he didn't have a good time. On the contrary, he finally survived, and his life has improved, and he feels that that experience has long been unable to affect his life. Could it be that the current situation is very similar to when I was wandering back then? So I suddenly remembered, even so, it won't change the path he's going to take, at least this time. He has a clear direction, and that's enough for him. He put the remaining spare ammunition on the body into his pocket, fastened the gangster's holster tightly to his waist, and finally got back his previous pistol. No matter whether the gun was just bought or not, its existence made Henry feel familiar and gave him an unprecedented sense of security. "I said I'd get it back," he muttered in a low voice. He took a deep breath in the wreckage of the train, walked towards the door, bent down to avoid the sharp hanging debris, walked out of the carriage, and stepped on the solid railway tunnel floor. Before that, he stretched out his hand and leaked a handful of gravel from his fingers, which was the lesson he learned the last time he deliberately got off the train. And he must think twice before doing things. After confirming that the ground was solid, he was finally able to take a good look at the crash site, and he turned on the disposable light found in the pocket of the deceased to determine that he must still be somewhere on the London Underground. But there were no landmarks, and it was difficult to determine the exact location. The only thing that stood out was the tunnel entrance in the distance, and the ceiling in front of him seemed to be slowly widening outward and upward, which made him feel that he should be able to find a familiar place nearby. Henry realized that they should be outside a station, which was actually good news, and the subway wizards had far fewer restrictions on these areas than in the tunnel. Even so, he approached cautiously. It stands to reason that if the previous replica died in the crash, he might be able to summon another one. But he finally gave up. He was in too bad condition now, and the summoned clone would have the same problem. Not to mention that he had several bad psychological feedback when he tried to summon more than 4 replicates before. And now he didn't want to add the problem of ruptured blood vessels in his eyes on top of the migraine. He walked step by step towards the entrance of the tunnel, stopping from time to time and throwing a handful of rubble in front of him to see if he could trigger those tripwires. But nothing was triggered. In fact, the method of throwing gravel is not foolproof. Otherwise, he would not have to send a team of clones to die. But his prudent approach finally worked, and the time to reach the tunnel entrance was shorter than he expected. And even better, the arched metal ceiling, the smooth stone pillars and slabs in the cave made him know at once where it was: Liverpool Street Station, which is a gathering place for London's underground residents. To be precise, their holy place. After all, no one will be idle to build a replica of Stonehenge in an abandoned subway dock. And this is not just a simple copy. This is the heart of the Subway Wizard Society, with circles of concentric circles of buildings reaching the ceiling, the outline of the highest point looming in the dim mist, the rough stone steps without even a guardrail, and the entire building is in a brutalist style, in contrast to the smooth rock walls that surround it, as if these worshippers were just an accessory to the monument. But the strange thing is that there is no one here, not even a trace of smoke, and the whole hall is dark and quiet, lifeless. Henry felt something was wrong. It should have been crowded with mages. At this moment, the gunfire of an automatic firearm came from the tunnel behind him, breaking the silence, and Henry immediately went into a state of alert. Perhaps this is why Liverpool Street Station is empty. Or it may be that the rest of his expedition is fighting here, and in any case, He has to figure out the situation first. He turned and rushed back into the tunnel, running past the ruined subway train. And as long as he clung to these twisted scrap metal walls, he was safe, because the metal would trigger all the tripwires across the tunnel, and he could move as fast as before. As he ran to the last carriage, the sound of the fight was getting closer and closer, and he was stuck to the edge of the carriage. One hand blocked in front of the light, covered the light, hid himself, and saw the situation ahead clearly. Soon he figured out that there was a buzz of turbines rotating, servo motors starting, and the sound of stone walls collapsing, which could be judged from the pneumatic hissing sound of Harpy causing a lot of collateral damage. A piercing metal impact echoed through the tunnel, and he had to put down the lights and cover his ears. The echo was too loud. In the blink of an eye, Harpy appeared in sight, his feet sliding on the gravel under the tracks, his wings spread out protectively in front of him, his center of gravity steadily pressed between his legs, desperately resisting the inertia of being pushed back, and was pushed 10 meters away, almost hitting the damaged train. Henry couldn't see how far he had pushed. He could only see the part in front of him, and after a second, Harpy finally stopped, and as soon as he raised his hand, his two metal wings waved and rotated like slanted shields, posing in an improved martial arts pose, and also revealing its third arm. Only then did Henry see the damage on Harpy's body. A fist-sized dent appeared on the wing for the first time. The tunnel limited its mobility, and it was obvious that something or someone had injured it. "I thought the nobles would make a move," the Harpy said in a synthesized voice, "but I didn't expect them to be so desperate that they sent you, the hermit, to deal with me." No one responded. No one moved for several seconds. Henry didn't want to be discovered, and Harpy was wary of the movement around him. And after a while, the attacker finally appeared. The gravel was stepped on. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. The thick fog was pushed aside, and a tall figure walked out. This man was wearing a hood and a sleeveless trench coat. The hood covered his face tightly. Only pale skin and strong muscles on his arms could be seen. There were several shallow scars left by previous battles on his body. An oversized metal frame was carried on his back, and the number 0012 could be vaguely seen on his left shoulder. Henry broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Adrenaline soared, and the previous pain and dizziness disappeared. Although he did not doubt that Harpy could recognize his own person, but he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that he had admitted his mistake. But unfortunately his eyes did not lie to him. "The nobles don't know him here." The woman's voice was cold. "I'm here because of my guardians. Because an artifact collected by the Morlocks is dead, and they are all great scavengers." "Are you talking about an artifact?" Harpy was very interested in this. "What a coincidence. The woman's fingertips are swirling with wind magic." "I said only once. Now turn back, or you will bear the consequences of interfering in the affairs of the gentleman's club. Come on, lackey." The woman's tone was full of mockery and frustration. "I won't let anyone get such a powerful thing." The hermit also took a fighting stance, and as she adjusted her center of gravity, a strand of blonde hair hung down from the edge of her hood. Henry felt that the situation was terrible. He couldn't let these two people fight. No matter who won, it would be the worst outcome for him, and he had only one choice now. Henry came out of his hiding place and shouted desperately. Wait, he used all his strength to make himself conspicuous, waving and jumping. "Wait. You both stop." Now the eyes of the two people immediately turned to him. Although they were both wearing masks, Henry couldn't see their eyes clearly, but those two lines of sight still locked on him. He stood between the two without hesitation, fearing that one of them would suddenly sneak up on the other. So he stretched out his hands to face the two of them separately, signaling them to separate. Harpy tilted his head suspiciously, while the hermit spoke, his tone full of uncertainty. "Henry, what are you doing here?" The adrenaline came and went quickly. He was full of energy when he first rushed out, and as soon as the threat disappeared, he couldn't hold on immediately. His whole body trembled, and he had to slow down for a while to clear his mind. This also became an excuse for him not to answer the hermit immediately. Plus, he was panting heavily now. He took advantage of his breathing to quickly organize his thoughts and prepare to deal with this conversation that was destined to be not simple. But his anxiety now was not pretending. This scene made him extremely nervous. After all, after a month apart, anything could happen. Henry thought to himself that he had better adapt slowly, and then tentatively spoke. "Hey, long time no see. How that? Is this new clothes? Have you been working out lately?" The hermit stood there expressionlessly, and Henry secretly complained in his heart. It was too difficult to chat unilaterally. Please, can you cooperate with me, he pleaded. But the other party still didn't react. But Harpy next to him spoke first. Do you know this guy? Henry sighed, knowing that it was more difficult to ease the situation than he thought. He raised his head to Harpy and said, actually, I've almost seen most of them now. The results of the deal are good and bad. You must know a few of them. And now few people dare to go outside the walls of a fixed settlement. Roughly so, Harpy agreed, except for a few exceptions. Henry smiled. I know that when I usually wander around, I often meet other people. Are you two done talking? The hermit interrupted them excitedly. Or do you want me to stand here all the time waiting for you to answer my question? Henry frowned, turned around and said, hey, sorry, this situation is also very dangerous for me. The hermit put his arms on his chest, very dissatisfied with this vague answer. What the hell is going on? I'll wait. Henry took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, trying to control his nervousness. I'm sorry. You should have seen that someone is looking for an artifact now, and each of us wants it for different reasons. It looks like this, Harpy responded briefly. Henry glared at it fiercely, thinking to himself, give me some time to finish speaking. But I think it's useless to quarrel here. He pointed to the ground, emphasizing his words. That thing is not here at all. Why don't we put aside our differences first and then solve them? The hermit looked at her blankly under the hood, only her lips exposed, and the upper half of her face completely hidden in the dark. It must be an artifact, or a powerful enchantment sewn into the fabric. Our differences, she repeated it with a sharp tone. After all, we've worked together before. Don't mention the past. I didn't intend to. I'm serious. Don't mention it. Henry didn't understand for a moment why she held on to this point, looking at her with a puzzled and dissatisfied face. The other party tilted his head slightly. Henry glanced behind him, and finally reacted. It turned out that Hubby and the others had never seen her, so she didn't want to mention it. Henry immediately understood and would cooperate with her. He twisted his arm and pretended to salute her. Okay, Miss Hermit, let's not mention any of the past before. The hermit nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now tell me, why don't I teach the lackeys of the gentleman's club behind you directly? Do you think you want to add a bit of anti-hero to your night shift work now? Henry shrugged his shoulders and took a step back helplessly. The hermit simply raised a hand and stretched out her index finger, and the mist around her instantly rotated, quickly gathering at her fingertips and slowly spreading, and the surrounding fog faded. Her exotic magic bursts out in full force. Her lips pursed into a line under her hood, full of disappointment, ready to attack. Wait. Don't be impulsive. Henry hurriedly waved his hand in front of her and hurriedly explained. I followed them because I didn't find the artifact at all. Can we stop fighting? Are you working with this thing? The hermit didn't dissipate the fog ball on his fingertips, but it didn't expand any further. Do you think he'll accept this? I admit it. It's a subtle tacit understanding, Henry said. But it's not a partnership. I just have no other choice now. Really, if you and Cecil hadn't left the nobility with half of their combat effectiveness, you wouldn't have been so chosen. Would you? Can you mention it again? Now Henry could imagine her rolling her eyes under her hood, and he did hear her contemptuous hum. We had a reason, Henry said firmly. Even if I were to be elected again, I would still leave. So you two risked everyone's lives for the so-called ideal. I said at the time that I don't want to trade my life anymore. The hermit exhaled heavily in anger. You hypocrite, except for your own. Don't you also want to see someone die? If I remember correctly, the gangster behind you just killed you. He must be out of breath now. The hermit didn't speak, but Henry could tell from her limited expression that he was right. You're quite self-righteous now. Hermit, get out of the way. She eventually repeated the sentence. I have a task to do, and I did it for those you left behind. Do you know what this artifact is? Henry directly ignored the quarrel and asked with his arms crossed. I don't know at all. I'm confused now. I don't know, and I don't want to know. She hit back coldly. I just want to destroy it so that no one else dies because of it. Henry cleared his throat and interrupted her so that she wouldn't get more and more excited as she spoke. I'm sorry. I can't do this. At least those of us who come to explore must at least hand it over to the person who should hand it over first. Why? Henry could imagine her squinting under her hood. At this critical moment, Harpy suddenly interjected. As long as he helps hand over the artifact to Guillaume, He can leave alive and take most of our war vault. The hermit exploded in an instant. What did you say? She immediately began to condense the fog ball again, and she could even see the fog ball's tentacles dragging rapidly in the air, and the water in the surrounding air was quickly drained, and the magical power of this area was constantly increasing. Guillaume Dufresne, you made an agreement with him. Hey, don't be so excited. This deal is not right. He will definitely betray. I was going to strike first. Henry, you can actually say such a thing. The sound of the harpy machine made Henry shiver. Harpy stared at him and walked from the other side of the tunnel step by step. Although I regret this result, it also saves me hours of carrying out Guillaume's contradictory orders. I really have to thank you. The robotic arm on his shoulder stretched out, and the clamp was open to make it clear that he wanted to do it. You know I would never disobey him. Right on the left of Henry is his new criminal partner. This guy is loyal to his master, even if the master doesn't take him seriously. This loyalty is not shaken at all. On the right is his former best friend. The two have countless good memories, but now because of a bunch of mistakes he made in the past, and some decisions that he still feels are right, the other party has hated him to the core, and the situation on both sides is swinging. Henry instantly understood. I'm completely finished. Layla was still roaring. The harpy was also approaching step by step. The pressure was overwhelming. He couldn't bear so many things at all. Stop, he begged softly. This is probably the moment when all the bad things come to the door. This time he really tried his best. Held all the trump cards. Played all the means that couldn't get on the stage. Just wanted to last one more day than yesterday. He clearly knew that these were not enough to last to the end, but he still tried his best to fight for a chance for himself. But now, everything was going to collapse completely at this moment. You two, please. No one listened to his words at all. Why would anyone listen to them? Anyway, his words had long had no weight, and he had long regarded this as the price of survival. The harpy had already walked a few steps away from him, even if Henry usually liked to bluff. But in the face of this thing, even if it was limited in its movements, he had absolutely no chance of winning Unknown. What else could a person like him do? Even if he was one of the 12 devils, he couldn't figure out his exotic realm. His strength was already at the end. He was now trapped in the worst situation. Weak enough to be manipulated by London's most powerful Holy Spirit, but so strong that he couldn't avoid the bad things brought by those who wanted to cling to higher powers. He just wanted to end it quickly, so that everyone could return to their original lives without being forced to adapt to this bad new situation. He turned around, with a bitter smile on his face, looking at the friend he was once familiar with. Layla had long been reborn in order to survive in the collapsed world. No matter what, at least she could live safely. See you next time, Henry said softly. At first, Layla's expression was cold, but Henry could feel that she hesitated. The mist pouring into the energy ball slowed down, and the surrounding open area began to shrink. But Henry didn't say this to avoid punishment at all. He just wanted to choose the least painful way to die. A hand with an iron fist suddenly grabbed his shoulder from behind and forcibly turned him around. Harpy's robotic arm was raised back to prepare for a fatal blow, and the hand holding him tightened more and more, and deliberately avoided the mechanical part. Strangely, this hand was not metal, different from other mechanical parts. It was also interesting to say, when people were completely fearless, they would notice these little things. Henry was ready. He had other clones alive. The oldest one would take his place, seamlessly connecting his previous identity. Relying on those clones, he always had a chance to make up for everything. Even so, he still wanted to give himself a little confidence. Harpy's outstretched hand gently touched the crystal protruding from his chest. It was just an unintentional small mistake, purely an accident. But it was this accident that triggered a series of things that changed everything. Suddenly the light in the crystal burst from the usual dark blue to a dazzling bright white. Shaking, Henry couldn't open his eyes. Both of them staggered back. Henry desperately blocked his eyes or was shaken uncomfortably. But this was only a temporary dazzle for him. But for the harpy, the impact was much greater. The harpy's mechanical parts twitched randomly, falling to the ground like a bag of potatoes. Wearing a respirator and still breathing heavily, even if she was still alive, she was completely incapacitated. Her wings spread behind her and she lay flat. Because of the malfunction, kept shaking. This sudden reversal, Henry didn't expect it at all. His brain was directly stuck, and finally his body reacted first. "Oh my God," Henry exclaimed. "Layla, come and help see what happened to them. This thing knows where the artifact is." Henry himself knew that this was just a lame excuse, and he really wanted to stop all this in his heart, because he owed this harpy too much, and he ruined its life. But as long as the excuse worked, Layla sensed the emergency and rushed over. Her hood slipped into the backpack frame, her golden wavy curls hanging down her shoulders. She tried her best to get close and carefully avoid the sharp parts of Harpy's body. What the hell happened? "Henry the First, don't know. My magic worked on it like never before. I don't even know how to trigger it. Then what should we do?" "Oh, use your last fog diagnosis spell. Are you sure? The last time I tried." Suddenly Harpy went limp, and Henry looked down in shock. Layla said softly. "Is it dead?" Henry just wanted to open his mouth. "Not yet." It was actually Harpy who spoke first. His voice was obviously murmuring, and what was even more shocking was that he actually sat up by itself. "I can help you complete your plan, but I have a condition. I want you to help me kill Guillaume." "This is simply incredible," Harpy said, this clearly violating the first instruction of the core program. Even if he was weak, Henry could feel that it was extremely happy when he said this. But a huge question arose: how is this possible? It shouldn't have happened at all. No, the rule of survival in St. London is to always anticipate accidents. Deliberately pretending to be stupid will only die faster. Since the impossible has happened, it means that this is an unprecedented situation. Henry can't say whether he can accept it. Anyway, every accident in this place can be fatal. It's time to figure it out. Obviously, it's another ghost from exotic magic. Like all the strange things in Shroud, the boundaries of the exotic realm are blurred and intertwined with each other. Layla's demonic magic is the same. As long as there is fog, Layla can control a part of it. At first the survivors were excited, thinking that Layla could open a way out. But this is not the case at all. She can't control the core fog wall of the Shroud. It's harder than scooping the sea with a spoonful of water. Every time she tries the fog wall, she will resist. That's the power of another exotic realm. It didn't take long for Henry to discover that his magic could protect him from Guillaume's control. So he concluded that exotic magic would try to avoid each other as much as possible. And maybe this was the case this time. But he needed to figure out the truth. "Well, although I'm glad you said that, you have to tell us what happened just now." "I don't have time to explain. I need to know. I know you want to solve it quickly, but I also need to be assured. I can only suspect that it was Guillaume, that old bastard who tampered with you before you left." Harpy is silent and weighing. The current action can avoid worse consequences in the future. No one cares about the price, and Harpy's request is much more modest. "Okay, but I'm just speculating now, without conclusive evidence." "It's okay. It's enough to have a guess, you say." Henry sat on the ground. Harpy leaned against the tunnel wall, his wings spread and twitching occasionally. "This is something I only found out recently. You prevent Guillaume from controlling your magic, not to transfer, but to weaken his control over a short distance. The closer the source is, the stronger the suppression effect. Until just now, Henry guessed at once, until the suppression effect was full just now. Completely freed from his control, that's right. But it's only temporary. The system is trying to pull me back to the original program, and the control instructions are getting stronger and stronger. Then what you said on the train before was your own consciousness, I guess so. I didn't string things together until I airlifted your clone. I couldn't control my body independently. I could only think of a plan in my heart. Guillaume's magic didn't object. The body would move. Just now the magic suddenly failed, and I was stunned." Layla interjected. "That's because Henry is very close to you. So the control signal is broken, but you didn't get closer to him before." Henry shook his head. "Just now, when Harpy turned around, he accidentally touched the crystal on his chest. Not before. It must be for this reason." Layla tilted her head to ponder this explanation. Henry took the opportunity to take a closer look at her face. This was something he had not dared to do for months. Layla had changed a lot. The dark circles under her eyes were covered by makeup, and there was a slender cross scar on her face. She was overwhelmed by the world, but she was still desperately trying to be the hero that others expected, hiding behind the title of Shroud Walker to disguise. Henry felt that he would never be able to do it. Layla came back to her senses and asked, "Does that mean that you must always stay with us when we act?" Otherwise Guillaume will control you again. Harpy shook his head. No, it's best not to take this risk. I'm afraid that the psychological disorder will adapt to the interference and suppress me in turn. What is the plan? The control system will not resist me unless absolutely necessary. As long as I act according to Guillaume's previous instructions, you can cooperate with me. You can get close to him and get rid of it again with the method just now. Harpy's voice began to stutter, and time was running out. Henry looked at Layla. Do you think this plan is feasible? Didn't you suspect this at first? Yes. But now I'm pretty sure it's true. Is very sure, 100 certain. Or could you guess wrong? Layla raised her eyebrows and teased. Just believe me once. Please, look at the past, love. Layla sighed and compromised. The plan is quite reliable, but I don't know how to fit in. Those clubs have a bad relationship with the nobles. It's simple. You surrender publicly, pretend to be our prisoner, and you can sneak in. Harpy's voice suddenly stopped, and Layla frowned. Even if Guillaume is not here, he is a control freak. Harpy's convulsions became serious again, and the two quickly stepped back. It moaned in pain and reluctantly said, "You, follow us." Go. Layla bit her lip nervously and hesitated, and Henry pleaded, "Please, I owe them a favor." Layla took a deep breath and made a decision. Okay, do as you say. Harpy froze when he heard this, fell heavily to the ground and went into standby mode. Guillaume's control was restored, just like the flickering of light just now never happened. So what next? Let's stand a little further away and wait. The two could only do so. Layla sat on the gravel angrily regretting it. Time slowly passed. Harpy occasionally made stiff instinctive movements. Fortunately it didn't wait long. The turbo roared. Harpy stood up to diagnose himself, and suddenly stared at Henry with sharp eyes and ordered report. When it was time to act, Henry cleared his throat. The good news is that we escaped from the cursed realm of the train. Sorry for being a bit rude to land just now. Harpy did not respond, considering the situation. Your approach is quite safe. What did we do when we arrived? This question made Henry nervous, and he quickly made excuses. You were beaten so hard by our prisoners that it is normal for your memory to be broken. Prisoner. Henry motioned for Layla to come over. She has cooperated now. I just took care of her temporarily. Harpy finally compromised. She's in your control. Catching the Shadowrunner will help us ease our relationship with Mr. Dufresne. I can't believe it. First cooperating with the head office, and then using me as a bargaining chip to save my life. Layla is half acting and half sincere. Search the surrounding area. Find others. We need all our manpower to get to Liverpool Street. Wait, is that station I scouted before the battle? Right at the end of the tunnel. 2 minutes walk. There were not even traps. What? Harpy turned around and couldn't see the exit, so he turned back and opened his robotic arm to threaten. You'd better not lie. I swear it's true. I dare to gamble with my life. You say this without weight. It's true. But besides being afraid of death, I have other reasons to do this. Henry deliberately ignored Layla, remembering Guillaume's previous threat.